All right, take a sip of water. Feels good. All right, here we go. And let's see. Says we got 5 watching. I guess I'll start talking. Yeah, we're running. And I'll post the link early since we're just chatting. Yeah, just got a couple hours. I'm not gonna hold too long. See who wants to chat. Hey, what's going on, Darkman? Hey, CG3, what's happening? Everybody should be asleep. It's probably Good Friday. Everybody's on their knees praying. Oh, you're working. A lot of night owls. No, I'm not going too long. Um, nope, no. I'm putting myself on a strict time limit, 2 hours, and that's it. So if you guys got something to say, you better jump in and say it. Don't wait till the last second. That's why I didn't put up the link in the other channel. I didn't want, the whole herd to come, just the folks that the faithful, as they say, the select. I was thinking about doing a I was going to work on a basically a Easter theme or a Good Friday theme, talking about how the actual meaning that Easter and the Passover and all that stuff actually comes from. It's actually about the equinox. And if you knew anything about lunar people or lunar people like the Chinese or Jews, there's a bunch of others that the first full moon after the equinox is actually the holiday because that's how they mark their calendar. The Jewish calendar is a lunar calendar. So if you know anything about a lunar calendar, it's the equinoxes and the solstice. You have 2 solstices, you have 2 equinoxes. So basically, you have 4 major Chinese holidays, you have 4 major Jewish holidays because and it's also based on the sun and the moon, the interaction between the two. But I was going to do I was thinking about it because when I did the video on the pregnant woman, I was thinking about Passover. I was thinking about Easter, and it got me to thinking about my old Gnostic training, about how all these religious holidays or symbols, as we call them, evolved, and where they actually came from. And basically, I'm not gonna get too long winded about it because it's probably will. Well, actually, this is the spring equinox, or what is the vernal? Is the vernal equinox? I can't remember the the pronounce the name for it, but the vernal the equinox was on the March 21st. So March 21st, or the first day of spring. But the thing is, for a religious or a Jewish holiday, is the first full moon after the equinox or the 21st. And that's how come Easter is never in one set place, or the Passover is never in one set place. So like this is I do believe this is the end of the Passover. I think Easter marks Good Friday, and the end of the Passover is Aquarius. Okay, Aquarius, Aquarius and Gemini's, and I think it's Libras or air signs, and uh, Aquarius. Aquarius is a little bit more, a little less grounded than Gemini's. Gemini's are more grounded and more practical, and more. Uh, Spock would be the perfect Gemini. Aquarius are a little bit more ethereal. Ethereal, in other words, they're Aquarius are even more in their heads than Gemini's. But the thing is, um, they are far out thinkers. Okay, if you ever meet an Aquarius, Aquarius is actually pouring out of knowledge. They get, whereas Gemini's are constantly in their heads thinking about situations. Aquarius are kind of lost in their thoughts. So they're even more aerial, out of their body than even Gemini's are. And Gemini's are all air signs are kind of like heady people. Um, Libras are the most grounded, and Gemini's are always in the middle of everything. They are just in the center. But Aquarius are even more what I call cerebral. But the thing is, they think far out shit. So an Aquarius, if you meet an Aquarius, you want a wild idea, you go to an Aquarius because they have wild ideas in abundance. Anyway, if you want to talk, just unmute yourself and jump in. Yeah, well, caps are very earthy. Caps are very earthy. Caps are the ultimate. Capricorns are the ultimate corporate people. You give Capricorns basically go by rules. So they Capricorns function best in an organization. I can hear you. Your mic is bumping. So if you got your mic unmuted, go ahead and say something.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's up, BGS? I've been listening to you for a good minute, and I'm a 18-year-old from Vegas right now, thinking about
Hmm.
joining the Marines and everything. And you've
Okay.
seen everything that's going on with Syria, right?
Hmm.
How would you feel about that if you was about to join the Marines?
Hmm. The Marines are always the point of the spear. So
Yeah.
it's probably not any more dangerous than it has been, than it has been for the last 15 years. It's probably about the same. I think it was more dangerous back in the early 2000s. You were more likely to be in a war um, back then. In fact, they were taking everybody. If you were active, if you were in the reserves, maybe just rotating fresh people in and out, you were more likely to go into theater. I would say 10 years ago than you are now. But you got war hawks in, so I would say it's a flip of the coin, and especially with Marines, because Marines are always in first, and you're more likely to be out on a boat in the middle of the Mediterranean, waiting to go on land at the drop of a hat. And depending on who's closest to the area, is probably who the Marines are going to go in first. So for the last
Yeah.
15 years, Marines are the first ones to go. So if you're going to join the Marines, you might as well you for the 2 or 3 years that you're in, you can expect to actually get close to a theater or actually be in, because you got Warhawks in the cabinet, and they're not building up that budget for nothing.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
so so if you're a Marine, you can expect to see some combat, or at least be in country.
Um, can I speak, BGS?
Yeah, jump in.
as a Navy veteran, I'll say this: other than well, all services now, it's like almost like joint services. So if you join the
Mhm.
military, you're going to go in country. They're going to take you. Even you even see Coast Guards over there now. So
Mm.
uh, you better be really sure that you're ready to do the job because you will be called upon to be in a line of fire sometime, some way.
Yeah, they've been, and when they start pulling reserves, like 30, 35, 40-year-old guys and putting them in country, and you're young 18-year-olds, you can almost expect to go. So,
Yeah,
and you're a Marine too. Marines are the first ones to actually go anywhere as far as
yeah,
fighting is concerned, because they are the, like they say, Marines are the point of the spear. So Marines go in first before anybody else. So if you're a Marine and you got war hawks in office, unless Donald Trump decides to sit down with the Chinese and the Russians and do a deal, you can expect to go, because they're not giving up on. Basically, this is the end game, with the Warhawks in with a show of force, when they dropped that mother of all bombs, the Moab bomb,
yeah,
and they actually fired those cruise missiles. That means it's a show of force. So they will send people in. I think they just sent 500 more people into. Was it Afghanistan again,
man,
or was it Syria? They just sent 500 troops in. It won't be as bad as the surge. You might not stay in as long, but it's saying if they're still, I don't know if they're still CG3. Are they still pulling reserves, rotating in reserves into the into in country, or
Yes,
they still are? Well, yeah.
yes.
Okay, if they're still pulling the reserves, boss, you might as well get yourself packed up and start learning Farsi
'Cause
if
if
you're
they
going
don't
to
send
join.
them to Syria or Afghanistan, they're gonna send them to Djibouti or somewhere in Africa. They're going to
Yeah.
send you somewhere.
Yeah. You're gonna be in country. Well, I think he was asking, was he gonna go in country to where there's an active zone? That's what I think he was worried
yeah,
about. I don't
If
think
he's
he was.
active duty, they're going to send him, especially
Yeah,
Marines. They're going to send
yeah.
him.
yeah.
He can send you. Yeah, yeah. CG
Cause
three,
like
he's a vet, so yeah,
I'm still in enlistment. I still have to get qualified a waiver for my eyesight because I'm basically a blind bat. So other than
Well,
that,
that may. Well, the thing is, when you go in country, you're not necessarily carrying a weapon, but you're gonna.
mhm,
But the thing is, they have in-country support, because basically they're nation building almost. So you're gonna be on base, so you might not. Just like the women going, they might not get out on a jeep and go out on patrol. But the thing is, you're gonna be in country and you will take incoming. So
okay,
you're gonna be in it. So
That's the truth.
yeah,
Uh, they will issue. You will get. Everybody's going to get issued a weapon, but you'll
yeah,
keep your weapon in the armory unless it's necessary.
yeah,
So it depends on what threat level they're at, and if they're at a high threat level, then you all carry your weapon. But
yeah,
other it depends because it's not
yeah.
always balls out.
Yeah, because they even got
yeah,
contractors. They even have sign up contractors to go in country, man, and do support. So if they're doing all that, you're gonna go. It's just a matter of what country and what zone and what your role is gonna be. So if you sign up, get ready. You're not gonna do
yeah.
stateside duty.
VGS, I got a question for you.
Yeah, jump in,
What's
boss.
what's your avatar on your screen? What's that? What is that?
I think you know what, I really don't know what that is. I picked it up, I liked it, and I think it's because I was doing I was searching for black comic book superheroes, and I can't remember who this guy is. I have to look him up again.
I think that's Aqualad.
Is that who? You guys would know better than
Aqualad.
me. Aqualab.
Aqualad, I think.
I, okay, because I just like to use those guys as my avatar, because we don't have enough black comic book superheroes. So I try to post them when I can.
Because the
Have
dominant
you ever heard of
society is the
Dwayne
heroes.
McDuffie?
Excuse me.
Have you ever heard of a comic book or writer named Dwayne McDuffie?
No. I'll
He
look
was
him
a
up.
black he was a black comic book creator. He
Hmm.
passed away like a couple years ago.
Oh,
He
okay.
created
I'll
the
look him up.
Static Shock character.
Okay. Okay. I'll look him up. Yeah, I always like promoting, because I got into the black comic book avatars with um, Trayvon Martin. I used his I use his symbol on my Black Gnostic Speaks channel. So I went with for this channel. I wanted to go with more upbeat with the black superheroes for it more. So that's why I might keep the theme.
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that World War III is gonna happen? Because I was just over my
I
guys' house.
I
They're
hope I
not that
hope to,
about
I
that.
hope to God not. You know, World War III. They always say
Yeah.
World War III will be fought with nukes, and World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
I was thinking the same thing because I'm thinking about joining the Navy, and I do understand by joining that it's very possible that a world conflict can break out. It is what it is, I guess. But
Well, if world conflict breaks out, then nobody's safe. It doesn't matter where you are. You
yeah,
know, I know if they basically what we like to call wars under Pax Americana, America's doing what they call police actions. They're policing the globe. So when they send troops in, it's like the cops coming into a neighborhood and doing a
right.
raid or doing some kind of squashing a riot or something like that. That's what that's the majority of what the armed services do. Now, what's been going on for the last 15 years is basically proxy wars trying to push back the ascension of China, which they have done a piss poor job of because it hasn't worked. It's actually it's accelerated the process. So, um, what PNAC thought, back in the '90s didn't work.
Okay, BGS, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
This has
Jump
been
in.
going on my mind, and just because I saw that SPI Latino came in the room, and one thing I want to talk about or have you talk about is women and the need to be claimed, like or to belong.
Okay. Um, okay. This gets into a little bit of Jewish mysticism, into the Kabbalah, where basically men are. If you look at the symbol of basically Adam, right? Remember the picture in the Sistine Chapel with God passing his spark to Adam, right? By through the finger. Remember that? Bringing making Adam a living soul. Basically, the transfer from the male energy is creative energy. Okay, I'm not going to go into. You guys can go on the channel and go to the Esoteric series where I go into all that stuff. But basically, um, since the male energy is the creative energy and the universe is the vessel from which he creates and he creates through, the vessel is, you know, man needs a vessel, okay, to create. And women need the light so they can procreate. There's creation and there's procreation. Okay. For her to fulfill her imperative, her feminine imperative, she needs the light, and the only way she can get light is from the male or the masculine energy. So she need basically a vessel is a, for lack of a better term, property. It needs to belong to something, right? And the
I'm
need for
listening.
them, they need to belong to something because they are without them they are what? That's like a boat, a car, a spaceship, whatever. It's without belonging to something. It is what do we call it?
Unclaimed property.
Abandoned.
No, call it an empty vessel, right?
Okay.
A boat without an owner, a boat without a crew, a boat without anything, a vessel without anything has no meaning, does it?
I understand.
It's an empty vessel. So what do women try to do? They don't want to be what? Barren. They don't want to be an empty vessel. So either they belong to a man so that that man can give her a reason to be, or she needs a child to be that child's mother and fill herself up. If you notice women, even older women, They try to claim, if they can't claim their children grows up in this empty nest, they want to bring up more children in, right?
Yes,
Grandchildren, uh, um, nieces, nephews, whatever, right? Because they want children around because they're an empty vessel without that, especially if they do not have a husband, right?
yes.
Yeah. So even a woman that's an aunt, an aunt, or something like that, if she does not have a child, she will try to adopt her nieces and her nephews.
I understand.
Because if you get what I'm saying, it's kind of esoteric.
Like
Um,
proxy child.
Yo,
excuse me.
you really explaining a lot.
Excuse me.
Like a proxy child.
Well, the
Like a
thing,
proxy child.
well, it's almost like a proxy child, but the thing is, because I got two sisters without children, right?
Right.
And they're as much of a parent to my children and even my grandchildren as I am. In fact, sometimes more so. Like my sister loves my oldest grandson. That's her heart. You can't tell her that that's not hers. It's not her. It's not her baby.
Yeah, that
You
this
know.
this I understand. You answer. I kind of knew this, but it's just sometimes I was just thinking like why women pressure men so much to marriage or to be claimed like they want to be a man's woman, and because they don't want to be empty vessels. I understand that. It's a great
Yeah.
way to put it.
Yeah.
It
So
makes a
saying
lot of
that, so,
sense.
saying a woman doesn't need a man is bullshit. So the thing is, even if, okay, that's why you have women. You know, you have women that are lonely that can't get a man or don't think they can get a man. They will write letters to prisoners. So even though that man is in prison, and sometimes women that don't want a real relationship just to get a sense of belonging, they will be pen pals and start a relationship with a man in prison, just so that where's your boyfriend? Well, he's in prison. Have you ever seen him? No, he's in prison. He's in there for life. Well, how can that be your man if he's in there for life? It doesn't matter. They have to have that feeling of belonging.
That's like that correctional officer that got caught with that inmate and got fired, lost their whole career.
Mm-hmm.
Because they want to be claimed. I get it, man. I understood it, but I'm glad that you clarified it for me, BGS. Because I'm
Yeah.
always wondering like why women would always say, "What are we? Where are we going with this?" Because they want to be claimed. And I'm not trying to say I'm not the expert on all what women thoughts are, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That's why they take so many selfies, because they need that attention, they need that validation. If they're not getting validated every day, they feel like they're nothing.
Um, I was thinking about joining the Kabbalah Center again because they have a lot of recordings where they talk about this. I had them, and I would love to put them up. I just can't find them. When I can find them, um, 'cause especially when Jewish women talk counsel other women about themselves, which I think that's how come the Kabbalah Center and Kabbalah Soul is having a resurgence amongst women because um, there's not that many outlets that women explain women's nature to women. In fact, Christianity ignores it. Most of the Western world actually ignores the nature of women. I think, and the only religion that I've seen that really talk about the nature of women is probably the Kabbalah.
Hey, BGS.
They really go into it.
SPI is asking you to drop the link again. He wants to ask you about his list. I don't know if you know about it, but he really wants.
I was looking at the video, and I got started on it, but I didn't get the whole gist of it. But I'll drop the link again. You can ask me about it. I think.
My bad. Go ahead.
No. Go ask your question or make your statement, whatever.
No, I thought you was gonna finish it though. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No. I finished it. Go ahead.
Well, I was just when you say the Kabbalah, that's the Jewish religion, right?
Yeah, this esoteric. Okay. Any Gnostic religion is esoteric, and there's Gnosticism. There's a Gnostic version of every religion. Gnostic Christianity is Gnostic Christians, but also Masonic order. are Gnostics. What is it? Jesuit, if you're into Catholicism, they're Gnostics. A Kabbalist in Judaism, or a Gnostic version of Judaism. Um, my particular version of Gnosticism was actually created in basically Los Angeles, because they took a little bit. They took Kabbalism. They took Egyptian theology, which is Memphite theology. It took Masonic wisdom, and they kind of blended it all together. And we call it Black Gnosticism, which is I think it's what's his name, the rapper. He's a Black Gnostic now. What's his name?
I have no idea.
Um, Jesus, what's his name? I'm trying to think of his name. Old school rapper.
Is it KRS One?
KRS-One, yeah, he's a Black Gnostic.
I was gonna say that Griff dude, Professor Griff.
Professor. Okay, Professor Griff. I've talked to Griff multiple times, man. I met Griff about at least a dozen times, and we had a long conversation. He knows about it. He believes in it. He has a bit of it, but I don't know where Griff is. I don't think he's a Black Gnostic, but he's aware of it.
Okay.
But KRS-One calls himself a son of light.
Yeah, when it comes to Freemasonry, right? Like they got Prince Hall, they got the Scottish Rite, and they got the York Rite, right? What is the difference between all three? Besides Prince Hall being the African American Freemason, and how does that correlate to the bourgeoisie?
You talking about the Boule?
Yeah, the Boule. Yeah.
Okay, the Boule. Okay, if you got your speakers on, you got to mute. Okay, the Boule basically came out of not Masonic Masonry. Boule actually came out of the historically Black colleges for where the mulatto class actually went, and they're Greek organizations. They're not necessarily Masonic. I mean, you have Masons in there, but I'm saying is that's where the Boule came out of. So you have Masons that are not part of the Boule, and you got Boule that are Masons. So those fraternities, those Black Greek fraternities, those Black Greek sororities, those are what we call the talented tenth or the Boule.
Okay, BGS, I got another question.
Mm-hmm.
What instruction or what lesson would you give to women who want to be claimed and kept by men?
Same thing I would give to a man. You have to know yourself. You have to know who you are, not necessarily not only as a man, but in addition to that, what the masculine actually means. If you start with what the masculine means first, and then come down to basically being a man or a Black man is just a what we call an instance, as they would call it in computer terms, just an instance of the class of being masculine. And you have to understand the masculine principle first. If you understand the masculine principle, then you understand what it means to be a man. Just like if you understand the feminine principle, which most women do not, because feminism has basically tried to kill it. Okay? If you understand what the feminine principle is, then you will understand what you need to attract a man, because women that understand the feminine principle don't have any problems. Especially in this day and age.
That's what April Mason tries to teach the women. She tries to teach them the feminine principle. Basically saying if you act more feminine, there's power in your femininity. She said a man doesn't want to argue with a woman that wants to be masculine. He said that's a turnoff. So basically, you get more accomplished when you're in your feminine role.
Yeah, because you're feeding your inner need. Because I don't care how masculine you try to be. Because I've met straight up hardcore stomp down stud dykes, right? That dressed like a boy, tried to dress like just like boys, because they really don't dress like men. Thought they were masculine and hardcore, and at the very end, you get inside of that. The feminine principle is still there, and they're not, and they think that they're being men or being masculine, but they're acting on the feminine principle. So basically, if you do not understand it, you don't understand the feminine principle, then you will be constantly acting outside of it. Women that understand, sometimes women understand it just naturally. You just grow up, I'm feminine, I'm gonna stay inside my feminine principle, blah blah blah. They just naturally get it. But in this environment, in the United States, especially with feminism, feminism has embraced masculinity. That's the problem with feminists. Men, I want to be a man, and it's because men get to do this, and I want to do this. So
Yes.
I'm gonna try to teach myself and teach other women to go do this. And then when they get this, they find out that they're unhappy because they're not sitting inside of their core need. They're not fulfilling their core need.
I have noticed, and I may be wrong to make this statement, but a lot of women who don't grow up in a two-parent household, or with at least a strong male figure and a strong feminine figure, usually they don't know how to cater towards men. They may want to be in relationships, but they don't understand the subtleties and the nuances that it takes to have a what I would call a unison, a reciprocal relationship. So it becomes
Yeah.
difficult. The woman may want to be claimed, but she's not
Hmm.
really doing what she needs to do to make the man want to claim her.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because men are naturally competitive, and you come at them competitively. What are men going to do? They're going to compete. Even the most simpish, weak dude, when you come up at him to compete, you're going to bring that out, and he's going to compete against you.
Yeah. My term for simp is now subjective intent to manipulate pussy.
I wish they could manipulate pussy. They get manipulated by pussy.
But that's their plan. Their plan is to side with them or do stuff for them in hopes of obtaining the pussy. That's all manipulation.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah, jump in.
All right, so have you heard about the whole Janelle Monáe, abstaining from sex thing?
Yeah.
It made me think about it when the guy before me was talking about how the two-parent households, how a lot of the, I guess, the confused women come from the two-parent households. And I remember seeing a video from, I think it was Jason Black. He was talking about how she's gay and yet she's trying to, I guess, appeal to the white is to get everyone to be, I guess, retrograde feminist. This is the best word.
Uh, what she basically okay. Remember I keep saying if women could actually get their heads from between their legs for a minute, they could
Uh,
start understanding things. Women are so women are so focused on their womb. Okay, women are so focused on their womb they can't see straight. Your womb is not power. I mean your womb is a version of it, but your womb is not the ultimate power because you have needs too. If you could have if you could have a now you can have a the only successful sex strikes I've ever seen are in very small communities and for a very short time. But those communities were very patriarchal. If you, I think Liberia
mhm.
was one where they did it, but it was short lived, but it was effective. But they had been men had been killing each other for like 10 years, and women finally stepped in, and because of no war could actually go on without the support of its women. Women finally got it in their heads; they had to come together and stop supporting the war, and they withdrew support, and that's what stopped it. And same thing with a couple other sex strikes, but those are very short lived. It's not going to work with in the United States because the United States is not one community.
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that women have placeholder men? Like, so let's say she gets with a boyfriend, even though she really don't like him, but just to have that comfort. But once she see a man that's better, she'll just leave him in an automatic split second.
That's what we call hypergamy.
Yeah, backup plans.
That's That's what. But women used to stop that. Okay, women used to police that. Women don't police that anymore because now women have got, they think it's communism or socialism, but it's actually capitalism. Okay, capitalism was always looking for the next better deal.
I want to say something wrong, BG.
Go ahead and say it. Well, yeah, it's a man channel. Say it wrong.
Okay. Who was it? Was it Janelle Monáe who said something about the value of this? We got to value sex or something. Didn't you say something like that? I'm just asking.
The pussy.
Value of the pussy. So this is what I got to say to that. I think I may have to really do something about it. See how much your pussy is valued, legalize prostitution. There you go.
The thing is, then that would be devaluing pussy.
But they say that pussy, they say that we don't value the pussy. Well, if we don't value, that means you put a money price to it. Well, sell it.
If you can run a cartel on pussy like De Beers runs a cartel on diamonds, then you could do that. You could extract a better deal for it, which you used to. Society used to have a cartel on pussy. Okay. Because the father of whether you're a patriarch or matriarch, you had to get the best deal for your daughter's womb that you could. That was your job because you needed that man to take care of what the product of that womb, which carried your line. So you had a natural incentive to make sure that your daughter got the best. Any man that has a daughter wants the best deal for his daughter. So when women gave that up and went out on their own, they devalued their own sex. Because naturally there's more pussies than there are dicks. So naturally that just supply and demand.
Yeah, women have no shame these days. They have slut walks. Like they don't care. They'll let you know. They'll let you know what they about. Slut walks, no shame. They act like they could fuck like your best friend and think you ain't supposed to judge them for it. Like if you fucked everybody in the clique, I'm gonna judge you.
My statement is this: a lot of they want to act. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone, but they want to act like horse, but don't treat them like a whore. That doesn't make sense to me. If you're selling it because you're on Instagram and you're showing your ass, you don't care that I think that you're intelligent. That's not what you're marketing. You're marketing your body and you're trying to see what you can get for it. That's why you're on there. You're trying to make a profit of it. You don't want to really be somebody's wife. You want to be you want to make money off your body until you have to be claimed by me.
You can't sell shit as caviar. It's not gonna work. Can't sell shit as caviar. Men, what women don't get. Women don't get that men love sluts. Men love sluts. If you down for fucking, if you down to my dick is hard. We can go around into the alley and we can fuck. We're down for that. We're down for sluts. We love sluts. We just don't want to marry sluts. We just don't want to be in a long-term relationship with sluts.
And that's what they don't get. They swear they could do all that dirt and you're still supposed to put a ring on them like if they're classy. It's like, nah, you can't get down like this and have the whole hood videotaping you and think I'm supposed to wife you when everybody know what you about.
Yeah, logic.
Okay.
They really don't think that wrong though.
They don't shit, please.
I mean, to be honest, I was having conversations with some females today, and they really think they're in the right.
Okay. Well, if they think they're in the right, ask them how many sex partners have they had and be truthful about it.
Yeah, they ain't gonna be truthful about that.
If you absolutely think that it is right to sleep with as many men as you possibly can that are available to you, then sit all them chicks down and says, okay, how many men have you slept with in your life?
They would never be honest about it because they don't think it's right.
Because they know it's not right.
Even if they were honest, they still think like they're on the same playing field or in the same mentality.
Yeah, but they're not going to be honest because that devalues their pussy like automatically. So they want to keep whatever fake value. So they're just going to hide that secret, and they will always hide that secret no matter who she gets with in the future, because automatically your stock goes down.
Well, then so you automatically know that sleeping with as many guys as clutching as many dicks as you can is not the right thing to do. You know that. So if you because people that think that they're in the right do not hide it. They go out and tell the whole world. You can tell, a new Christian that's just been brought over into Christianity and think that he's 100% right. He's not going to hide his life. He's going to tell everybody that he can or she can. So I said that's bullshit. So women come to me saying that they think being a slut is okay. It's bullshit. And stop lying to me.
So
look at their role models.
One at a time.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, look at their role models. Look who they look up to. They look up to the Nicki Minaj's, the Cardi B's, and like the Amber Roses. That explains why situations are what they're in. I'm gonna tell you straight up front. You got dudes, man, that look up to baller drug dealers, man, slinging drugs, thugging out, man, shooting up the club and whatnot. But only maybe 1 in 100 have a heart actually go live their life, because the downside. Everybody wants to be a thug, but nobody wants to go to prison for it.
So BGS, I wanted to ask you, and you're like the perfect person to ask.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to go through my checklist.
Okay, start with number 1.
All right, so let me take it out real quick. So, number 1 is she can't be over an 8.
She can't be over an 8.
Yeah.
This is long term, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd agree.
The next one is, which really this is like the first thing that I thought of before I even did anything, was, I told myself, okay, I have to define what my strategy is going to be. Whether I want it to be long term, whether it's marriage, whether it's gigging, whether I want just, short term relationship. But I had to define it before I even went and looked anywhere.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's conducive for me to change my mind down the road. It's just stupid.
No.
It's not logical.
No.
No.
If worthy, okay, if you have your standards, this is just
Right.
as a man, as an older man. If you have your hardcore standards, the any exception that overrides those standards is a special case, because then the value of that, whatever it is, say a woman, put aside your standards for that woman, and you have hardcore standards, that means that woman has to be extremely exceptional to do that.
Right. And the thing about my list before I even started writing the list was, it's kind of like just something to go off by. It's better than not planning at all and just going
Right.
into it like an idiot.
Yeah.
And so I don't think I'm asking for too much. Everybody that was when I was on Solo Stream, they were telling me, "Oh man, you're asking for too much." I'm like, no, I think it's just basic, normal stuff. But I guess it's that American thinking that, and these guys are thinking about about American women they've been dealing with in their past, so they can't fathom, even having any of these standards in there, which I think is just normal. So I wanted you to pick them apart if I was wrong,
Mm-hmm.
or if I'm asking for too much. So
what we're saying is you got to have standards. Now you have
Right.
to have standards, and you got to. So if you're willing to then as you go down the list, then you can fudge. But you have to start out with a standard. You got to start
right,
with
at least a nice little blueprint. And
blueprint,
okay,
yeah.
so let me go down the list. So, never let them size me up. As in, never let them, try to figure out how much I make or what do I do, because I don't think it's relevant.
Yeah,
And,
because you want to see how you relate. So I agree with that. Because
Right,
you want to know how she feels about you and not about your the image.
Yeah, because when you're dealing with overseas women, oh shit, there goes that echo.
It's Jamie.
Okay, so when you're dealing with overseas women, you're already high value, so there's no reason for that shit to even come up,
Yeah.
Okay.
American women, that's the first question they ask. How much you make? Be like, why should I even tell you that shit? But that's like one of the first questions they try to ask you, so they can see what type of lifestyle you can afford them.
You can ask them how much they cost.
The what?
Facts. And he said, ask them how much they cost. If they're gonna ask how much you make, they ask them how much they cost. Cause these chicks be high maintenance.
The thing,
nice.
well, the thing is, the thing is, as soon as she asks how much you make and where do you live, then that means okay, because then this is a business deal, and that's when you become like SBI Latino. You pulled out your requirements. Okay, since this is not about me and you getting to know each other, let me pull out my list and see where you stack up.
Yeah, that's a different type of transaction.
Transaction.
And I'm
That's
not
what I
interested
do.
in that.
How much do you make, or where do you live, or blah blah blah. I said, okay, now we've changed the nature of the date or nature of the interaction. Okay, okay, then I can start asking you questions. Are you a virgin? No. Okay. Have you been pregnant before? No. You know.
Have you had any abortions?
How many partners have you had before me?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I can start asking those questions.
Yeah, and the funny part about it is the ones who ask that most of them have like 2+ kids with 2 baby dads.
And
So
then,
it's like,
and then that's when they're gonna ask you to bring your kids some food from the date.
Yeah. So I automatically, if they start sizing me up, I automatically move on to the next one. That's what I do.
If it's the first date and you ain't wondering how much I make, okay, that's number one. Why I'm a little bit old school. Before date one, before I date her, unless it's like coffee or something like that, that's really quick and simple because she wants to see what I look like and whatnot. I require at least a week or two on the phone before the first date because because I'm investing
for example,
money. Go ahead, SBI.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like when I went to the Philippines and I was meeting all these girls, dating them and stuff like that, or not just seeing them for the first time. We meet them one time. As soon as I disqualified, I move on to the next one because I didn't go there to have sex. I didn't go there to get my dick wet. I went there with a specific mission, and so I just I got them off the list right away. Okay, so the next one is she's got to have an actual sense of humor. Okay. In my eyes, that's a very good sign of emotional maturity, and that's a good sign of good coping skills with life. That's a very good sign of of a healthy mind.
Yeah, and plus they're not uptight, and most people don't have a sense of humor or self-conscious.
Right, and I want to make it clear that there's a big difference between being funny and actually having a sense of humor.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Then the second one was if she's not a virgin, she can't have more than 3 partners in her past.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to track, but it's fair.
Right, but there's ways of getting them to snitch themselves out.
How would you know?
Nope.
How would you know?
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. How would you know that?
No, nope. I mean, I can tell you, SBI, Alex. There's chicks carry their dark secrets to the grave.
Right, but
to the grave. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, still, that's still something that I look for, and if I can sniff it out of them, if I can get them to snitch themselves out, then I'll do it because I know I can I'm pretty good at getting a woman to be pretty comfortable with me, and putting her shit out.
If she misses 3, she's probably had 6, unless she's a hardcore virgin. Hardcore.
Right.
She just mostly married or engaged.
Well, here's my thing on that rule. I'm not dealing with American women, so it's it's a lot more truthful than if I was to talk to an American woman and ask her that same question.
That's true. Well, if it's an American woman, I say multiply it by 3.
Right. So that's why, but still, it's still a good reference to go off.
No, I'm not saying
because I am not. At the end of the day, I'm not really dealing with American women, so it's not something that I'm like, oh shit, what if she's lying?
Hey, BGS.
Yeah.
When you say that if you had a lot of like girls that you're just friends with, couldn't you get the information out of a female just by having them become friends with her?
No, because there's friends that there's friends that she trusts and there's friends that she does not. The best way to sniff that out is get a chick from a small town and where everybody knows her and knows her history. That's just basically
because that's the best thing. That's the other great thing about women abroad, where their reputation is everything. So it's, so let's say she does lie, I guarantee you, whoever she was fucking, and she was able to get away with it secretly, it was probably very, very good secretly, because Your reputation is everything. If somebody sees you fucking around with somebody else, no man is gonna take you serious out there. Your reputation is everything.
Yeah, well, yeah, because basically your reputation amongst everybody else, especially the women, is known, and then basically you're embarrassing the family when you do stuff that's out of pocket. So
yeah, so
that's
I think that rule is still a pretty good rule to adhere
yeah.
to.
No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that's the hardest one to check. But go ahead.
Yeah.
What's your next one?
The next one is the parents have to be together.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You know, she's got to come from a wholesome family, because that says a lot about how she was raised. Says a lot about you know, morality, things like that.
Yeah.
And it would help you even more if you actually got to know the parents.
And,
And,
and
you know,
if
talk
she
to
comes from a family that's who's ever's got their speaker on, mute yourself because we're getting feedback. At least G1, mute yourself, and until you're ready to speak.
Plus, I found out that once you know, if you do get to know the parents and they are together, it's even better with overseas women because you know, classism is a big thing out there, especially in the Philippines. And so, you know, when you're dealing with a not lower class chick, it's a lot easier to snuff them out in case they're lying or they're making up shit, or, you know, especially if you get to know the parents.
Yeah. G1, you want to say something, man? Because you got your speakers on and we're getting feedback.
So
okay.
The next thing was family morality and like in general, and values. And you can usually tell if you know if you have conversations with the parents. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to, you know, to figure that out.
Yeah, that's true. And plus, are you Catholic, Alex, or not?
I am Catholic, but I don't practice it. I don't. Yeah, I was
you were
raised
raised
Catholic. Yeah, I was
So
definitely.
yeah, so her values, so Filipinos' values be closer to yours. Yeah.
Yeah, and so long as she's not lower class, you know, it's even better.
Okay.
So the next one was she's got to be working or in school.
Okay.
So she can't be out there just not doing anything with herself.
Okay.
Because
So
that's definitely against my values and whatever. I mean, you got to do something.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So far, so good. I agree.
Somebody's
that's productive, but also externally productive. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Good. That's not a good thing. Especially if you're of age.
Yeah.
Hey, do you have like a list of like the age limits? Like, do you have any preference?
You know what? I was going to do it, but it doesn't apply to overseas women, especially you know, depending on what country you're talking about. But in the Philippines, it doesn't apply because there's a lot of women who will go to school, you know, from higher, you know, from not lower class families, and you know they'll be in school and concentrated in school for years, you know, where they're not you know, where they're not really messing with dudes like that's like the primary purpose, because we're talking about a third world country where opportunity and jobs are not hard to secure. So, you know, these women don't have time to be fucking around and things. I mean, you can, but again, there's other ways to snuff them out with shit like that.
What he's saying is,
women can,
what I think what he said, what he mean by an age limit. In other words, the optimum age for a woman, the optimum age for beauty for a woman is age 23, and basically the optimum age for them to get married is before their age 26. So I'm saying, did you put a cap on it to as far as youth? You know,
yeah, as far as cap, yes, I didn't want to go past 30, 31.
Okay.
Because again, the rules are different, and you know, they don't apply as in American women, where you know you have a 30-year-old. Yeah, that's it. It's done. Who knows how many dicks she's slurped up. There's no way to verify anything.
Well, not necessarily. The reason, especially overseas, is that that you cap the age is because when they're 30, they have basically 4 or 5 more years of fertility.
Right.
Active fertility left. So basically, you get in her. If you get a woman at 30, she's at the end of her fertile life for the most part.
Right.
So in other words, like say, if you if you actually, when she has her periods, like 13 years old, which is the beginning, and her her first optimal age to have a baby is like 14 or 15.
Right.
And so it basically, if you just take that span of 15 to 35, 3/4 of her reproductive life are just gone. So basically, if you get them like in their mid-20s, you still have half of it left. So
Right.
I think that's what he's talking about. If I'm
Yes, so that was my
understanding.
cap. 30,
Okay.
31 was my cap because
Okay.
the rules are different for.
Because you only want to have 1 or 2 more kids at best, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just,
Okay.
probably just one.
Just one. Okay.
The next one was they have to have good genes and familial genes.
Okay.
Especially me,
Mom.
I want one more child, and so I want the best genes possible, and I'm in a position where I can be picky about it.
Okay.
Especially because of my American status.
Okay. So far, so good. Youth and beauty. A little, not quite as much as youth, but more about the beauty and the and her what her in her stock. So you look at mom, you look at her, and figure, okay, this is what I'm getting, right?
Right. I want to get a good ballpark, number of what am I going to be looking at when she's her mother's age.
Okay.
Is her mother or sisters fat?
Okay.
What was how long did it take them for them to jump back into their normal bodies after having a child and reared a child or anything like that? It's very important to me because I'm going to be stuck with the chick, so I needed to have good figure. I needed to look good, be healthy.
Okay.
if anything.
Okay. So how far down the list are we now? We're about 8 or 9.
No, we're at 7.
Oh, 7. Okay. What's the next one?
The next one is no bad habits.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, jump in.
If a woman doesn't meet, like, let's say she meets everything, but just not one thing on your list, will you dismiss her?
It depends on how vital that thing is.
So we're doing this in order of importance, or just
there's no particular order.
Okay. Let's go through the list and then we'll talk about which ones are deal breakers.
Right.
But in fact, when you come across one, as we go down the list, that's a deal breaker, just say, this is a deal breaker. Okay.
Okay.
That'd probably be better.
This next one should be a deal breaker, but it's no bad habits, as in no smoking, drinking, or drugs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, because the way I see it, it's when a female has or any female or man has a bad habit like that, it's usually derived from something in the younger age, or it's a coping mechanism for something else that's going on that might not be apparent, and so I just write them off completely. That to me, that's very important.
But don't you think you could probably help them get out of that situation?
It's not my job to do that.
That is true.
That's a trap.
He was just waiting.
Well, the thing is, if you're okay, if you're going to a car lot and you have the money to purchase it, you purchase a car that has problems.
Yeah, it's not my business to do it. I that's not what I paid for. That's not, if I'm gonna dish out $40,000 loan, like I did with my nice truck that I bought off the lot last year, it better have everything that I want.
Yeah, I was going to say it depends on what you working with, and SPI just but hold on, SPI just said he's in a position to be picky.
Right.
But you don't even go to the auction looking to do that.
Okay, well, that's semantics.
In other words, if this basically why in other words, if this is your list. If this is your list, why would you take a person on with problems? Now, if it just happens that person that's come into your life that has problems that you didn't know about, you deal with it because you're already in a relationship. But would you go in a relationship with a person that's doing what you already don't want? And then the answer is probably no. If you're picky.
Now, when you say problems, do you care if they smoke the joint here and there? Like, what do you consider problems?
What's the deal?
No, I didn't say problems. I said bad habits.
Bad habits. It's a habit. Weed is a habit.
It means because when you have a habit, it's usually a coping mechanism for you not being able to deal with X, Y, Z, whatever that might be, and it might not be apparent. You might look at a person just smoking a cigarette and think, who cares? He's an adult, she's an adult, they can do whatever the fuck they want, but you're not really looking at the issue why they're smoking in the first place. Nobody just goes and smokes just for the hell. When I started smoking, when I was in the Army, when I started smoking, I wasn't going through super high stress, very, very high stress. I was working at the border with George Bush's border mission. And we had dudes with machine guns shooting at us, and wearing uniform, complete Army uniform. They were shooting at it. I mean, I was shitting bricks. I was, every day I was, stressed the fuck out. And that was the reason that I started smoking. Nobody just picks up a habit, especially a bad habit for the fuck of it.
Well, the thing is, when you are picking a woman for you that represents you, that you have to deal with on a daily basis, that you're considering to make part of your life, you have a right to say you don't want a woman that smokes weed or smokes cigarettes or drinks that have a now. Taking a drink, that social drink, every now and then is not a habit. Smoking a joint once or twice in your life is not a habit. But when you have a bong in your house and you smoke weed 2 or 3 times a week, that is a habit. That's what he's talking about. There's a difference between being zero tolerance and being somebody having habits.
I agree with that, and I think when you're making a list for like who you want to be with and what they should have, you should actually evaluate yourself too. Make sure you don't have those same problems that you're not looking for.
Well, that's a different that's a different thing.
Hold on a second. We're not talking about being fair. We're talking about what you want. Okay. Now, if you want to compromise that, if you want to compromise that, you can. What I'm saying is, we're not talking about being fair. Okay. We're talking about what do I want for me. Okay.
True.
Yeah,
so
because
he has a right to,
because something like this is a major decision. It's kind of like buying a mortgage. It's a major it's a major investment. It literally is an investment. So, if I'm going to sign a contract for a real estate property that I want to buy to rent it out or whatever, make some money off of it, if something ain't adding up, or if there's something in the deal that I just don't fucking like, I'm stuck with this fucking mortgage 30, 40 years. You better believe it.
That's true. I mean, the thing is, if I'm hitting the club and I'm drinking, or if I'm smoking weed, then a woman, why would I pick a woman that doesn't smoke weed or drink? Because she's going to constantly nag me about doing what? Smoking weed and drinking, right?
Yeah, because I mean, I like that you brought that up, actually. And I'm only going to address it really quick because it's a completely different conversation as far as you being ready or you having the ability to move on with something like this. It's not for everybody. And even the people who think they're ready, there's so many different things, so many intricate little things that, before you undertake something like this, kind of like when you buy a house, right? There's requirements, you got to have this amount of credit, you got to have this amount of money in the bank. It's got to be verifiable. So you can't go and buy a house if your credit ain't there, if you don't have that down payment. But that, like I said, that's a conversation for another day. That has nothing to do with me and my list.
Yeah, well, I understand. Your list is your list, and you have a reason for having that list, and it's not about me. Go on to the second one. Next one.
The next one is good social circle of friends. So they have to, they have to exemplify or mimic what I am seeing in her. So if something's not getting up, there's a friend that's kind of iffy, or they like to party. Even if it's just one friend, and they are really close, and I know that they're close. Yeah,
with birds of a feather, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm asking much for that.
No, but the thing is, and that's a good, and expound on it a little bit, because they say you are who your 5 closest friends that you hang around, or who you really are.
Yeah, because they are the biggest influence in your life. Yeah. Like from the moment you're 12 years old and you're really bonding with other people, when you're going to school, when you're in the age of school and things like that, you're bonding with people, and you bring them into your life, and they become very close. And those people that surround you are the biggest fucking influences, more than your family, more than your family values, more than your family morals, more than what your parents have taught you. They are more of an influence
Well,
than anything else.
that's true, and them being around you shows that you are like them. So, and if you
Yeah.
if you
So
around
yeah. So if
if everybody you're around are investment bankers, there has a reason why 5 investment bankers are around you.
yeah, so there's got to be uniformity.
Yeah,
There's got to be uniformity in the friends, because even
yeah,
if one of them is not, it's not, you know, is out of order, then
yeah,
I'm moving on to the next girl.
yeah. Because what if you think she's a saint and she's an angel, but
It just
but
takes one friend. It just all it
what
is.
one friend. What I'm saying, it could be one friend, but it said if you take the average of 5 friends and say 5 of her friends are all prostitutes, what does that say about her?
Exactly.
So that's an extreme case, but I know what you mean. But go to your next point.
The next one's gonna be manners. She's got to have manners and well spoken.
Yes, very important. Yeah,
Because
that's a deal
and
breaker for me.
for me, yeah, that's a huge deal breaker. Because here's the thing, manners is that one thing, is that one point in my list that I believe is so huge, because manners is that one thing that will snuff out a faker. Because you cannot fake manners, because manners isn't being nice. Okay, there's a big difference between being nice to people and having
Yeah,
manners to
yeah,
towards people. Because having manners means you have to go above and beyond to show respect. And where do you get that show for respect for other
from
people and complete
from,
strangers?
from
You
your
get it from
parents.
your parents. You get it
Yeah,
from your moral values, what that
yeah,
you've been taught, what you've been raised with.
yeah,
You
yeah.
can't
But
fake those. I have this, I have this saying that I subscribe to. You can bullshit some of the people some of the time, but you can't bullshit all of the people all of the time.
yeah, yeah. It shows up. That's like my children. My 3 children are like my millennial children are like weird compared to their peers because they have manners, and they don't say yes sir, yes sir. But every person that I've ever run across, their friends or basically the parents of their friends or whatnot, say how um, mannerable my children are,
Right.
how well raised my children are, and above and that was the first rule that I have. Even though their mother sometimes was and sometimes wasn't, I insisted that the children be well raised and be respectful. So so that does show up, and it shows up not only if the woman has it, that means your parenting, your parenting ideas will be similar. Okay.
Right. And
And if the parents' ideas of raising children are similar, or if not the same, then that means the children have no choice except to grow up that way. So I agree with you there. But go into your next point.
yeah, what I like about that is that manners kind of make you see through, actually. And even if you're faking manners only because you're in front of strangers, let's say you're faking manners because you just you're in front of business people, or
Hmm.
people you just don't know,
Yeah,
strangers, and you're just faking it. You'll be able to see through them.
yeah,
It's very apparent when you're faking manners.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, and especially when you're under stress, and it's just like a boxer. If you know anything about a boxer, they say when a boxer gets hit and gets dazed, he's going to regress back to who he really is.
Yeah.
Same thing with a person. When they get under stress, they regress back to who they really are. If they're a nasty person, when they're under stress, they're going to be a nasty person. Whereas they can't fake that. Whereas a person that has character, because manners is not only about having those manners, but the character that's inside that child or that person that they grew up on, that will reveal itself under stress.
Yeah.
Yeah, but go to your next point.
The next one is
Mhm.
they have to be respectful. And
Yeah.
what I mean by this is I'm talking about complete strangers. I'm
Mhm.
talking about their family. I'm talking about any interpersonal relationships. And I'm talking about me, especially me.
Mhm.
You can disagree with somebody, with your mate, with your boyfriend, girlfriend, your husband, your wife. You can disagree with them, but you can still be respectful about it.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that was a mistake I made with the mother of my children. 'Cause I didn't know how important it actually was. I thought because I was raised with, I thought everybody had it, and then you start realizing that not everybody's not raised the same. So, but that goes back to manners and character with respect, being respectful. Go to your next point.
The next one is going to be if she's serious, if she's like a serious personality, serious person, she can't
Hmm.
have an attitude.
Okay, what do you mean?
Yeah, because some people that are serious, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times they have attitudes. They're just hiding them. It doesn't come out until you're actually having a conversation with them.
Mm-hmm.
Or
They're
they're
very dominant.
yeah, or they're going through some stress or a situation that they weren't expecting happens. They'll blow up, or they'll
Okay.
react in a way that'll give them away.
Okay. So they have no self control. Is that's a lack of self control? I don't know that if that's having an attitude.
Right, but I don't want a girl with attitude. Simple as
Okay.
that.
Well, yeah.
I don't
Well,
need
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I need
But
her to be
everybody
agreeable.
has a bad day. Everybody has a bad day every once in a while. Nobody's gonna be the perfect person every day of the year. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but what I'm
365.
saying is there's consistency even in inconsistencies. So you're talking about, hey, once in a while they have a bad. That's fine. That's acceptable. But there's consistencies even in inconsistencies. And so if you're
Everybody.
watching out for those,
The thing is, when a person has a bad day, how they handle it reveals who they are inside.
Exactly.
So saying
um,
so if you go so basically if everything's going along and you have a bad day and you're a complete and utter bitch, that reveals who you really are inside, because when you're under stress, extreme stress, then you cannot handle uh,
the
you
real you
cannot
comes
your
out.
real you comes out because your mask, your personality mask can't handle it, and the real you comes out. So so
Yeah, I mean,
basically so basically to
out
say
there.
everybody has a bad
Yeah,
day, women do that as an excuse to excuse
yeah,
bad behavior. Okay,
and
people that
this
people
will
that have
snuff out a
character.
faker.
Yeah, people have character that has been brought up with character not to abuse people, will not have, even under stress, they might snap at you, but they will not be abusive toward you because it's not in their character to do so.
Yeah, they'll keep their composure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll
But
keep their poise.
yeah.
And that snuffs out faker women
Mm-hmm.
very well, very very well. The next one is emotional maturity,
Mm.
right? So how you handle or treat others, or how you handle tough situations, or how you handle emotional situations in general.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah, that's a tough one because that takes time for that to come about. I mean,
to
that's a
to
long process.
develop. Yeah,
Yeah,
of
but
course.
it takes time for you to even see it, for that situation to come up. I don't, we can't do that in a
No, it's not that hard. You can
couple
test.
weeks.
You can test for it by just asking.
I don't know.
I've done this before, and it's worked for me every time. And what I do
Okay.
is I just give them scenarios. Just having
Hmm.
a normal conversation, and I bring it up, and I ask them about their opinion. And
Yeah. Okay.
so long as you don't make it apparent that you're looking for how they're gonna react, and you just bring about it. And
Yeah, that's kind of sticky. I can't ride with that one. What I'm saying is, it's good to ask as a precursor. You can get ideas, but the thing is, until it happens, till something unexpected happens, it's actually going to reveal it. It's very difficult. Emotional maturity is basically doing something over time. Like say, um, a person could be a model employee for 6 months, okay, but after
right,
6 months and it kind of wears off, yeah, they start skipping work, they start
right,
goofing off and stuff, like the real them will come out. So and you can't learn that within a
right. But
matter of days,
after
weeks.
interacting with certain people for a certain amount of time, this is just something that I told myself I want to look for. You
And
can't be
sometimes,
emotionally immature.
yeah, well, yeah, and sometimes unless you actually know that person over a long period of time, or basically you can,
Right,
that person has been under stress, like say say like say like a single mother, okay, who had a child when she was like 15, 14, 15, or 16, right, when she had a child when she's a teenager, right,
right,
and she put herself through school, and she got her master's degree, and she's making six figures, and you meet her child, and child's well mannered and happy and blah, all that kind of stuff right there, and
right,
she's still a person, that kind, then you can actually have a track record of what she was like under extreme stress, and how it made her mature, and how she matured into it, because
right,
maturity comes not only with knowledge, It also comes on with the environment putting you in a situation where you can
Right.
grow.
Right.
There's a difference between a guy that scores 50 points in an AAU game and a guy that scores 50 points in the seventh game of the NBA championship. There's a complete different arc. Okay. That person,
Yeah.
a LeBron James when he's 18, and LeBron James when he's 32, completely different players. But the thing is that the situation and what he's put under made him mature as a player. Same thing as a person. You can't detect that, especially in a younger woman, unless she has a track record. So I'm not saying it's impossible to find out, but I'm saying if the woman has never been married, she doesn't have any kids, she didn't come from this horrible upbringing, something that she had to survive, it's very difficult to tell her emotional maturity unless you see it over time.
Right, and to add to that, it's kind of going back to that whole age cap. I also made it so because I want to snuff this stuff out. I also made it where I didn't want to get with somebody that was under 25 years old.
Okay, too young. Yeah, I get that because you've already done that. But I get that.
SPI.
Yeah.
And what number is this? Because you read them, but I don't know the number. What number is this?
This that one was number 12.
Okay, just say the numbers out before you read them, so we know where you're at.
Yeah, because this is a short hangout, and I want to get other people have.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you guys are bored of this,
no. And we want you to
let
finish.
Me know somebody else. Okay.
No, we want you to finish your list because
I
everybody.
just want to know the number you're at. I just want to know the number.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying that we want you to finish your list, but we're saying we don't want to. This is not 8-hour hangout, so we don't have time to explore it. But I want you to finish your list.
Okay. She's number 13. She's got to be morally sound.
Yeah, I agree with that. That comes with character and manners and that kind of respect and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I agree with that. And knowing who the parents are and all that stuff. Yeah. So that goes along. So you have basically a big grouping of character.
Right.
Yeah.
Number 14, little or light makeup and modest dressing.
Okay. I can see that.
She has to be a modest dresser. Yeah. So no showing off too much skin. An average most of the time. She can't be showing off cleavage. She can't be showing off, her too much leg or her ass.
Okay. So you want a conservative girl
of course.
For a wife. Okay.
Of course. All right. Because, the way I look at it, her body belongs to me and anything that she has is mine.
You're going back to your machismo roots, huh?
I think it's more. I mean, I think it's a great baseline to go off of because
I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. I'm saying you're embracing your heritage.
Right.
Okay.
I just believe that any attention should come from me and me only.
Okay. Oh, okay. Go on, patriarch. I ain't mad at you. Go on to the next list.
So the next number 15 is behavioral priming.
Okay, explain that.
So what it is you plant seeds in their head from the very beginning, from your very first interactions with her.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is, like, for example, sex and frequency regulation.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have a zero tolerance, rule for that shit. You're not going to come into this relationship and I'm not going to, spend my time and my money and my future with you and then somehow you feel like, oh, well, I'm not giving you pussy today. Unless you're in a lot of pain and you're on your period, you better be giving it up.
Okay.
Because I can't stop being your boyfriend or your husband just because, I don't feel like it today.
Okay. Agreed.
So what I do is I do behavior priming. So I let her know from the beginning, and I repeat it all the time, constantly let her know, hey, listen, this is not acceptable. It's zero tolerance.
Okay. Yeah. In other words, you letting her know what the standard is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she can't be regulating or anything like that.
Pimps call it being down for your ism or down for your
right. And the other behavioral priming is on cheating or lying on any level. Yeah, it's going to be zero tolerance as well, and I will repeat it until it gets it becomes something a solid memory. So she knows I'm not dealing with bullshit.
You're basically letting her know the rules of the game and the rules, as you guys call it in the military, the rules of engagement.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Go to the next one.
And then the last one in behavioral priming is going to be male validation, other than me.
Oh, okay. Explain that.
Whereas any validation she requires, needs, or wants should only come from me. I shouldn't have to worry about.
Okay, whether she wants male attention from somebody else.
Right.
Okay,
right.
And
I have zero tolerance for that shit. I don't play that shit.
That's what pimps do say that.
Pimps, right. You want to go on social media, take a picture, selfie, anything like that. When, nobody needs to be seeing a new picture of you every day or all the time. Yeah. Fuck all that. You want some attention? Come to me. I'll give it to you.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody else said that, but yeah, I think who else was talking about that? That was Donovan Sharp. He just said it about virgins, or women that get married as virgins. They don't take selfies. They don't try to bring attention to themselves, male attention to themselves, other than from their husband. So I get that.
That was a very good show he put out, Donovan Sharp.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like I said, I like Donovan Sharp because the red pill is the red pill. It doesn't matter. Just a different way of explaining it. So what's your next point? Go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, I was gonna say they just did a study. They said too many selfies, that's a sign of narcissism, because that means they're so obsessed with themselves and what they look like, always saying, "Hey, look at me, I'm great." Like it's a sign of narcissism.
Competition with other women.
Well, it's not competition with other women. Okay, it's I'm gonna just take a couple of minutes because I've explained this before. Attention, my teacher said attention is food. Okay, women need male attention.
Is what?
It's food.
Oh, okay.
In other words, whatever you give your attention to, you feed that, right? Okay, so it's a broader aspect. In other words, any ideas that flourish in your mind is you feed it by giving mental attention to. And women are vessels, right? They need light, and light is attention, and male attention is light to them. So that's how come they twerk and they get half naked, because now they have access to male attention all over the world. And it's like I call it attention diabetes. In other words, it's junk food. It's not real male attention from an actual person, but they don't care.
Yeah, and actually, I want to address that because a lot of people do get it twisted where they believe just because a woman is putting out a shitload of selfies and things like, they automatically, they label them narcissistic. She might not necessarily be narcissistic. She's just asking for attention.
Yeah, she's just women automatically. If anybody that's ever had children, and automatically know that at the age of 11 or 12 years old, little girls, because they're sprouting their womanhood, automatically will walk to the store looking for male attention. They're not looking for sex, but they're looking for male attention because that's what they crave.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Latino.
All right. Number 15 is let's see here. Go back in there. The number 15 I call red pill scraping.
Okay, explain that.
So what it is I point out, I told myself, all right, I need to point out red pill knowledge, and point out any female bullshit, whenever I see it, whenever it's in front of her, whenever she can see it with her own eyes, and point out what that woman is doing, point out how she's manipulating, point out that nature so that she's aware that, hey, I know what's up. So don't try this shit with me. And you always want to be constantly, getting her attention to see, hey, listen, I know what's going on here. See what that girl is doing to her husband. Yeah, I know what's up. And so, but what I mean by red pill scraping is I don't give her like really the whole spiel. I don't really explain everything itself because I don't want to give her ammunition. I don't want to give her any the whole information of what's really going on. I just need to let her know, hey, listen, I know what's up.
You understand?
That's all you need to know, and I'm not going to give. Yes, because I don't want her I don't want to give her red pill knowledge. I just need to point it out.
Okay, that you understand women. You know what they will put you through, so you understand. So don't try the game because I know the game.
Yeah, so it's priming her to let her know.
You're flanging. Is he still there? Still there? Okay, you're cutting out. I don't know if you moved or what, but you're cutting out.
All right, is that better?
That's better.
So that was. Let me see. Let me see here. Let me see. Holy shit. I lost my point.
16? Where are you at? I think we're at 16.
Okay. The next one is 16, and it's maintain and enforce legal upper hand.
Okay, protect yourself. Protect your neck. Go ahead.
Protect yourself legally. So what I mean by that is, you know, like, I want to take my divorce, for example, with my ex-wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, there was so much knowledge I've learned from then, so many things that I could have done at the time to prepare myself, to protect myself on so many ways. I mean, it's not like this MGTOW stuff that sometimes, you know, some guys religiously put out, like, oh, there's no way you can protect yourself. You guys, you're fucked. This. Listen, there are many steps I could have taken with my knowledge that I know now, that it could have protected me on so many levels, that could have given me a way better advantage, and I could have totally won in court, no problem, if I would have known this shit. And so what I mean is, so now that I know that stuff, now what I'm saying is maintain and always keep a legal upper hand. Like, for example, you know, anytime you know, you guys get into a fight, you know, if she's doing something out of hand, or it was you know, it was just way out of left field, and you see it, you know, you see these clues. Before, I didn't have this knowledge. I don't know what female nature was, but you see them now. Now I can see them. Okay, something's going on here, or you know what? Yeah, it's not. You know, it doesn't happen that often, or you know what? It's just one time. You always want to keep a log of these things. You keep a log of her mothering. You keep a log of, you know, your treatment. You know, any abuse, anything like that. You always want to log that shit, and preferably always have, you know, video and audio, and you always want to have a copy ready to file, or several copies at home somewhere, ready to file your divorce. Because I've learned, and I wish I would have known this shit, but I've learned that, you know, he who files first is way the fuck ahead in divorce court. He who files first usually gets the children. And it's usually the women. Guys have no fucking idea that the divorce is happening. They're even thinking about divorce, that the wife is thinking about that shit. You know, guys, you know, they realize it all late. And it's kind of what, you know, I mean, that didn't happen to me. But, you know, there's, you know, you want to have a copy of that paperwork ready to go, baby. Like, you know, some's really out of left field and it's not working out. You want to be the first one to file for divorce. You want to be the first one to put out move out orders by the judge, pro se, so that she can get kicked the fuck out of the home. You will keep the children. You will be able to stay in the house, and you will have the legal upper hand.
I got a question. BGS, is marriage? Is there any benefits to marriage for men?
Of course.
Raise children. Children. I mean, there's benefits. It's like a merger. It's just like anything else. What does she bring to the marriage? What are you getting out of it? What does she bring to it? It could be wealth. But if all things being equal, basically marriage is for children. It's less about companionship, because you really don't need marriage for companionship. But it's for children. It's actually raise children in a stable environment.
Oh, I got it.
That's what it's for. But that's the advantage. If you want to have 2 or 3 children, then you need to be married, probably. Okay, because it does take 2 parents. It takes both sides to raise children properly, and that's the only way to do it is within a marriage, if possible. That's why you do it.
Plus, you know, if you do deal with a foreign woman, you know, especially from a patriarchal background, patriarchal country, you know,
Mhm.
a marriage can help you build. Like, you know how it used to be in the 50s, 60s, a woman can really help a man build, and
Yeah.
they can, they can build their little empire, and, their wealth, so their kids can be well off and things like
Yeah.
that. But I don't recommend it with American women. That's the only thing. But if,
Yeah.
if you look to a foreign woman, that's very possible, and that's one advantage.
Yeah, because the old school, the thinking, if you want to have something, you get married because you need help to build, and that's what a woman was actually there for, to help build the family, but also help to build wealth. And she can if she's the right woman. But the thing is, there's so many garbage women. Even you heard me first time. She admitted there's so many garbage women in the United States. Finding a woman to build with, especially in the Black community, is very, very difficult. But go to your next point, Alex.
The next one, and I got some shit for it, and I'll probably get some shit for it, but listen.
Is this a deal breaker?
No.
Okay, but go ahead. Go to your next point.
So, this one, number 16, is control the environment they're always in. I don't mean as in be a control it fuck. I mean as in, well, what the fuck was that?
I don't know.
Someone cooked.
Somebody's in the kitchen and dropped.
I don't mean it in a crazy controlling way. I mean in a practical sense, like where you're essentially giving her quote unquote free will to choose on her own to, because you have to. First of all, you're only going to be working with a woman, once you narrow this shit down. With the woman, you're going to have a top 5 list, top 10 list, and you're going to pick the one that's down for your program the most, one that's going to listen to you the most, one that's going to respect you the most, one that's going to be willing to play the part that you want her to play. So, you want to control the environment they're always in, but not in a controlling way. It's a big difference.
Okay, but what does that have to do with her? Is she, in other words, she's agreeable to be in that environment or what? Because you talk about an environment from where you pick the woman. What do you mean by control the environment?
No, like for, let's say, take example, you bring her over here.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be aware of, what her environment is, how she interacts with that environment, what kind of information she's getting, who she's hanging out with, things like that. Not in a controlling way, just in a way that and you're aware of how she interacts with that environment, and if it's healthy and conducive to your relationship or your marriage, and if it's not, you need to change it around. But again, we're talking about
that's more about you. That's more about you than it is about her.
Right.
Okay. Go to the next point.
Maintain bonding activities.
Okay, that's more about you than her.
Right.
Okay.
Make sure she's always busy.
No, that's more okay. Then again, it's more about you than her. Okay.
Okay.
That's not a quality. That's not a quality.
Right.
That's you. That's you being in a relationship. What you need to do, as far as what she's
right.
If she's agreeable, then if she's agreeable to that, then that's fine. But go ahead and explain it anyway.
What
make sure she's always busy.
Keeping her busy. Yeah, but like I look at it like this: when somebody has free time, especially in a relationship and a marriage, and I've been there and done that. When somebody has too much time, whenever you get bored, and then you the responsibility kind of just falls on your fucking lap, or they expect the responsibility of their entertainment, their happiness, quote unquote, to be on you.
Right.
And so, by you, quote unquote, suggesting that they take on hobbies, they partake in, work, school, you want to always have them busy so that the responsibility of their entertainment, their happiness doesn't, rely solely on you.
Yeah. The new back in the day, when a guy got married to his wife for the first couple years, she's bugging the shit out of him. She said, I got to get her pregnant so you can have a kid, so she have something to do and stop.
Exactly.
With me. Yeah, I understand that. So go to the next one.
Number 18. This one is on upgrades to their lifestyle. What? So you got to think before you even go through with this or even start your search. You gotta realize, okay, and figure out, okay, she has X lifestyle. Always make sure to never upgrade it in such in a fast fashion. You want them to ease into it. because it'll affect the way they behave. It'll affect the way they everything about them. So do you want to upgrade their lifestyle? If you do, how are you going to do it? You have to set up a plan, and how are you going to do it? It can't be sudden, because once you upgrade a lifestyle of a woman, I mean, good luck downgrading that shit. That's my point.
Yeah. Oh, no, okay. So we're from the starting point from where she's at, right?
Right.
In other words, where's her expectation level?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay. Go to the next one because we're kind of running out of time.
Keep single friends away from them.
Okay, that's more about you than it is about her.
Right.
Okay.
The other thing was, if you want her for children, or you want to have children with her, have them as soon as possible to give them something to do.
That's very true. Okay, so where are we on the list? You got one or two more?
Yeah. Number 20 is you want to try to use relationship formalities, because you're not equal and you're not on the same level.
Okay, just explain that. You're talking about roles in the marriage, or what are you talking about?
Right, like mom, dad, husband, wife.
Okay.
Because the way I see it, you're not equal. It's usually probably going to be you paying most of the bills. You're the one who's the breadwinner. If that's the situation, right? You want to have formalities because you're not equal. You're not on the same ground.
You want to define. Okay, I'm going to interpret this for the guys. If I'm correct, you want to define roles and define family structure so that everybody knows what their role is. It's part of your military training, I'm sure.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because once you define it, especially early on, they know where they stand. You know where you stand, and they know the authority that you have because they're your neck. The woman is the neck of the family. You are the head. Yeah. You are the leader of the group. You make the decisions. You're the one who says, "Stop, go." Yeah.
Okay. All right. Last one.
The last one's gonna be you must discipline ASAP when needed. No, and I don't mean it. I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean it as in call them on their shit.
Where's Sister Michelle when you need her? Yeah. When you need her. But Black domestic discipline.
So I mean, call them on their shit right away at the moment. Don't wait. Don't. Okay. It has to be right away and on the spot.
Okay. Call out by bad behavior right then and there.
Yeah, right on the spot. Because if you let it go on, that means that's a green light to keep getting away with something, or get her way in or use it in the future as fuel or as as a weapon.
Yeah, don't give her an inch, huh?
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Did you? Which ones were the real quick? Which one were the deal breakers? Because we didn't go through all the deal breakers. How many deal breakers did you have?
I think I have like 5 or 6. That's all.
Okay. Which one?
The deal breakers were the parents have to be together. They just have to.
Okay, it's number. Okay,
it's a deal breaker for me. I will not get with a woman or have or consider a relationship with one if because it's a reflection of what you're gonna see later on down the road, and it's a reflection of their beliefs in family and how really important it really is.
Okay. What's the next deal breaker?
Bad habits. She cannot have bad habits. It's just a deal breaker for me.
Self-explanatory. Go. Okay. Next one.
Manners.
Okay.
I will not engage with a woman if she does not have manners, because it says a lot about them.
Yeah, and it says if she doesn't have manners, or she doesn't have that kind of self-control, when you have a disagreement, that really shows up when you have disagreement. She don't have manners. Yeah.
Right, and then the other one was respectfulness. She has to be respectful towards me, regardless of the situation. It doesn't matter what the situation is. She has to stay poised, keep good composure, and be respectful towards me at all times, because there's no way I'm dealing with a female that can, when she's, having a high emotional, situation, and then she breaks out of character and she's being disrespectful or talking down to me. Those are boundaries that I'm not willing to deal with a woman if she breaks those.
Especially if it's in front of your kid or in front of your kids.
Especially.
Yeah.
Kids, really kids. When a woman will really show out, it's in front of her friends and family more than the kids. But yeah, that's when
Never
she really
accept
show up.
bad behavior.
You never accept bad behavior because that's when a woman gets around her family or kids where she feels comfortable and protected. That's when it'll usually show up.
Hmm.
That's when it usually will show up. And you do right then and there. You would have to call it out immediately. And I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, because once you let her do it once,
Hmm.
what you're permitting into the future
Hmm.
is when it comes to disrespect,
Yeah,
is you're permitting her to break into your what's it called, into your oh fuck, I
frame. You
forget the
talking
term.
about? Talking about?
The things that you're not willing
Oh yeah.
to take, right? I
Okay.
forgot the term. I forgot the
She's
term.
crossing
Boundaries.
boundaries. Yeah.
Boundaries.
Boundaries, right? So if you let her break one boundary, just one alone, now she has an edge. Now she has a way to get the ground up on you, in future, disputes and
Yeah.
future,
Yeah.
issues and future,
Yeah.
fights.
Yeah.
She has a leg
I
up on
don't.
you, and she will use it forever
Yeah,
because
that's true.
you just
That
let her do it.
I
SPI.
don't. I don't see anything in your list that's unreasonable. It's
I got a
all.
question
Yeah. Go ahead,
for you,
Charles.
SPI. Uh, you have children already, correct?
Yeah,
So if you want to have, how many more children do you want to have?
I just want to have one, maybe two. I don't know. I'll think about it.
Okay, so my question would be, you probably thought about this, but I want to know from your perspective, how much money do you think is necessary to raise two more children? I'm not even counting the children you already raised. Two more. How much money do you think annually you need to raise
By
the children
yourself or with
with
a
your
woman?
partner? I mean, whatever you guys think you need. I just want to know what you think, how much you need.
To be honest with you, look, I both of my children that I've had that were taken away from me, because I didn't have all this knowledge now that
Mhm.
I have, but both of my first two children, I raised them up until 2, 3 years old on my own, usually because I was a stay-at-home parent.
Yeah.
And when they're young, up until the age of 6, I want to say 6, it's actually pretty fucking cheap.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck people are talking about when they say, "Oh, it's so expensive to raise." No, when
Because
they get older, it's expensive.
Okay.
But
you know why why they say that is because
of course,
they say they depend on two working parents. So you have two working parents, then
of
younger
course.
children are more expensive because there's nobody home with them.
O-
Of,
Okay.
of course, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But it's really cheap up until the age of
Yeah.
6. Once it start to get to the age of 7, then yeah, it gets a little more expensive. But it's
Yeah.
really not that bad, to be
So
honest with you.
No.
how much you think it's going to, I'm like, what is, just give me what you think is necessary, how much money? I'm just curious to what I hear what you're saying, but if you give me a number, then I can work with that.
What are we talking about? Like all their needs?
Yeah, annually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
from one
Okay.
to from age 1 to 18. I would. Oh yeah, go ahead, Alex. You
From okay, from 1 to 6 to be very specific, because that's what I'm familiar with. That's what I know, and that's what I've experienced. 1 to 6, really, for all their needs. If and only if they are breastfed, I'd say maybe $2,000 a year
Yeah, that's about right. It's about right.
tops.
Yeah, it's about right.
But that's only if they're breastfed. If they're not
Yeah.
breastfed, then it's a whole different.
Yeah, because if you eliminate child care, um, where they have to be watched,
Hmm.
because child care is about I would say child care is like between $1,200 and $1,500 a month. If you eliminate child care, that drops it down dramatically from like 15,000 to like 2,000. That's a big dramatic drop, and most of that is child care.
Yeah, because if they're breastfed, I mean, your biggest expense, and it's not really that big. It's maybe diapers and wipes every month, and
Yeah,
and what I paid for my children, both my children, every month until they were 6, or they can, pee on their own. It was maybe, I want to say $70 for
yeah,
diapers and wipes together
yeah,
for the whole month.
yeah.
Hmm.
Because
So it's
they don't
really
eat that
not
because
that bad.
they
I
don't eat that
understand.
much. Children don't
I
eat that
understand.
much. It's yeah. In other words, that's when they calculate that stuff like $250,000 from 1 to 18.
Talking about child care.
Child
Right, right.
care and all
But
that other
but
stuff
I
and
want to say
education.
the $2,000 a year until they're 6, specifically only if A, they're breastfed, and B, one of the parents is at home. Only then
Yeah,
does that apply.
Okay.
yeah.
So one of you two plan on being at home at all times, correct?
Yeah, I'm the one who's gonna be staying at home all the time.
I hear you.
I'm gonna be the stay-at-home parent again.
I got you.
Because he's self-employed. So
I know. I understand.
yeah. Okay. All right. The room is open for anything else. I just wanted Alex to go through his list.
I got a
Man, I
question.
had a
Somebody
list.
put in the can I? Somebody in the chat room had asked a question, and I said I would ask you about it.
Okay.
And I think it was Don7. He said, "What's the chance China's playing the U.S. against Russia, and Trump left off to show China we're better war dogs / partners?"
The
Oh,
China's
okay.
not. Oh,
Before you answer that, I just to finish the subject. That I don't want to bring it up anymore. So you think I'm not asking for much, right? I don't think I'm asking for much.
no, it sounds reasonable. That sounds
Yeah,
very
because
reasonable.
everybody was like, there was a lot of people bagging on me, like, oh, you're asking for too
Yeah,
much.
because they've been feminized. Okay.
Yeah,
They've been
I
feminized.
agree with you.
That is
Good luck, SPR.
if you're gonna get married, because everybody's not looking at marriage, because you've been married before, so you know what it takes, and this is what it takes to be married. And I agree with you 100%. You're not asking for a whole lot.
Not at all.
Now,
I believe that let's use black women. Black women they're materialistic, so that's the problem. Like I bet young girls that they buy their little young kids a new pair of Jordans every month, and I'm like, what's wrong with you?
yeah.
You're wasting money just to look good, just to act like you're wealthy, which is just
You know what?
silly.
They're buying their babies little. Okay, same thing with my daughter. Did the same shit and let my son's hair grow very long because they don't see him as a human being. They see it as a baby doll, a living
Yeah,
baby doll.
exactly. And
I
they
got to
want
dress
to,
up my baby doll.
it's kind of like a circus fucking lion. They want to show it off anytime they leave the house, as if, they want to pretend X, Y, Z, but they want to show
Yeah,
it off. They want to look
yeah.
at me, look at what my children,
Look,
oh,
look,
so
look,
cute.
oh,
Attention.
so cute, and I'll get attention from their girlfriends and stuff like that. It's
Yeah,
just like a dude with a new car. You buy a car, well, a car that's way more expensive than he needs to have. But the thing is, his friends love it. So, and it
yeah.
builds,
Because
it
when I
gives
was
them
raising
self-esteem.
when I
Yeah.
was raising
Yes.
both of my children, right, when up until the age of 3, both of them, I didn't buy anything brand name. There's no need for them to have any brand name. That's why I laugh at
Yeah.
women, single mothers, when they go, "Hey, I got a 3-year-old. I want to take him to Disneyland." I'm
Yeah.
like, "You're
Yeah.
fucking retard."
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
They're
true.
not
Because
even gonna remember that
they're not
shit.
gonna remember this shit. Yeah, but I'm saying, what I'm saying is, let's go into, something else, because I'm saying I wanted to give you time, Alex. What I'm saying is, the hangout's not gonna be 8 hours today. It's gonna be short.
Yeah,
So
no, sorry
I
about
want.
that.
Oh no, it's okay. What I'm saying is, because we gave you time, so now we're finished with it. So now we're gonna bring everybody else in, because I don't
All
want to
right.
hear complaints about this. Oh, you gave Alex all this time, blah blah. We didn't get to answer our question. So I'm not trying to rush you. What I'm saying is, normally doing my regular hangout, I might do the full hangout tomorrow. I'm not sure, but normally when I do my regular hangout, we got time to 2-3 hours to explore something. But today, um, we don't. So I want to give everybody a chance. But about China and Russia are joined at the hip. There's no way you're going to separate China because from Russia, because Nixon was able to do that. We found out China and Russia found out what happens when they separate. They're not going to do it this time, especially when they have the upper hand and winning hand. Uh, that's the American dream about separating Russia from China, or China playing Russia against uh, playing U.S. against Russia. There is no competition. Okay,
China and Russia is kind of like the United States and Mexico, right?
No, China and Russia are more like the United States. China and Russia are more like the United States and Canada.
Okay. Because, I've been thinking, I really believe that all this stuff that Trump is doing right now, I think that if he would have got Obamacare eliminated, none of this would have been happening. But I think he's so mad that he wasn't able to do it. He said, okay, look, I'm about to drop some bombs and show him who's in charge,
No, he's listening to his generals. I knew that this was a possibility by the him bringing in 3 generals into his cabinet. And I'm looking at what they're doing, and it's not about starting a war. It's about a show of force to get a better deal from China and Russia. They're not actually doing any damage to actually come close to starting a war, because those cruise missiles is either 1 or 2 prospects. And I didn't put up the article. In fact, I might put read the article into the record on my books channel. Let me ask you guys a question while you're here. should I put the political stuff here in this channel or leave it in the books channel? Leave the books channels for books. I'm not sure.
Books.
What do you guys think?
I say books.
Leave it in books.
Huh?
I say
Leave it in
books.
books. Okay. All right.
You know what? I'll say this. Say this. If it's going to be under 10 minutes, I'm going to be the first one to say you can put it on this channel. If it's under 10 minutes, and you know, whenever you put something on books, I'm the first one to jump on it. So, but if you can keep it under 10, you know, if you do, I'd say here. I vote here.
Okay, because a lot of the political stuff can be long, it can be drawn out, and that's why I put it in books because
if you can keep it in 10 minutes.
Okay, all right.
You know, it's a good bite size. Everybody can listen on the go and then linger upon it and make notes about it later on, as opposed to a longer video, which is more in depth, more calculated. You know, so.
Okay, all right.
I second that.
Okay. Because this is just basically an emergency backup channel because basically I got a community strike and they killed the hangout feature in the main channel. So this is basically that's how come I'm using this one. Otherwise, it's actually a hassle to use this one because I had to put a video up in my main channel and make sure that everybody knows that I got a hangout in this channel. Whereas before, I just put up open up a hangout and the notices goes to all 4,000 subscribers or 5,000 subscribers that I have now. I wouldn't have to worry about it. But now I had to put up a video letting everybody know, okay, you got a hangout over here. So it's just a little bit more hassle, but it's just a little bit more. But that's the reason this exists. But to get back to China. Basically the generals, at first I thought maybe they're trying to start a war, but with the cruise missiles, with the Tomahawks that they launched and only 23 hit, and basically didn't even really take out the airport because the next day they patched up what few holes were in the airport, in the air base, and they flew again. So that means they really weren't trying to attack the air base. They were trying to it's a show of force because
that's how your video on books. Yeah, it was good.
I mean, CG3's been in the Navy, and we know, and I'm sure he knows the Tomahawks are way more accurate than what they showed. Very seldom do Tomahawks not hit what they're supposed to hit because they're GPS guided. In other words, the satellite guides them in, and they read it off the satellite. So whatever is targeted into the GPS, that's what they hit, and the GPS is accurate within 10 feet. So there's no way that a Tomahawk that's not down by something is going to miss the mark. Okay, so they didn't aim it at anything vital. Number two, I don't even know if they launched 59 Tomahawks. They could be lying about that because nobody can find proof that they launched 59 Tomahawks. Okay, and the other possibility is that you have Russia electronically jamming the Tomahawks coming in and actually grounding them, which they do have the capability to do. And there's other scenarios that's been out there that it's a test by they're testing Russian capability by launching so many Tomahawks and seeing what gets through and what doesn't. Because $60 million, man, is just to make a statement. Then it's absurd. But there is like my advisor says, there's multiple reasons to do an action like this. To get the press on your side, because that's what it will do. Because during a war or a military action, the press does tend to rally around the president, because right after the Tomahawk strikes, guess what happened? His Supreme Court nominee that was looked like he wasn't going to make it or be confirmed, all of a sudden, guess what? No hold up from the Democrats. They just let him fly on through. So basically, that's one. Two, he got the press off his back for a little while. Three, it's a show of force to Russia and China. Four, it makes your negotiations, because you're negotiating with the Chinese premier about trade and whatnot. that gives them more incentive to actually do something. So there's a whole range of things why they did it. So I don't think they were trying to start the war; it's just a show of force. Same thing
So
with
do you think that how do you think Korea is just playing into it on the China side? Because I remember they said that I think that was in one of your earlier videos that you had mentioned that too, where they were talking about all these new islands that China's building in the South China
right,
Sea.
right.
And I think you had said something about what would it be like if if China said, okay, Mexico will pay for the wall, but you let us put some of our stuff, right off the coast of Mexico.
Oh,
How would you
right.
react to
Yeah,
that?
yeah. Yep.
But so what
Yep.
do you think as far as like Korea, like the whole North Korea thing, like should we be scared? Is it just because I mean I'm watching Trump on the news and he's saying I guess they're celebrating. It's not their New Year. It's some holiday they're celebrating over there. And he's like, oh, well, whatever kind of message they're trying to send, we don't care, and we're still gonna do what we're gonna do. How do you think Korea plays it?
Most of the North Korean nukes are defensive. They're not offensive. Because nukes are very expensive for economy like North Korea to actually produce, and they only have a few. So the thing is, now they'll launch a test missile to see how far it would go because they're testing it to see what their capabilities are. So in case somebody does mess with them, they can actually say we got these capabilities and we can do this to as a strategic thing. In other words, you got U.S. military bases down in South Korea. A lot of your electronics come from South Korea, so we can screw up your economy, the world's economy, and kill your troops right there because we're not going to try to fly a nuke all the way to the United States because we don't have that capability. And plus we're not trying to start a war with the United States. What we're trying to do is let the United States know that we do have teeth and we will bite if you come in our yard and you bother us. And that's what they're trying to say. And basically China keeps because China basically gives aid to North Korea. Like most of their fresh water comes from China. It comes into North Korea. A lot of you got a lot of stuff that comes in North Korea, like natural gas and stuff like that come from Russia and China. So basically, they're a dog on the leash, but China says, oh, they're a dog on the leash, and we have them under a leash, but if you go into the yard and you mess with them, they will bite you. It's like owner says, beware of dog, and long as you don't go to the backyard of the owner's house, you can be a guest, sit down, eat, but don't go back there because that dog does bite. Now he's in the yard. He can't come out of the yard. He can't bother you as long as you don't go back there. But you go back there, he will bite you, and that's what the China should tell the United States. Or if China doesn't take care of North Korea, we will. And China says you can fuck with them if you want to. But I told you they do bite, and they can't kill you because they're not big enough. But the thing is, they can cause a hell of a lot of damage. You don't need that just to fuck with them because they're not really fucking with you. If you get my drift. What is North Korea? Other than every now and then, North Korea will do something to South Korea. But other than that, how have they bothered the United States? Everybody there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They haven't really bothered them. And that's what China's trying to tell United States. But North Korea is just a symbol because they're trying to make China concede. China says, you know what, go fish, basically.
Do you think that China and Russia are okay? Like you remember, like let's say if we go back to the Vietnam War, go back to the Korean War, and even with China, there was a period of time where China was getting their weapons from Russia. Do you think that China is a dog on Russia's lease, or are Russia and China kind of equals in it now?
Okay. Now, last time I explained this, man, I told everybody to get pencil and paper because I've gone. How many times have I gone over this, y'all? China, after the war, after the Soviet Union collapsed in 1989 financially, and they were raped by the West, it took Chinese money to get Russia back on its feet. And they find the Shanghai Cooperative Organization. Basically, Russia is financially dependent on China. They are partners. Russia
Okay.
has the muscle. Chinese have the money. Without, if either one of them, if they break up, then they're both of them are vulnerable. Because they will, if China is not joined to the hip, if Russia is not joined to the hip with China, the West will come after them financially again. It will break them again. They're not financially strong enough to withstand a Western assault. With Chinese money, they are.
Okay.
You know what?
Okay.
I did have a question on China while we're still on the topic. I remember that you said that you predicted, or I should say, you think that in the future there'd be what, maybe 100 million Chinese that might move to Africa. My question is,
I said 200.
200. Okay. So my
Yeah.
question is, Master Teacher, it's a compounded question. So the first part would be, do you one think it would still continue to, well, first of all, is there a crisis, a financial crisis that's on the loom when it comes to China? Or do you think that's just speculative talk? They said that there's certain red flags, if you will. The debt is higher than the GDP. I think the International Monetary Fund stated it was like what, 30 to 1, if I'm not mistaken, in regards to the debt that they accumulate and what's the GDP of China. And two, if something does happen, would that still hamper or would that push that 200 million going to China? You think will happen?
Okay, let's talk about the debt first. Number one, everybody's in debt. Everybody.
Is
the whole
that
world. Everybody.
is that human nature, or is that the nature of the capitalist beast?
That's once they allow the capitalism to go unfettered, after they got rid of the Glass-Steagall Act, basically all this poison circulated its way throughout the whole globe, and every bank in the world is under stress.
So it's not a disease, it's a virus.
It's capitalism.
It's reality. It's not even a virus. It's like, okay, everybody has it, you know. It's just the nature of the beast right now. The thing is, who's worse off than who? Yes, China has financial problems. Well, whose financial problems even worse than China's? United States.
United States, EU.
Yeah.
United States or EU.
The EU. Well, the EU. I don't even give the EU 5 years of being the EU. I don't give it 5 years. If France, especially if France goes votes a particular party out, and they talk about invoking an Article 50 sometime next year, 2018. If France goes, it's a done deal, because Germany's not going to wait around. They're going to take their member partners and go east toward Russia, and everybody knows that. That was talked about some in 2010. I keep forgetting this stuff because because it's been so long that we talked about, that my group talked about, and I'm not us as a that we talked about this as a possibility. To see it start to come to fruition, it's just eerie. It's just eerie, because we were talking about it maybe 2025 that this would happen, but to see it happen like 7 years later, it means we underestimated the problem. But the U.S. is in deep financial problems. So basically, if you guys vulnerable to the states like student loans or anything else like that, man, be careful. Okay, because they're gonna. The only way that the only thing that the United States really has left as far as leverage is the military.
So, do you think that? They talk about like Trump purposely trying to like devalue the currency. Is this like the straight up end of capitalism, or are we going to have a new one world currency?
Okay, you got pencil and paper in front of you, because I want you to write this down.
Okay, I got a pencil and paper in front of me.
Okay, look up the term "beggar thy neighbor."
Beggar thy neighbor.
Beggar thy neighbor. It's actually a financial term, believe it or not.
Okay.
In other words, in a crisis, and when it says bigger than neighbor, that's when you start devaluing, because when you devalue your currency, what happens to your goods?
I don't know. I don't even want what they get cheaper.
They get cheaper, exactly. So if your goods get cheaper, that means they're more in demand, right?
Yeah.
And
Easier
so
to obtain because they're cheaper.
yeah, what it's saying, yeah, because they're cheaper, and if they're cheaper, that means your economy will be more likely to engage to produce more, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, you start putting people to work. You start your economic sector goes up, and you sell more goods than the next person. Because it's just economics, it's a price war. Okay, and bigger thy neighbor, by devaluing your currency, you make your currency worth less, and you make your goods cheaper, and you can export, which basically you can sell more to other people.
Yeah, but China, the means of producing. So
That's true, but the thing is, if you want to be competitive, okay, you want to be competitive, because one thing that China doesn't have that the United States does have is what? The reputation for what? Quality, right? Because the quality assurance in the United States is as a reputation is much better than probably any other country besides what? Germany, right?
I agree.
Yeah, except for vehicles.
Well, even then, there's a certain standard that all United States vehicles have, right? Regardless of the make, right?
You're right.
And if the United States put out what is a horrible foreign car that's trash? That you guys can think. Okay, Kias have gotten a hell of a lot better, man, in the last 10 years.
Well, they all get better. Honda used to be horrible back in the day.
Yeah, because there's a learning curve. But oh, good grief! I'm trying to think of a horrible car that's just trash.
Fiat.
Excuse
Yugo.
Me? Let's take a Yugo. If everybody, I'm trying to think of something everybody recognizes. Let's take a Yugo that was made in Yugoslavia, right? It's just junk, right? Yeah. How long, if an American car maker actually made that car and actually put it out, how long would they have to recall all those damn things?
They would give it the JB Power of the Year award.
Yeah, I'm talking about they would recall them immediately, because it's not up to the standard that the American public expects, right? There's a level of quality that the American public respects, even in the cheapest car. So the United States has that reputation. So even in automobiles, you might get a lemon here or there. You might get. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, but that's what the United States has. It has a reputation for quality, and a reputation for how many Chinese automakers sell into the United States that you trust?
Touche.
I think Japan probably has the market cornered on quality.
That's true.
Vehicles.
That's true.
Yeah. China, I don't think so.
But he's Chinese.
I just looked it up. It says Fiat. It says Fiat is the worst.
Your mic is flanging, so we're not getting.
I just looked it up. It says Fiat by AutoGuide.com. It says the 10 worst car brands and initial quantity. Fiat's the worst.
Yeah, and Fiat's been bad for a long time. Yeah, we can't really hear you because your mic is breaking up. But that's the reputation that United States. That's the advantage that the United States has over China.
We'll see. I understand, and I guess I try to, I guess because I don't know if we could, really predict the future, but that's what I wonder, because I know China makes so much money because we buy so much stuff, aside from what they're doing in Africa, but it's like, we buy so much, or we buy so much of the products that they make cheaply. And let's say that it gets to a point to where we have all of these jobs because they devalue the currency. I'm waiting for inflation to go down. It's like I wonder, because to me it seems like neither party can lie about it now. it seems like the Democrats and the Republicans, they want to sell it to the American people that, oh, things are going to get better, things are going to get good. But it's like, I think everybody knows.
What inflation are you experiencing?
Well, I mean, it just seems like things are getting more and more expensive, but the pay isn't going up, and politicians always try to market it like, oh, we're going to create these new jobs. And it's like, okay, well, what about the people that already are working? What about the person with a college degree?
You talk about real wage versus with the price increase.
Okay, the thing is, what we're experiencing is expectation, because actually the cost of goods is actually going down. The only thing that's not going down is real estate. That, you know, housing is basically the biggest factor as far as inflation is concerned. Basically, if you look at fuel, gasoline. Okay, gasoline hasn't, just fuel hasn't gone up, man. It's been stagnant. The last time fuel went up at its high mark was right before the Chinese Olympics in 2007, where unleaded was like $4 and something, yes, and diesel was $5. If you take that as a peak and you look at gas prices now, have you seen the inflation in fuel?
No.
If you want to get on a plane, going someplace, any place in the world, has airline tickets gone up?
Well, I think cheaper. Okay, like I'll give you an example, right? Okay. Like let's say like 2012, 2013. I live in New Orleans, right? Mm-hmm. And I knew, like, I think that was the time when they said in certain parts of the country, gas was like $4, $4 or $5.
It's 2007. No, it's 2007 when it was like that. I remember it because we tracked it. That was 2007 when China was buying.
Well, down here, because I was actually working. I was working way on the other side of town. Now my job is like 5 minutes away from my house. But during that time, I think the highest gas got up to down here was like $3.32.
Yeah.
And I told my boss, I said, look, I might have to try to get something closer because I'm burning so much gas just coming to work. And it's like now gas down here on average, like this week is like maybe $2.12 or something like that.
So where's the inflation?
If I use an example, okay, I'm gonna use another example besides gas. Let's say this: if you go to McDonald's, right, and back in the day, you used to get a combo for like $2.99, or let's say a combo, let's say max $5, right? Well, now, they come out with a new sandwich. The sandwich is gonna be $4. If you get the combo, that's gonna be $6, and then they try to play you with the small, medium, and large. You paying $8 for the same hamburger.
I got a question.
So it just like, okay, I'll put it to you like this. Let me make it like this. If you got, like, let's say all of these companies, right? It's like death by 1,000 cuts. You paying your phone bill, you paying your electric bill, and it's like everything is creeping up. But even though it's a small creep, the overall money that you got to spend to survive is just more, and the pay isn't really.
Okay. Go ahead, Charles, and then I'll go.
Okay, it's a difference between supply and demand and inflation. That's one thing that I hope that you explain in a second, BGS, because a lot of people confuse the two, and they don't understand quality of life versus inflation. Sometimes when you have a lot of things to spend your money on, you end up spending on more, but it's really not the cost of living. You understand what I'm saying, sir?
Yeah. And okay. Yeah. If you look, okay, say we look at your cell phone bill, right?
Right.
Okay. Let's look at your cell phone bill. Do you get data?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. 10 years ago, a gigabyte of data would cost you what?
Whew,
I don't even, at that time, I was
$1,000 a month.
Not quite that much, but
it was up there. After like 10 years, like we talking about when it would have been a lot.
Yeah,
a few hundred.
Yeah, 10 years ago, a gigabyte of data would have cost you about $150 a gigabyte. Okay, how much data do you have on your plan?
7
gigabytes. What do you pay for your plan for your
60.
data?
Oh, To be honest with you, BGS, I don't even know at this point.
Just a ballpark figure. I mean, well, ballpark figure of what your entire
I'm
your cell
probably
phone bill
paying
is.
about 100 because I got a tablet too. So it's like I use my phone and my tablet, you know, the hotspot and all that. But I say I pay like probably $100 a month.
So in other words, you're paying less for your whole entire phone bill for 2 devices than you would for 1 gigabyte of data 10 years later. Is that inflation or deflation?
I don't even know what the exact definition of deflation is.
In other words, if inflation would be if that gigabyte of data went from $100 or $150 to $300, you're paying more for the same thing. Deflation, deflation is when you're getting more. In other words, if okay, just take the food analogy. Okay, for instance, okay, because it is a comparison. If you say if you had a particular meal, right? Whatever it is, let's take a Big Mac meal, and you're paying $5 for it, right? Right. But the upsize up, you say you had a bigger hamburger that costs $8 or $9, right? Okay. Right. So in other words, if all of a sudden for the same $5 you were paying for that meal, that Big Mac meal, you got a bigger Mac with bigger amount of fries and a bigger drink, but it's $5. Would that be inflation or deflation?
Well, but that's not what they're doing though. Like if you think about it, like a big fish back in the day used to really be big, you know. And that, in other words, that's what I'm saying. Like if you think about a lot of and I'm just using fast food as an example. They're giving you let's say Wendy's 4 for $4. It's like they're trying to make you think that you're getting more, but they're just giving you a taste of this and that, and it seems like you're getting more when you're really getting less. Because it's like okay, like let's say BGS, okay, you're probably like the same. You might be a little bit younger than my mother, but it's like I just made 40, right? And this is before I had a house, before I had kids, and sometimes I wonder, is it just me getting older and having more responsibility that I'm feeling like the work aspect more, or is it just because I didn't have that much responsibility back in the day? It seemed like things were cheaper.
Yeah.
You know
the thing is your lifestyle, your whole lifestyle has your lifestyle has advanced. If you look at what you had, okay, say you're 40 now, you look at how you were living and what you had, and you went through everything that you had back 10 years ago and you compared it to now, your lifestyle has improved.
It has, that's true.
So in other words, what you're looking at is that your day-to-day lifestyle has gotten more expensive. But if you had tried to upgrade your lifestyle back then, it probably would be even double what double what you have. In other words, some things have gotten more expensive. Okay, like food you can't. It's a fixed commodity. Like your food, your housing, that kind of stuff is basically fixed. It's very. Then like Charles says, that's supply and demand, and that's also wage pressure because you have wages that are built into it. But if you look at things like okay, say how many big screen TVs do you have in your house now?
2.
How many did you have 10 years ago?
None. I just have a regular television.
How many cell phones did you have to pay for back 10 years ago?
1.
How many do you pay for now?
I pay for the phone, and I use my tablet for my business.
I mean, as a family, I'm talking about as a family now.
Well, really, it's just me. I got 2 children now, but for all intents and purposes, it's just me.
Okay. Yeah. In other words, now you probably got internet that you got to pay for, a whole bunch of other shit that you didn't have or even think to need back 10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
So you're basically your lifestyle. Basically, your lifestyle has gotten more expensive, but you're getting way more than you probably would have gotten 10 years ago. So in some instance, some things are going to be more expensive, but overall, your overall lifestyle has gotten better.
Can I jump in just real quick?
Yeah. Be my guest.
I want to talk about quality of life. Now, I've had cable, because I like to watch sports like the Lakers. I like the Lakers. I'm a Lakers fan. But Now they got Google TV, they got Amazon. You don't even need cable, and it's like now you got so much ways to spend your money. You end up wanting all the stuff. You don't even need it. You end up having Amazon Prime, Netflix, Hulu, Google TV, all these options. And you're spending way more money than you would back in the day when all you had was just cable with no other options.
Yeah, yeah. Because like I said, I got DirecTV, and I would love to get rid of it, but got folks in a household, man.
Have you heard of Google TV? Google TV is new. It's kind of awesome what they're offering.
Yeah, I've heard of it. What I'm saying is that when you basically, they're basically packaging together stuff that's online, but even online, you probably could get it separately and not even miss it because, personally, basically, you basically, if folks online know how to get stuff free, like if you really don't need Netflix, if you don't watch Netflix like consistently, like every day or something like that. For the 1 or 2 shows and 2 or 3 shows that you actually need, or 2 or 3 movies that you need, you can basically get them for free.
Yes.
Okay. The only thing you really need live TV for is sports. It really, depending on the sport, like for like a couple $100, you can get all your NBA games. For a couple $100, you can get all your NFL games.
But see, there's a website where you can watch sports free.
I know all this. That's not what I'm saying. Sometimes, like let's say you got people, let's say people live with you, or you got people that depend on you for certain things. They're not as computer savvy. They don't know how to navigate the website. They don't know not to click on certain things. So you want it to be simple. You want it to be simple for other people. And that's why that's one thing I hate about the way I would, let's say I wanted to pay for NBA TV, I would get it, but they would actually block the Lakers because I live in Los Angeles. I gotta actually live somewhere else to watch the Lakers, and that would really piss me off.
You guys have a Bright House, right? No, Time Warner.
Time Warner. Yeah.
Well, not really.
Spectrum down here.
Yeah, Spectrum.
If I'm not mistaken, it's Spectrum. You know what? I said, why don't I see Bright House anymore? And come to realize it was Spectrum.
Oh yeah. Basically, I've never seen anything blacked out. If you get NBA TV, you get their package.
They black it out. If you watch
only time I've seen games blacked out is when they didn't sell enough tickets.
They black out like home games. Like you can watch it on Time Warner Sports. But you can't watch it on NBA online, or you got to watch it actually on NBA TV or something like that. They'll block it out.
I've never had that problem because I've done it. I have the package and I've done it.
Okay. It depends where they think you're at. You get what I mean by that?
No,
it's like ESPN type thing.
No, they
trust me on this.
But there's certain channels that run all the games on YouTube.
I know about that. That's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about, let's say somebody else wanted to watch it.
No, I've had it. And they don't block me out. Not if you have the NBA TV app.
And do you really want to watch the Lakers right now? Like, do you really want to watch
me? Are you asking me? Somebody who's not rational when it comes to the Lakers? I'm not logical.
I'm a fan.
You can't ask me a logical question with the Lakers, brother.
Yeah, just like I'm a Knicks fan, New York shit.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
He's supporting the cities.
Yeah.
Or when I think of the Lakers, I think of that D'Angelo Russell play where he's trying to call the play and the ball falls off his foot and he dives out of bounds.
Then he's party. The problem with D'Angelo Russell is he's in LA. He doesn't know how to not party.
Oh yeah, all of them. Nick Young.
Well, Nick Young knows because he was raised in LA. So Nick Young can knows how to party, know how to get his ass.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
where's Russell from? Is he from the country?
He's from Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, okay, of course.
So he's from a much smaller town.
What book would you? Because that beggar thy neighbor thing that you just said, like I looked it up just now. I'd never heard of it before. Mm-hmm. What book would you recommend that would be really good to learn about the deeper level of economics?
I would economic. It was such a broad field. Good grief. As an introduction, I would say.
Because I'm trying to figure out, not only how it works on the world scale, but also like for the individual, just trying to understand the ins and outs on a business level.
And that would be Matt. Because economics, they got micro and macro, so you might want to start with one of those first.
I would say the first book to read would be what is it called? It's at the tip of my tongue.
I know Dr. Claude Anderson got that book called Powernomics.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's more global. Leah Ahmed wrote the book. What is it? Let me look him up.
That's AHMED?
Yeah.
Okay.
The book he wrote, I think it's bankers that broke the world up. I'm trying to remember the name of the damn thing. He only wrote one book. He got a prize for it, but that's a good place to start.
Okay. All right.
With his book.
Lords
of Finance.
Lords of Finance. Okay. Yeah. And I'm just gonna be quiet because I know I've been talking a lot. I don't want to hog the hangout and let you know. But I do definitely appreciate the information. You know.
Now, Master Teacher, that being said, with China and its economic status and its environment, do you think that if a financial calamity were to happen, it would only push the movement of Chinese to Africans? And again, I guess thinking back to the first question is that it said it had 2 billion square cubic feet, if I'm not mistaken, enough to house, I think it's like 64 million people or something like that. So, I mean, I understand you said that Japan is on its way down, so it'd probably be easier or more efficient to move them over there. But what about the Chinese? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I think BGS just dropped off.
Is BGS dropped off, I think.
Swiping, no swiping.
But yeah, there's just too many Chinese in Africa. I hear my family tells me they're all over, east, west, southern, central. Because Africans are happy.
Yeah, because
like people, they brag. You got the Chinese in the country. You think that's a good thing?
Yeah, but the difference between the Chinese over there as opposed to like Europe and American, they actually help them build their infrastructure.
Yeah, but they're taking so much resources. They're gonna milk it.
Yep. Yeah, but it's like in their mind it's better than them just going over there just killing them.
That's true.
Going to war because at least they're paying for it.
But they're starting to get land.
And when they leave, they're gonna have better roads. They're gonna have better schools. They're gonna have.
But they're not gonna leave. They're gonna stay there.
Yeah.
They have land and stuff.
Do y'all think that China and the United States and Europe are gonna have a war on African soil for those resources eventually?
You never think about it. Everybody likes to go to war when it's not their country. So.
So but the Middle East is looking like that might be the place for war right now. Syria, Afghanistan, all that.
And if you look at Africa's strategic. Like wherever you want to set up your bases, like Morocco. What is that? A 45-minute boat ride from Spain, and then you get to Europe like this. So all that stuff was essential when it came to World War II.
That's true.
That's true.
My problem is though. With the technology that's out, if somebody has a speakerphone because I can hear myself.
Somebody got that mic on.
Okay, that's good now. But I'm saying the problem is with the technology that's out nowadays, Africa, they could have refined the resources themselves and sold it. But there's too many other people trying to exploit. You got the British, you got Italians, you got French, you got Canadians, you got Chinese, you got everybody. And they're gonna pay rebels and all this type of stuff to overthrow governments if the leaders say, you know what, we're gonna do this shit on our own. That's the problem.
You know, there needs to be a almost like I want to say,
like Idi Amin. I know what you're talking about. Like when you throw out like what he did.
You know, there has to be a Henry Kissinger. Matter of fact, I don't think I know there is one, but the question is that child in an environment or in a country in which it's going to allow whatever talents that he could or she could provide to grow and then go from there, man. Because you know, I say this all the time: 300,000 years, but I refuse to go out like this.
Amen. But you know, the thing is, with many young African maybe diplomats and young ones who want to change up the game, they can either be bought out or they're going to be exterminated, or they're going to be brought up on some bullshit human rights stuff and taken to jail or something.
You know what, brother? I'll tell you this: the older I get, man, the less issue I have with the quote unquote villain. You know, if anybody, I don't know if you brothers watched The Man of Steel, but I believe his name, General Zod. What did General Zod say to Superman? He said, when human beings, when you step on a roach, do you care if it has offspring? Do you care if they have children? And, you know, it's now to the point, like, you know, and I think I saw it on the video. I can't remember whose content it was, but it made sense, man. Like General Zod, man. Yes, you know, he ended up going to the deep end, if you will.
Yeah.
But look what happened in the beginning of the movie. Look how that in real time. Look how that planet was literally being destroyed from the inside. And he's absolutely right. You know, it's kill or be killed, exterminate or to be exterminated. If that means that we have to run up in these human beings, so be it. You know, it's just that it's crunch time, man. And I've said before, there has to be black figures who will be probably. I've told you, brothers, this before, and I'll say it again. If the DOD, MI6, MIT, or whoever's listening, man, I'm telling you, dog, you go to a third world country, you adopt these boys, adopt them, and you entrench them, you inculcate them with Pan-Africanism, because something has to give.
Okay, and I want to ask you some questions. Elaborate on that and tell me your thought process.
You're right about that, Wilson. But one problem is
elaborate on it and tell me your thought process, because I want to get it.
You know, we have to understand that what's men sat down, they made a plan, and they made something happen. You know, I don't think it's an accident, for example, when black people are the majority, we're oppressed. And when we go to somewhere else and we are the minority, we're just as oppressed. But when another group who happens to be a minority, and I'm referring to, you know, the amount in a certain subset of a population, they are the elites. What's happening in America is no different from what's happening in Haiti, Jamaica, and other places. If anybody is from Florida, T-Vice, you've seen T-Vice. T-Vice is a Haitian band, it's a compa band. They don't have bloods of the original man flowing through their veins. You know, there were at some point Jews, Syrians, Libyans. You get what I'm saying? It's you know, and they go to Haiti, they have economic connections back home. So there are a small population, but they're elite, and this is getting tiring. If you think black people in America is going through hell, you should see how black people live in Colombia.
Can I ask you some questions? Because I hear where you're going. I'm trying to understand. Because I have no argument, but I just want to come opposite so I can get more clarification. So let me ask you this. Do you have black people that are your enemy? That's my question for you. Sonia. Do you have black people that are your
as in Africa, they got
Prophet Amos Wilson, may peace be upon him. Someone has to mute their mic.
Yes, Jimmy.
He said that there are black people now, or any other group. Again, it's if we're going to romanticize everything, we have to include the bad, the good, and the ugly. The
Okay.
good, bad, and the ugly. We've had those who work against our interests now. We've had it then, and we will have them, and we've had them for 100,000 years.
Okay, so my question is this.
Excuse me, 300,000 years.
I heard you going, but I want to ask more questions.
Uh-huh.
So, how do you know who is, other than that we know the oppressor, how do you know specifically who is the enemy and who is not the enemy? That's the question that I would love to ask
You
people.
gotta check
You
the
know who's
language.
down with you. You can.
You gotta
I'm
check.
down
You gotta
with you.
check. You gotta check who put. You gotta do the research and see who put them in power. How did this person rise to
Black
the
Lives Matter.
dictatorship? How did this person become president? Once you start to study that, you realize that America put up a lot of phony dictators so they can extract the resources easily by talking to the head man instead of actually having to do business the correct way. So like
Okay.
you just look to see who's propped up.
He's
The
right
thing
about that.
is, we and I guess this is almost contrary to what I was saying before, but we have to think pragmatically and realistically. Action speaks louder than words. Thomas Sankara, he was taken out by who? His right hand man, and obviously this is not an isolated incident. Same thing with Patrice Lumumba, if I'm not mistaken. Again, something has to give, and maybe the prophet was right. Maybe, and again, he said it that he says it I guess sarcastically, but that's not the word that I'm looking for. Facetiously, excuse me. He says, I say facetious. We as Africans or those in the continent would be better off if we had no resources at all. We'd be like Japan. We'd be like any other, a nation in which its economy is based on the services and the good it provides to the world, as opposed to being one that merely consumes with no production. And again, I don't want it. Trust me, I don't want it. I want a big butt. I want food, and I want peace in my life. But that's not, what life gives us. There may have to be another major calamity before
Not really.
that giant. Well, I mean, it's okay, and maybe because I'm
It's
young,
interesting to hear other people's point of
I
view.
want to see something overnight, but what has to happen, man? I mean,
It's already
come on.
happened. What are you talking
I
about?
tell
It's
you
already
this.
happened.
Well, Sony, I hear everything you say, brother. And what I'm gonna say is this: I'm down with people who are down with me. Now, I love my people, but who are my people? That's what I always want to say. Because I've
Yeah.
met people that are not black, that have shown me love and been supportive. So I don't consider them an enemy. They've proven to me that they can be friends and allies. So I'm not going to say I don't doubt that they may have another motive, but I don't label them enemy. I label people who I see do atrocities to my people, who I consider my people, whoever they are. And I'm down with people who are down with me. So it's kind of hard sometimes to separate others based off of their racial identity or ethnic group, because sometimes they will become your ally.
Yeah, but
You know
Charles,
what? I'll give you that. And I'll
he's
say
right about
one last thing. I'll give you that. The only difference is uh, we have to look beyond individuals, or I guess redundantly a group of individuals, and I mean like something small, if you will, compared to nation states. I hear what you're saying, and again, I don't disagree, but in aggregate, as a whole or a larger subset, i.e., maybe a country or some type of region, no, I it would behoove them to look after themselves first and those in the vicinity before looking out. That's what I'm saying.
I understood your point. You made good points. I'm saying, people who look like you, who come from the same background, have the same interests, usually have the same fight that you do. So most people that I know are black. So I'm gonna always be down with people with the same experiences as I. But then I'm gonna meet people who are not black, that have interests, been through some type of drama, and can relate to me. Like, I'm a military guy, so if you've never been in the military, it's kind of hard to relate. But almost everybody I serve with, if they're my brothers. I will fight for them because I know they have my back when a bullet's over my head. I'm not sure about the brother I grew up with in the hood. He may have been shot at a couple times, but he doesn't know what it's like to see his friend blown away, or to really have to be in that battle. And so it changes the perspective. We could all be brainwashed and programmed, but I always try to think I'm going to look after those who look after me. And like, since you guys, I see love from everybody I see that go to BGS's page. So I
Of
know
course.
there's a group of great people. However, I'm not going to alienate people unless they bring harm to my people. Does that make sense?
You know
Amen.
what?
You're
Yes,
right
sir.
about
It makes absolute sense. And I'll say this one last thing. And I promise I shut up. Fine. You're absolutely right. I concede to that. No issue. I will say this: if that's the case, if we will be more inclusive, we're going to do it at least the way or we should do it in the way that I see it with my very bad analytics and my literally fuzzy logic. We have to do it almost like Islam. As you know, there's many branches, sects of Islam, but at the end of the day, who is the upper crust of Islam as far as ethnics is concerned? Those in Saudi Arabia. I still think, and again, I apologize for going off tangent, but I still think to a point, Islam is. They say Muhammad was a shrewd businessman. Just think about it. The Quraysh, the previous tribe, is now holder of the Cabal. Now let's look at the economics. People come in, spend millions, if not billions, stimulate the economy. But I'm going off tangent. What I'm saying is, if we're gonna bring other people, fine. But if they don't tilt, if they don't position themselves towards Africa one way or another, then you're not in. You go to the back. You
I
be your
understand.
own man, somebody else. But you can. Let's be a rainbow. But this rainbow will start and end in Africa. No ends, if or buts about it.
I hear you.
Mm-hmm. You're right about that. But my one problem with people, like, I've witnessed it. When people go to Africa, right? You see Chinese, Indians, Arabs, British, Italian, French. Everybody goes there, right? They get all the love they want. They probably go get an African girl. They hang out near the villages. They go in the Serengeti, in the safaris. They hang out. But when we go to their countries, you can catch hell over there. Nobody gives a shit about you. But when they come to our countries, we treat them like kings. They meet with the people. They know the language. Everybody loves them. When you go over there, they don't care. They call you by their by the names they have for you, and they chase you out of their town. And you're thinking, why? You're thinking we, like, even in America, even in the inner city, in the urban terrain, you say you got all these kids coming over, to the skate parks, to the ballpark, they chilling with us, right? They cool, everybody hangs out with them. But when we go over their neighborhoods, we getting the police called on us. We're getting, security and all this crap and all this shit. It seems like everybody could come over and hang out with us when it's time to have fun, but when it's time to do business with them, it's like we you know what I mean?
Yeah, we do need to stop that. I mean, that is an issue. Coming from both sides, we do. And see, the way I try to look at that is like, we as Black people, even though the media and everything tries to make it seem like we're evil, it's like we're too good natured. Because we don't really have that hatred that a lot of other groups have, to just want to just use and get over on somebody. And I mean, I honestly think that's why, like, BGS was saying earlier about the European Union. It's like, if you think, like, Europe, all of those countries basically have raped the whole world. So it would almost be like karma, for that whole economic system to just collapse, because like, let's say, for instance, like, going back to the China situation. It's like China's there and they're trading infrastructure for resources, right? Now, if you think about how we're taught over here, they want us to believe that Africa's a wasteland and there's nothing there and it's just this AIDS infested place. The Chinese are over there. They're not saying we're not going to go there because AIDS is so bad. So it makes you wonder if AIDS is even real.
Man, that's a man-made thing that they put in Africa.
Over there,
Yeah, I'm saying
AIDS is real. Easy E died of AIDS, but nobody that I know personally died of AIDS. But I know there's
a lot of these. That's not a debate, but I'm saying they sent that to Africa with the Peace Corps. I heard. That's what a lot of rumors are saying.
Look what Bill Gates was doing. He was over there giving out outdated prescription drugs, talking about "I'm here to help."
Yeah, but that's how they put it. A lot of the vaccinations for, like, malaria and other diseases, they actually contain diseases that can kill people.
It's
all set up.
Of course.
Dr. Amos Wilson, he stated that, there is a such thing as black X, for example. There is a such thing as white physics, or white chemistry, white engineering, whatever.
Yeah, that's what eugenics
Over
is.
and over.
That's the study
Because
of eugenics.
yes, but let's look at it at a bigger picture. You're talking about a society, a country that enables that 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 part of academia coupled with industry to flourish for the better good of the society, either directly or indirectly. So that is to say that it's already, as you know, it's already too late. The cat's already out of the bag. It's man-made. The question is now what? So now, are we going to, first of all, how are we going to go ahead and collect, if you will, black biochemists, biologists, basically every subdiscipline in medicine, biology, and pharmacy, or what have you, to combat that. That's what we got to figure out. I mean, it's human logistics, yes, but again, something got to give. Something got to give. It's. I tell all my friends this. I said the scariest part about what's happening now in our generation is that it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not it's not a YouTube clip with some pictures of Baphomet and that's it, or pictures of graves or whatever you believe in. Those days are over now. You're talking about something that not only that's being called out, but something that you can see. It's moving in real time, man. This shift in geopolitics, man. It's moving, man. This tectonic shift, man. It's happening right before our eyes, man. My question is that why do white supremacy is going down, but we act as if by white supremacy going down equals us rising, when that isn't the case. Now, if I could explain this in mathematical terms, it would, the decrease of white supremacy is not equal to the rise of black supremacy, for lack of a better term.
Not your time. It's not your time yet.
I understand, but I'm a young buck right now, and I'm swinging my short antlers.
You can swing as hard as you can, because it's Denmark. Denmark VC swung his axe as hard as he could, but he didn't budge. You cannot. It's like swinging an axe against a lava flow. It's not going to do any good.
Yeah,
it is what it is. You work with it. You can't work against it.
That's the Matrix.
Yeah,
It's not even Matrix. It's just history.
Like the hardest part would be, how do you get Africa to unify? How many different nations are there in Africa? No, it's probably more than that.
Have you?
Because there's nations within nations. Like,
you talking about tribe nations? I'm not talking about.
Because you haven't studied history. How long did it take Europe to unify?
Like 1,000 years? All those Germanic invasions and all that shit?
After 1,000 years. It took about 1,000 years for Europe after the breakup of the Rome.
And you also, like, when it comes to Africa, like, when you look at the map, like, the map can't even do justice for how big Africa is. On the map, it says Africa is 10 times larger than Iceland? So, like, they like to make Europe seem like it's just as big as Africa, but Africa is, like, probably 10 times bigger than Europe.
Europe is small. Europe is really, really small.
I remember hearing, and don't ask me why I was watching a preacher. He said that every human, I guess, I don't know how it's figured, but I guess maybe at least standing up side by side, they said that every human being could fit in the city of Jacksonville on this earth. All 6 billion, 7 billion people can fit if they stood side by side in the city of Jacksonville. As you know, that's the largest. Jacksonville is the largest was a contingent city in the United States. So just imagine Jacksonville and just imagine Africa as a whole. I mean, it's to put things in perspective, man. And it's I can understand why obviously the Chinese, it would again behoove them to move their population. It's just that as I said before, I'm not against interracial relationships. What I don't like is this black inferiority complex that manifests itself as interracial relationships. So now people pay checkers breeding with us to benefit them, and we are still playing. Well, they're playing chess and we're playing checkers, and what's
How do
bad
you
is we're both losing.
how do you teach self-esteem? That's the question. How do
It's
you
not.
teach self-esteem?
It's called
You de-
time. You
you
cannot.
demonstrate power.
It's called time. There's nothing you can do about it. It's called time, and that's what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. You cannot force a process that's going to take time. It's going as fast as it can, and it's actually a shorter time frame than most have done in the past. There's nothing that you can do to make it go faster. If you make the doggone thing go faster, it's going to break.
Yep.
Well, BGS. Let me ask you a question. This is actually, and this is a few hours ago. I really, because you were talking about the Gnostic aspect. Because me, I'm more on that, that Gnostic magical level. You being an older man, okay. I really feel. I don't think that this is the end of physical existence. But I do feel like this is the end of like life as we know it, even if that's just the end of capitalism. And I think the reason why the younger brothers and even guys younger than myself, I think that we look at it because it's like, I don't think it's so much a fear of whether we're gonna be here or not, but I think what the brothers are saying is, and that's why I want your opinion. Like from a Gnostic, from a spiritual level, do you feel like this is the end? Not really the end of existence per se, but this is the end
of what?
The end of. I think capitalism is gonna fall. I think it's something that can't be sustained. Like, okay, when we talk about the size of Europe versus Africa,
capitalism
like
capitalism is only 250 years old. It has not been around forever. It's only 250 years old.
Well, I'm speaking in terms of, like, let's say, okay, if you say imperialism, right? You had these European nations, and Europe, you look on a map, is not big. You got a whole bunch of different nations that were fighting over heavily limited resources in a small area. And they try to, the Richard Spencers of the world want us to believe, oh, they left Europe because they were explorers and they wanted to explore. No, they were fighting over resources. So for them to go and basically rape the entire world, it's like at a certain point, people are going to wake up. So are we going to go back to a more egalitarian world?
Because if you actually go back and look at the history of it, then you realize that, in other words, we want to imagine that it's been around forever. Okay. Africa was not conquered 300 years ago. Even though we try to compare our enslavement or the enslavement of a few African people, or relatively few African people, to the whole continent. Okay, we were enslaved since the late 1600s, or basically, but Africa was not conquered until the 20th century.
Yeah.
Okay, and basically they got their freedom as colonies in what? In the 60s. So basically, the colonial period for Africa was no more than like 80 years. It wasn't that long. So it doesn't compare to the enslavement of African Americans here, what we went through, because we went through it a lot longer. But as far as they're concerned, this really is just a blip, because the African history goes back 200,000 years. So 80 years is just a blip, and it's over, basically. A European rule under the British, a colonial rule under the British, actually is only 150 years old.
A lot of Africans were ruled by other Africans.
Yeah,
that's like a lot. That's why a lot of tribal beef,
that's been good to happen in Europe.
Basically, even Asia, all over the world, like Genghis Khan and them.
If you think about it, if you really research the Jim Crow experience that we went through in the from 1865 to 1965, from those 100 years, that was serfdom. There wasn't anything new. What they did, they just took the European experience that they had as peasants over there and applied it to us.
White trash.
White
the
supremacy
gypsies.
explains a lot of it. If you go back
Great
and
book.
really read it, if you go back and really read the history of white people, then you start to understand this stuff is. They went through the same experience that we did. They were enslaved.
Yep, the Scottish, Irish.
Yeah, they were enslaved. They went through serfdom. They did all that stuff that we went through. So the thing is, it's unique, and it's unique that we went through it here, but it's not unique in human history. And when you have to start putting this stuff into perspective, so to say that white supremacy is just dominant and it's forever and it's ordained, it's bullshit. Okay, and it just like any other system in history, it's going to have to come to an end. The European dominance, you can see if guess I take you all the way back to Rome and the Carthaginians with the Phoenicians, right?
Right.
This struggle going back and forth in the Mediterranean has been going on for 2,500 years. It didn't just start yesterday, and the manifestation that you see with Africans and Arabs coming into Europe now is just the natural flow that's been going on for 2,500 years. For 300 or 400 years, Europe comes down into North Africa or into Africa.
Hey, BGF.
And dominate. And then it flows back the other way, which is flowing back the other way now. Go ahead.
You were just saying that the carcinogens and
the Carthaginians, which is, we know them. Hannibal was a Carthaginian general. And they
Tunisia, North Africa.
He was
Tunisia, North Africa. He's a Phoenician, which is the Phoenician civilization. Okay. Which had dominated the Mediterranean for like 400 or 500 years before the rise of Alexander the Great and the rise of Rome. Okay, Rome finally defeated the Phoenician Empire, but they did it like 200, basically 100, 150 years after Alexander started the whole process. Okay. And they started that flow. They could basically in the Mediterranean. Southern Europe dominated the Mediterranean, dominated the northern parts of Africa and Europe, and then after the Romans broke down, basically what happened. Then the reverse happened. It was under Islam, but basically the Arabs and the North Africans came into Europe and dominated them until 1492. And then they were kicked out, and the reverse happened. So it's just the flow. If you understand the cycle of history, then you know that what's coming about is not just an accident. It's just the flow of history. Now the Chinese happen to coincide with that flow of history and taking advantage of it, and it's just not our time yet. Go ahead.
It's like waves on a beach.
Yeah.
The shorelines retreats, it subsides, then it comes through, and it happens over and over and over.
Over again.
If you're a young kid, you come in when high tide, and you like, well, where's the water? Just to find out that it receded because a big wave is coming through. And depending what time you left, you may always think that there's no waves, but you just came at the wrong time. You came, moon wasn't there or what have you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cycle, and that's what I'm trying to get you guys to think. Not on a smaller picture, but a broader picture, because that's the only way you can actually one way I could understand it. When the wider, okay, you got to get as close to God's vision as possible, because God sees time as one big block. There's no time to God. So everything is happening in now for God. So he sees it all. I'm trying to get you guys to widen out your vision so you get closer to the now. Okay. Right. Because if you coming down to just this year in my lifetime, then you don't know what went before, what went after. But as you widen out your vision and your understanding, you say, okay, where do I fit in this timeline? And fortunately for you guys, if you've been born 200 or 300 years ago in the United States, you've been right at the beginning of our enslavement, and you would have to be alive 300 years to see the end of it. But now you guys are you guys are fortunate. You guys are mad, and I can't wait till this, that, or the other. You know how long our ancestors have been waiting for this turn? 400 years, 500 years. You've been waiting for this turn.
And because of that, it only makes me more impatient.
Yes.
So many died for it to be like this.
Yeah.
So you guys are fortunate to be alive because you're seeing it.
Yeah,
I mean, you know how long my ancestors have been praying for the end of white supremacy, even 20 years ago. Okay, what got me excited? Somebody's got the speaker on. Okay, what got me excited about this 20 years ago is that I actually saw it. I said, "Oh, okay." I said, there's a change going on." 20 years ago, it was in 94 when I saw a little blurb about China. I said, "Oh, there's a change coming on." I started reading more and more, and about 15 years ago, I said, "This is the end of white supremacy." I said, "We're going to see." I said, "I'm going to see the end of white supremacy in my lifetime." And 30 years, you know, I was damn near 40 years old.
Okay. Why do you say it's the end of white supremacy now, with Trump in office and kicking out the Mexicans, and we're bombing the Middle East? Why do you say that white?
Do the math. Do the math. What does white supremacy mean to you? Okay. What's your definition of white supremacy?
For me, it means that white people are keeping people of color away from resources and siphoning off the resources from non-white people.
That's not true anymore. But
yeah, white supremacy is basically saying they're superior with everything, that they're basically the face of the nation.
Okay. In other words, you got to get a definition of white supremacy. Are white people supreme in the supreme anymore?
No, but you do have an infrastructure.
But they have power.
Yeah, they have the power, but right now it's crumbling.
Yeah, but I'm saying they still have power. But they're not supreme, are they? Supreme means you lord over everybody, right?
You're all power.
Now they got to fight China.
Now they have to fight China, amongst other people.
I see.
So white supremacy is over. White power is still
They're trying to hold on to it. Trump is like their white hope, the great white hope.
Of course
he's their savior. They want to take it back to those times, to the 50s. Some people.
They're trying to hold on to what they have. They can't take it back to the 50s. They don't exist anymore. That's impossible.
And how many people you think gonna let them go back to the Jim Crow era when these cops are gonna be able to start holding people?
It's impossible. That Jim Crow era ended. Jim Crow era. There was two things that ended the Jim Crow era. Okay, one is at World War II and the beginning of assimilation, and two, automation, on the farms.
And the crazy part about World War II, like, wasn't it like the Tuskegee Airmen? Didn't they have like a flawless record over there? And then they try to sweep that history under the rug. If it wasn't for like a lot of African Americans fighting that war, we would have really lost that war.
Not necessarily.
I mean, the atomic bomb war did it. The atomic bomb in Japan.
No. The atomic bomb didn't really do very much of anything. Germany collapsed. Right? Basically, it was
we're on two fronts.
When they tried to go to Russia.
Russia basically marshaled their forces and came back, and it through because the German army, the same thing that happened to Napoleon. Almost the exact same. Well, basically, the German army got trapped in the Battle of Moscow, and they got turned the Germans back, and then Hitler had to fight war on two fronts: the Battle of the Bulge and the Battle of Moscow. Basically, turned the war. If it wasn't for the Russians, basically the Germans would have pushed the United States off the continent, off the European continent. Yeah.
But
what made Hitler think he could take over Russia?
Ego.
Well, because he had the technology, but the thing is that in war is unpredictable, because war is about timing. They were trying to basically conquer Russia before winter set in through blitzkrieg, and it didn't work. They basically, the Russian snipers held them off long enough for what they call it, Mother Winter and Father Mud, to actually set in and bog the German army down. Same thing that happened to Napoleon.
Yeah.
So it was basically it was the weather, basically no food and all that kind of stuff that bogged the German army down.
Now, what makes Russia so valuable? Like, they can't. Do they even have good enough land to grow stuff on? Like, what do they
Their
have?
size.
So that's pretty
Empire.
much it.
It's about controlling the world.
They're the largest. They're the largest contiguous empire in the world, bar none.
He should have bided
Larger
his
than
time.
Genghis Khan.
Hitler should have bided his time. Should have just not messed with Russia, took over Western Europe, consolidated his forces, then come back and attack Russia.
You got to
But he
understand
didn't.
why they attacked Russia in the first place. Okay, it's because the Soviets. It wasn't really Russia. It was the Soviets. Because the Russian elite, the Russian royalty, were Prussians, which are Germans, and they had been either Germany and Russia had been at odds since 1917.
But they had made a truce for a while. I thought they were a ceasefire or something had happened.
Non-aggression pact, I think it was.
Yeah, which the Prussian generals violated.
Oh, okay.
That's how come. Just like Germany doesn't have a problem with Russia now, is because Putin is Prussian royalty. They're cousins again.
Okay.
But that's deep in the weeds. It's probably deeper than we probably need to go in a hangout.
Now, one question about Putin.
Okay, we got we're gonna do about 30 more minutes, and then we're gonna jump. Go ahead.
Is Putin? Is there anything in either in any way he governs? Is there any traces of anything Soviet, or is this as just a self-centered guy who just appeared in a vacuum and who's just doing, what he's allowed to do? Because obviously he's not Superman.
There's a reason they call him a czar, is because he is. It's just not a nickname. He's Prussian royalty. That's how come he brought back in the Orthodox Church. Which we know that Soviets are atheists, right?
Yeah.
So why would a Soviet who's an atheist bring back the Orthodox Church?
It's his heritage, his lineage.
It's his lineage, exactly. You got to look at the signs. He's a royal. His grandfather was a royal bastard.
Yeah.
They don't say who.
So would you say that communism is straight up dead?
Communism is not dead. It's just not. It's just the balance is not there anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, Russia, the Soviet Union gave up communism as a defining factor back in 1989 because it collapsed. So it's a mix, just like China gave it up. It's a mix between capitalism and socialism. So communism, as we know it, is gone. Yeah. Communism is nothing more than socialism by force. That's all it is. That's how come I put up Richard Wolff's videos explaining it, so that the expert can tell you exactly what communism is. Communism is socialism by force.
Okay.
And there's always a mix between capitalism and socialism. Socialism is nothing more than an antidote to make capitalism work better. And some people think that socialism by itself would work better. Okay, it just depends on which one dominates over the other. Because even in a communist country, you do have capitalism. It's just very, very small. It's like when you have socialism in the United States, even though it is a capitalist country, without socialism greasing the wheels, it would not operate.
Yeah.
Because socialism is basically bailing out the banks when they was fucking up. Because they call
that's another thing altogether. I mean, that's not socialism.
That's corruption.
That's the banks. That's the banks doing what they're supposed to do. Okay, that's what you have a central bank for, is to keep the banks from collapsing. Because nobody here has ever been through a bank panic, which is the reason the last bank panic that you went through, where banks actually collapsed.
Like bank runs.
Was it more than a bank run? I'm talking about bank run is one thing, but a bank collapse is another. The last bank collapse was in I think it was 1909. Yeah, and then
That's
that's the reason. That's the reason they invented the Federal Reserve as a central bank to prevent bank collapses,
so
which
so
2008 shouldn't have happened. Go ahead.
so where does the Glass-Steagall Act come in? And could you quickly expound on the Glass-Steagall Act?
Okay. You guys gonna have to start looking this stuff up. I'm
I
gonna tell
know,
you
I
what it
know,
was.
I know. We project
I'm,
babies, though. We project babies.
yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm repeating myself a lot. Okay, the Glass-Steagall Act basically separated investment banking, which is something that was it Goldman Sachs, for instance, is an investment bank where they could take high risk securities and whatnot. They do higher risk banking, right? High leverage banking. But the thing is, they don't want the Bank of America do high leverage banking because that's the people's money. Okay, when an investment bank, when you invest with Goldman Sachs or an investment bank, you know that there's you can make a lot of money, but there's extreme risk with that particular securities that they issue out, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, you don't want them using your bill money to invest in some risky security, do you?
Nope, especially if they're not gonna reimburse in any way or alleviate any issues.
That's why the Glass-Steagall brought in two things. One, they separated investment banking from commercial banking or the people's money, okay, which is public banking. Separated those two. The second thing they brought in was the FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance, to prevent bank runs, to prevent bank collapses. And they got rid of one and they kept the other.
Hey,
And the only thing that kept the bank run from happening in 2008 was the FDIC. Go ahead.
I wanted to change subjects.
Go ahead.
You were, well, let's see, who was it? It was O'Shea Jackson had a hangout with a couple other guys, and it was Obsidian, and they were talking about park apes, and he goes, "We need to start calling these wild women who are destructive to the community. We need to call them park apes." And and I was thinking about that. I sent you a message. I don't think you got it. I don't think. Well, maybe I didn't send it to you, but anyways, I had some thoughts on that. And I was like, I want to run this by you because this is what I was thinking. Like, you can't if we start calling black women park apes, it's like to me that's cooning. It's a destructive term. The women aren't going to accept it. But I was thinking though, but the idea though to label to like give the women a Trojan horse.
We already label them. We already label them. What do we call them? What do we call them now? When women are like that or exhibit those kind of behaviors, what do you call them?
Bitches.
Ratchet.
That's almost.
They call them thought or ratchet.
Well, thought is thought. You could be a thought. A thought is basically a new term for a slut.
Okay, but this is my idea though. This was my idea because instead of giving them a negative label, we don't really have a label that's positive. Because if we created an artificial in-group,
why would you create a positive label for negative behavior?
Well, let me finish my idea.
We can't award negative behavior.
We wouldn't do
that. Wait. When somebody got to turn off if you got your speaker on, you got to.
Let me finish my idea though, because it's not about creating the out group or a negative in group, but create a positive in group. So what if we had a label for women that we did like, and we said that's what you are, like this is what we want. Like I'm not sure that we've ever had a label like that. And if we created one, and then the women themselves would say, if you're not in this group, they would create their own out group, and that would stick. I think that would stick because when it comes from the man, it's just like when white folks call us like, oh, there's a difference between niggas and niggers, or black people and niggers. They'll say there's a difference, and we're like, what? Like we're all niggas then, you know? But if we create a positive in group and say that's what the good black women are, they themselves would bifurcate and leave those other black women outside of that, and create. If we created a Trojan horse, I think that might work.
I don't know. I don't. You have to have a carrot and a stick. Um, and basically, ratchet is a word that women gave women with negative behavior. Men didn't come up with that term. Okay, ratchet is something that women gave themselves. Okay, to exhibit a certain behavior. Uh, uh, being a normal woman or being the what they call a good black woman or whatever that they talk about. It's supposed to be well, actually the term that women give themselves is queen, which
Oh
is a
gosh.
positive term. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Supposed to exhibit um, royal behavior or more moral behavior. Because, go ahead, bro, because you turned on you.
Yeah, I was gonna
Being
say,
proud
when have you ever heard a woman say, "I'm not a good woman"? Every woman on the face of this planet believes they're a good woman.
Some know they not. They know deep down inside.
But they might know that, but they're not gonna say that. They're gonna even porn stars think they're good women.
Okay, ask them to define what a good woman is.
And again, they're not gonna say anything sexual. They're gonna say, "I'm nice. I treat people fair," and they're not gonna bring up anything about their behavior because they automatically assume they're good women.
Yeah, because that's how they define themselves. Okay, that's not how men define them.
Well, exactly. That's my point. See. So, like, what if we created an in group and not just a label, not just like a label, and we kind of know what we mean, but we actually had tenets with it. Like to be this, it's like 7 things. Like you could have rappers rap about it. Like if you really
Domesticated
wanted
woman?
to.
How about that? Because that's what I like. I like a woman who knows how to take care of a house, cook
A
for a man,
domesticated
and
woman?
cater. A domesticated woman, kind of like a classic man.
I like that. To me that's synonymous with an animal. You know, when you hear domesticated, I think of animals. I don't know if that's the right term, but I like what that means though. Like, yeah, I do want a domesticated woman because she's domestic at home and she can help build the home. Like, we need strong women who want to build black families.
I understand what you mean. I know where you're going with that. It's a term.
It's not an animal term. It's a term that's been used for hundreds of years, being domesticated. That's what it means, being trained, rather than wild, civilized. Yeah.
Just use the term "real woman." Like she's a real woman. Most of them ratchet chicks ain't real women,
but they think they are.
Ratchet.
They think they are. They use that term. I know he's just trying to find another term to define.
I say let it go. Let Obsidian and them use that term because I understand what they're saying. Because if you're gonna have chicks fighting in the middle of the street over some weave or over some BS, like I can understand what he's saying. They're fighting like a bunch of apes.
But he's the only one that's going to use it. It's not going to go anywhere that term because it's a racist term.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it, but I understand why he's saying it.
Yeah, that's not going to get such backlash when he says it because it is a racist term, and he uses the racist term for effect because it does.
Oh yeah, he knows what he's doing. He knows that's going to bring them to his channel.
True. You can't. I think women's qualities have to be taught from young, from a household with a mother and a father. Once they see it, they see their mother, then they mimic that. But it's kind of hard to learn it later in life.
Yeah, because you come up with an in-group term that's just an appropriate and says because women are defining themselves and we're not. So if you come with in-group terms, so like lady is supposed to mean sophisticated and embody all the terms that you're talking about. But every ratchet chick thinks she's what?
A lady.
A lady.
Yeah.
No matter how foul-mouthed they are, no matter, like, a lot of these chicks can drink a whole bottle of Henny to the head, like, no problem.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So basically the carrot is not working, but the stick is working because they're having a hard time proving that they're not that. Because we're on social media and tell them we're not going to wife up or have a long-term relationship with a slut, so you can forget it. So I don't care how many marches you make, what kind of attire do you wear, how much you twerk, we'll have sex with you, Just because you can get some dick doesn't mean we're gonna have you long term.
But see, there's still too many simps out there that still would take them.
Ain't that many simps, Mark.
There you go.
Ain't that many simps.
I see a lot of simps in my city.
No, you don't. you see guys screwing them.
Nah, but they be wifing them though. Like I don't know.
What if that was the case? How come you only have a 24% marriage rate amongst black women?
True, but they're not getting married, but they're living with each other. They simp. I don't know. I feel what you're saying though, because like they're not gonna wife him and put the ring on it, but they'll mess with him heavy to make it seem like that's a man. That's a, you know what I mean? But that's just playing the game.
Yeah, I don't think there are too many simps. I don't see too many simps, just because there's a lot of bad fathers. There's a lot of broke black men who can't take care of their family in the way they would probably want to. But I don't see too many dudes with resources and ability to do that, to go saving these black women, because they don't. I mean, who would? Like, who you want them to save somebody who's going to give you a headache? Like the numbers that I see, like when I see these numbers, like leading the nation in obesity and single parent homes and kids out of wedlock, even abortions, leading the nation in HIV rates. I'm like, damn, the black race is dying. These are like crazy numbers. And for what's so interesting is how black women try to put it all on us. Like, the black men aren't doing this and this and that. And okay, I'll give you all that. We ain't doing none of that. But like, can you just meet us 50-50?
No, okay. This is why I put the last video I put out about that 32-year-old pregnant woman. Okay. Ain't no fucking thing about no goddamn 50-50. You are 100% responsible for your actions, period. Pointing your finger at a man because you decided to didn't protect your womb and got pregnant and had the baby and became a single mother. Yeah, he has something to do with it, but ultimately you have to look yourself in the mirror. I'm not going for that shit that she didn't get pregnant by herself. Bullshit. Of course she didn't. She made a fucking bad decision by herself. That's what she did. Unless he raped her, which he did not, she is 100% responsible for her decision. Now, how she winds up, in poverty or whatnot, and she knows better, then that's on her. Now, the dude, we can't feel sorry for the dude that has 3 or 4 kids that he can't pay for and winds up in jail because he can't pay for child support. We feel for you, bro. But when you stuck your dick in the first one and you got this first chick pregnant, why the third, fourth, and fifth? Get it snipped or wrap it up. In other words, you're going to get what you get. But we are not taking responsibility for what women do. We're not doing that shit no more.
No, I feel you. I agree with that 100%, because women, first of all, is their womb. They have to control their womb. They have access to 1,000 different forms of birth control. And by law, if they have the children, the man don't have any responsibility to even ever show up. Now, they might have to pay child support, but they don't have to spend time with the kids. So in that aspect, it's 100% on the woman. What I meant by 50-50, though, is just as a single man with no kids who would like to meet a black woman, it's hard for me to find. It's always been hard for me to find my equal.
Well, the thing is, if you want to sacrifice yourself on the throne of blackness because that's what you want to do, that's on you. That's on you. If you're about building something, you build with the material that you have. If you want, say you out there in the middle of nothing but pine trees and you want oak because that's what you want to build your house out of. Okay, how hard is it going to build your house out of oak and you run surrounded by pine trees?
Yeah,
you feel me? You can do it. You can drive 1,000 miles bringing oak wood and build your house out of it and go through those extraordinary lengths to do that. You can do that, or you can build with what's around you.
Okay.
That's like going to Arizona talking about I want to go skiing.
Yeah. You can do it.
Okay. But how about this then? Because I was raised by two black parents. And they were like, we want you to marry a black woman. Get married to a black woman. We don't, I mean, if you bring a white woman home, that's fine, but we don't really want you to. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, and this is how you treat a woman. You treat her like, leave it to Beaver. That's how that's what they told me.
If that is your mission, if that's your mission, and this is the material that you have to work with, this is the material that you have to work with, and you just have to take, you have to take the pluses and minuses with it. There's plenty of black women that you get married to. If you want to if you really want to marry a black woman, go marry a black woman and take what you get.
I'm saying where I grew up in my hometown, it ain't easy at all.
It is. It is. It's easy to get married. It's hard. Might be hard to raise a family with that woman, but it's easy to get married. You said, do you want to get married? Yes. Are you black? Yes. Let's go down to the courthouse and get married. You're married.
Come on, dog. But you like
no.
Girls,
this is okay. You put yourself in the seat. You're in a seat. Okay.
All right.
I want straight talk. I don't want bullshit, because right now we're talking bullshit. Okay? If you want to get married, if you want to marry a black woman, then you have to put up with what black women dish out, because that's the material that you're working with. Okay? Saying that I'm looking for a black woman to get married, it's not like there's not black women to get married to. You can. Now the shit you're gonna have to put up with because of the material quality and material of the black woman that you have, just like if you build a house out of sod, right? Because that's all you got. I want to build a house out of sod. You can't make sod into steel. You can't make that sod into oak. Okay, you have to work with the material that you have. There's certain ways that you have to layer that sod and basically cover the sod so that the rain that comes down is not going to destroy your house. You got to protect it in a certain way. You have to work with the material, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Same thing with working with a black woman. Okay. Yeah. Now, if you want a black woman that's biologically black, that means you need to get your ass out of the United States, fly over to Africa, get you a black woman, and bring her ass back.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Right.
In other words, if you want a black woman that's not tainted by the bullshit that is in America, got to go outside and there's 1 billion black women on the globe. Go pick another one. If that's what if you dead set on a black woman and you want a black woman with the least amount of problems, basically you're surrounded by pine trees. You want oak. That means you got to drive 1,000 miles or 8,000 miles to get you an oak tree to make your house out of. That's what you got to do. Other than that, you build with what's in your neighborhood. If you want a black woman, you're surrounded by black women. Marry one. If you want a black woman with certain qualities, then you need to go someplace and find that black woman with qualities. Okay, if that's what you want to do, and then you have to, do all the other things that's to protect yourself while you're married to her.
You broke that down perfectly. That's okay. You set me straight on that. You're 100% right. Either you want a black woman or you don't, but you can't imagine up or you know what I mean? It's if you're working with pine, but you want oak, well, you're stuck with pine. So what are you going to do about it? You're 100% right. I feel that. Yeah.
Yeah. But people, women accuse me of this bullshit all the time. I got 2 fucking daughters. I know how I raise my daughters, and I know the impact that society has on filling their heads stupid shit. Okay. Women are designed to have children. That's what they do. Now you try to put them in a position to where they're gonna meet the right guy, find the right guy, accept the right guy. My daughter's dumbass. You're down in college. Okay. You're supposed to be in college, surrounded by college men, smart black men going someplace. Why'd you pick the guy? You did it on your own, and you did it behind everybody's back. The reason you know that a woman knows better is when you confront her. When her parents confront her, it's why you picked this guy. She'll tell you automatically. It's like because in social media, women don't have that fucking excuse anymore because guys like me, guys like Obsidian and the Angry Man are on women's asses. You can't come up to us with that bullshit no more. You know better. Just like Faith Jones couldn't come with that bullshit with that chick that got pregnant in Washington D.C. You know better. What's that? Is that Alex? What's
That's
going on, Alex?
FBI.
With you? It's FBI. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
What's going on in the background with you, Alex?
Nothing. I don't know what that noise is.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
But anyway,
What'd you say?
we're on
What
their
was that?
ass. That's how I come and say, bashing. In my opinion, I'll accept it. I accept the holding the pinata stick. In fact, I'm gonna bash you some more. I'm gonna bash you until it gets drilled into your head that this is fucking bad behavior. Because I am not for sparing the rod. Okay. I'm old school. I'm not for sparing the rod. If you do some dumbass shit, I'm gonna call you on it, and I'm not gonna be nice
now,
about it.
BGS.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now hold on now, because now you remind me of the type of guy that would do that could kill with white women. Like could kill with white women. You're smart. You're interesting. Like you can command a room. Like you're a bad motherfucker, right? Like no doubt. And so like I'm like, but you say you don't date, you don't like white women. Like
I'm not attracted
I
to
don't know
them.
what black women have done to you, but they've done some shit because you like understand them and you ain't putting up with it. And I'm like wondering, like, what's your story? What brought you to this?
Brought me to beside my last crazy ass girlfriend.
All of it. I want to know the whole story.
I can't give you a life story, dude. I mean, they are who they are.
Well, give me the trailer then. Give me the trailer.
Can I jump in for a second? This is not. Yes, it's like this. I'm a black man, and a lot of black men, we just get disappointed at I'm gonna use Obsidian's term, the fuckery that goes on by black women. Now, as a lot of black women will use men in a way that's is not cool, and then they have bad behavior. So I believe that BGS is just trying to educate the women on the bad behavior they exhibit. So if they say they want a man, this is what you need to change so men will accept you. A lot of sisters. Now, there's some good sisters, but there's a lot of fuckery going on, and they let their materialistic goals destroy homes, and that's with mothers, and that's sisters, that's daughters, and that's wives. And that's the statement I'll make. And I'm not trying to hate on sisters. I'm just calling it like I see it.
You mean basically? I hear women spread bullshit to each other all the freaking time. Like Crystal and Kara said, tell the goddamn truth. For you to swirl, it means there's a certain culturalization you have to go through, because you're not just going to be who you are, come from a black neighborhood, and be acceptable to where a white man is going to marry you. A decent white man is going to marry you, because your cultures are going to clash. You haven't been socialized to date white men.
But see, a lot of people don't even notice though. A lot of sisters that swirl now probably chose the wrong brother, the wrong black man that hurt them, and then after they had a baby or two, their value wasn't seen well for other black men, so they went to the men that would take them, and then they start berating men for not choosing them, especially black men.
Okay, you know what? Because they're going by an old school program without the old school values and the old school behavior. In other words, back in the day, it was not uncommon for a woman who had 1 or 2 kids, or even 3 kids, to get married to a guy with 1 kid, 2 kids, or even no children. Okay, it wasn't uncommon. It was very common for that to happen, and the people, and men and women, didn't have a problem with. Why? Because the black woman knew her place. She knew that she had to come in and bring skills, knowledge, and abilities to his household, and get with his program, to enhance his program. And if she did that and she shut the fuck up, her kids obeyed what his rules and came into his household and obeyed his rules, everybody got along fine. Now, when you want to be independent, you want a 50-50, you come in with less value, no man's going to accept you on that program. They're not, because the risk is too great. Why should I accept shit from you? And basically, you already have a deficit. So now men can do math. Men know what a good deal from a bad deal, and no amount of convincing is going to make him make him think that he's getting a good deal. He's not.
Clips of
Men aren't
Oregon.
stupid. Yeah, that's all it is. Women think, okay, men are just being that. No, they're being smart. They're not stupid. You're trying to sell them bullshit, and they got noses. They can smell noses. This is not caviar. This is bullshit. And no matter, you can go to all your feminist literature. You can go to your girlfriends, and they can pump your ass up, pump you full of hope, and says, "Girl, you a queen. You can still do this shit." Yeah, that's fine until you have to find a guy that will accept that program. And there's always there may be a guy, and they're getting fewer and fewer, that will accept that program, a bag of shit. You know that we in business they call it the greater fool. There is no greater fool. Okay, you had one guy had a baby buy, had another guy had a baby buy. Now you try to sell your package to a greater fool. Nobody's going to accept it.
And think about it now. These women want the guy to come so correct. They want you to have everything that they don't have, and they expect you to take care of them full boat. Like they want traditional gender roles when they're not even traditional themselves. Most can't cook. Most don't know how to keep it. Most don't know how to keep a household clean. They don't know how to do their womanly duties like that, but they expect the men to be 100 with it.
They can, I tell guys, they can expect whatever the fuck they want to expect. They can demand whatever they fuck they want to demand. Now, whether you take it or not is another story.
It's so sad that so many of them want a man, but then they want to be the man. They want you for resources and protection, but they want to rule everything else. It's hilarious.
I'm not knocking their. I say I'm not knocking their hustle, because basically women come in the comment section. I say, I want to be nice myself, but I want to tell them I'm not fucking talking to you.
They get too selfish.
Well, there ain't no balance. You don't come with balance. You don't come correct. You should say this. Excuse my French, because I don't know when they say this word. Bitch, I'm not talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
Great.
Oh.
I'm talking to men. I'm not talking to you. So and I tell Rose that I tell Rose that all the time. You coming into a man's circle telling me what I should have said. I'm not talking to you, Rose. This is the pub. It's not the tea room. If you don't have a pint in your hand and you're not grabbing your crotch like the rest of the guys, go back to the tea room and sip on your tea.
And that's funny. And they get mad too, because they say, what? Why can't we expect to get a good man? Don't we deserve a good man? Like, don't we deserve to be millionaires too? For what our ancestors been through? We could say we deserve to be millionaires, but are we going to become millionaires without the hard work?
No, in other words, you don't deserve shit. You get what you work for. Because that's what they tell us. They tell men, you don't deserve shit because you didn't earn it. Earn it, bit. Let me stop. Let me calm down the bitches, because I'm channeling Warren Boyens right about now, because this is how he would say it. Okay, you didn't earn shit. That's like me and my ex. You come in thinking that okay, you come in with your program, think I'm supposed to fit your program. No, I'm not fitting your program. This is the way it is. Now you keep, basically, if you keep this up, you can be raising these children by yourself without my help, because I will walk away. Now you get with the program to where we can actually work this out, because you've blown the first opportunity, you've blown the second opportunity. I'm not giving you a third. Now you either work with what's left, or you can pick up and you can go. I'll pay my support, and we'll keep stepping. I told my children the same thing. You were in the house with us, blah, blah, blah. I said, look, I had two opportunities to have another family someplace else and be happy. I stayed around to raise your ass. Now, if you don't like what you got, you're here, you're grown, you're 21, 22 years old. You've already been raised. If you don't like it, you know what? Go find your shrink and sit on the couch for 10 years to get yourself straight. Because I did what I thought was best to whatever level that I could give, and I gave it. And if you're not happy with it, that's the best I could give you. Tough. I tell that to any man. If you can look at your kid in the eye and say you did the best you could for him, that's all you get. go work it out. That's what you should do. The only time you get into problems, and I've seen this with other parents, the only time there's problems and people flip out about their kids is when they didn't give their all, or they didn't give the best that they could. If you gave the best that you could, walk the fuck away. My kids know that. My kids know I'll be on a slow boat someplace else. I'd never have to hear from you again. I did the best that I thought that I could at the time with the material I have to work with. You know your mother, okay? You know, when there's two people you can't lie to, that's God and your family. That's like black women can't say shit. We know you. You know, you can't tell us what you do, you don't do, because we know you. We see you do it every day. So you telling us that you're different. You know, you're not talking to the white man. You're talking to us.
I'm speaking facts. These are facts. Like I can tell you, like I don't put up with a woman's bullshit. Like I'm not a dude who's I don't call him out. I just smell it and then I walk away. And it's so crazy. Now I like to date any type of woman. I prefer a black woman, but I can tell you from my experience, they are like, to find a good black woman, that's the hardest woman to find. By
where are you? What city? What area of the country?
I live in the West. I live in Portland, Oregon.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
you in that's World Central.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, you're not gonna find any decent black women in Portland because there's not enough of them. Go to Houston.
You got to go to Compton.
No, I've been to Houston, I've been to Baltimore, Florida, everywhere else. Like I was down in Florida. I was like, damn, they got gorgeous women in the grocery store. I don't see that in Florida.
Yeah, well, they got hood rats everywhere. But I'm saying if you want a decent woman, you got to go to Houston.
You got to watch out if you're in Florida. You better watch out, especially if you're in Miami-Dade County. They rat you down there.
They was looking good, though. I tell you that, they was looking good.
They got them big old asses.
Yeah, in Houston, I was down in Houston, and girls was knocking on my door. I was visiting family, and they were coming over with plates of food, and I was like, "Damn, they don't do this back home."
Shit.
Yeah, but you in Portland, and go to Oakland, man. Shit.
Oh yeah, I was just there. I was just in Oakland. I went to the 49ers game, the first game of the season. I was out there, and it's way different. Yeah, it's 100% different. You just ain't gonna find it in this city. That's just the facts.
No, Portland's white girl city, man.
Yeah, Starbucks.
That's a bunch of us in our 40s, single. No kids, and
feminist central.
And it's gonna stay that way.
Bunch of feminists out there, right?
I tell you, I've never been opposed to marriage. There's a lot of the problem has always been financial and having a woman do what I want her to do. Getting with a woman physically has never been a problem. Having a woman cater to me is never been a problem. But having them do what I want them to do, like to maintain a household, that's the issue. She may be a slob, or she may not do the things I want her to do.
Yeah, trying to ring in those spending habits. Like, look, you can't be spending money on this stupid shit like this. It's hard because they like to buy a lot of weed. Some black women spend like $500 every month on weed.
Fuck that shit.
Well, it's hard to get a woman that you're attracted to have those qualities. That's
the truth.
Way. Yeah. Yep. You can find some, what they call what Malcolm X used to call old settlers. But they're not the pick of the litter. That's as far as looks is concerned.
I've had plenty of 4s and 5s on the teams that will do whatever I needed them to do, but physically I'm like, nah, I don't want to reproduce with you.
I think wasn't it O'Shea talking about those are the ones that will lick shit out of a dog bowl?
Those are threes. Those are threes.
That's
those what the prison guys get when they get out of lockup.
They get a fat girl.
Yeah, they get them fat ugly girl. They get a
precious.
Yeah, they try not to get a precious, but that's what they wind up with.
You know what? If the precious was so off the chain, if she did so much incredible stuff, now I'm a shallow brother somewhat. He knew he was about to call me out.
Bullshit.
Let me tell my lie. You finish telling my lie.
Okay, finish the lie. Okay, finish the lie. Okay,
I can overlook it if the pressure was bad.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
See, I guess you would call it the boo boo kitties to be them 92 octanes.
That's funny. But my problem with nowadays, especially girls in my generation, I'll be working, trying to put in work, and trying to hire myself in life and stuff, and they expect me at this age to have my own house, to have at least like 500K or some crap, to have a car or some shit, and to have an amazing credit score when they can barely microwave pizza.
Well, the thing is, okay, if I have a chick that wants all that, has all that, I said, okay. Well, then I said, damn, then it sounds like you got connections. Okay, I don't even need to date you. I just need to be your friend. Introduce me to the guys that you're dating.
Yeah. You know what's the craziest thing I seen, BGS, by the way? There was this dude, right? I was walking down 42nd Street. He was trying to talk to some girl, right? He was trying to talk to his sister. And she was like, oh, yeah, get out of my face, you ugly bum, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, I think the dude, like, he ran around the corner or something. And then you see the dude just driving up the street in, like, some flat car. And then he's like, yo, yo, yo. And she's like, oh, yeah, what's up, what's up? And he just sticks with the middle finger. He's like, fuck you, bitch. And he just keeps driving.
Yeah.
That was the main lesson I had in life. I was like, oh, shit.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
That was a savage move right there.
He's just 20, man. He's young. The thing is, I learned this a long time because the chick I was engaged to, she was an 8, man, and she had exes that had Mercedes and had positions and made 6 figures and all that shit, and she'd throw that shit in my face. I said, okay. Well, I need this. I need this. I said, baby, they're still out there. They're still out there. How come, so why are you messing with me if you can get them? Okay, why are you talking? If you got them, you shouldn't even waste time on me. If I were in your shoes and I had a guy that had 500K in the bank and a house and a car and all that position and all that, I wouldn't waste time talking to a 20-year-old guy with nothing. So why are you So the fact that you're standing here wasting time talking to me means that you can't get them either. So let's cut that and let's start from square one. Hi, my name is Gia. Okay, let's start over fresh.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
BGS is right. Like, he's 100% right. If I was 20 years old with the game I had now, of course it ain't gonna be fair because I got the experience. So what I would say to you is that when you're talking to girls your age, like, talk to them like you're bigger, badder, more wise than you actually are, and put them in their place. Like, even if you're not gonna feel comfortable, but if you just told the girl, like, what? Like, that's what you want? Like, yeah, I might not have that now, but think about this and, like, paint a picture in her head. If you're loyal to me now and I'm working this hard now, where do you think I'm gonna be when I'm 35? We're gonna have everything you want.
We're gonna wipe all that off the slate. We're gonna start fresh. Because I have chicks approach me. What do you bring to the table? I said,
they always say that.
I say I am for the people. That think I'm valuable. They know what it is, and the people that don't matter. Which one are you?
Yep. Ultimatum.
It's up to you to figure out whether I'm valuable to you or not. Not to me prove to you that I'm valuable.
That's true.
Okay. If you don't think I'm valuable with me walking this earth as I am, then I need to move on. Because if you wedded to my stuff, want to know what you're gonna get as far as goodies is concerned, then what separates you from any other woman walking up and down the street? If I have 500K in the bank, I got a fly car, fly place. How many women in your circle that you know would be attracted to it?
All of them.
All of them. So what's the difference between you and them? None.
Yep. They're all the same now.
So in other words, either you like what you see, you think I'm valuable for whatever it is that you think it is, then we can talk. If not, basically they're wasting your time. And Alan Roger Curry would tell you the same thing. You're wasting
you're wasting my time. I was about to go there.
Yeah, you're wasting my time.
I'm a mode 1 type of brother. I'm a mode 1 type of brother. So I would say
you like what you see, keep it pushing.
Before you even approach a woman, think about why you want to approach her and what you want. Like, you should be, you already know when you see her, it could grow, it could not. But you should always be direct about what you approaching her for and what you want.
Yeah. And the biggest thing in CG3 will tell you it's in every book because it's just basic game. Okay, the reason that guys can't get past it is because guys don't want to take that L.
Yep. You got to be
My
willing to take the loss.
You gotta be willing to take care of her. My dick is hard. She's cute. She's fly. All this shit, man. I want her so bad, and I'm willing. I'm gonna strive because I don't want to lose her. You don't even have her.
Yeah.
You don't even have her. Anybody that's ever been with a fine chick that's giving you headaches would know how long that fineness lasts. Okay, it's about 6 weeks. Get this bitch out of my face.
If that.
It'll last 6 weeks if she fine enough.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a new car that breaks down. Okay, for 6 weeks you get used to it breaking down. After about, you get up one morning and you need to go to work or something like that. Bad boy don't start. You know what? After 6 weeks of putting up with this, I'm taking this bad boy back. I don't care how good it is.
Yeah, that's something I noticed ever since I was young. I noticed like the prettier the girl is, the more the more headache she is, and the more of an attitude she has. It's because she knows there's a lot of guys that are attracted to her, so she feels like she can act up and do whatever she wants. So I can have an attitude. It don't matter. I look good. They're gonna stay with me.
Or basically, even if the guy doesn't stay with you, I can walk out in 2 hours, come back with a new guy. Unless, like I said, anything above an 8, she's got to pick you. Okay.
And the funny part, I had a friend in high school. He's like, how you all sitting at the lunch table and y'all joking and bullshitting. He was dead serious when he said, look, I'm gonna find the ugliest girl that I could find and make her my wife. That nigga did that shit, and he's still married to that girl to this day.
Yeah, because he's happy.
Because he said the uglier the girl is, the more faithful she'll be.
She's gonna try harder. She's gonna try harder to make you happy.
Yeah, I could say like the men that I know who are successful black businessmen who've been married for a long time, and I look at their wives, and they're not trophy wives. They're like average looking women, and they're awesome women. Like, they got your back. They're gonna be there through thick and thin. They are not amazing looking. Just they never are. Very rarely.
Because the really good looking women are the side pieces.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Because
they never know their place. They ruin everything.
Who, the side pieces?
I mean, they're gonna snitch. A lot of times they do.
No, they're not. Hell no. Not if they're getting goodies.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. But I just don't want to pay about the pocket.
Because if you okay, we're gonna do this because what is it? What time is it? 1:15. We're gonna do this 15 more minutes and we're out of here. But I'm gonna give you guys a little game about side pieces. Okay. One, a side piece. A side piece to be faithful, that means she's got to have some benefit, whether it's money, whether it's dick, or whether it's whatever it is, right? And the thing is, she has to be afraid of losing that, whatever it is that she's getting from you. Okay? So if you dicking her down and you having her climbing the walls and shit, she'll stay in pocket because you're gonna let her know, you may break up my marriage, but you're gonna lose what you have. You just because you march over to my house and you ruin my marriage, doesn't mean I'm going back with you. And as long as I'll be with you, as long as we're cool, as long as you know your place, we're cool. When you start not knowing your place, then we out. And she'll try you. She'll try to bullshit you one time about this, that, or the other. Then you don't see her for a week or two. Okay, now you have learned your lesson. Stay in pocket. Either you're happy with what you have, or you can actually you can leave. You can, and I encourage you, if you want to be happy, you want to be married, I can't give that to you. If you want to do that, hell, I'll help you go out and find some other dude. Okay, because it's about the program. If you're not happy with what you're getting, you can get it someplace else. I encourage you to go someplace else. Because guess what? I'm not leaving my wife. It is what it is. Or I'm not leaving whatever. Most guys with money and they want to find chick, they'll spend on her. You get out of pocket, I stop spending. It's simple as that.
See,
women aren't stupid.
Yeah, T.I. getting caught up with his John. Now his side piece is acting up. She all up in the camera, all up on TV.
Okay, he allows it. Yeah, he's rubbing in Tiny's face. Tiny filed for the divorce. He said, "Fuck it, ain't no sense in me hiding," because you didn't see him before, did you?
No.
Okay, they've been there. You didn't see him.
That's smart.
But now that you file for divorce and I don't wish you no more, she's no longer the side piece. Okay, we're bringing her up out of the bullpen. You're the starting pitcher
Keep him
now.
in the stable.
Nah, she's the starting pitcher now.
Yep.
Because you ain't got no excuse no more. Okay, so she's starting pitcher. So now she can come out and be out in front of the camera and all that shit.
I think T.I. stayed with Tiny for the family structure, but then when she was doing too much in public, he wasn't feeling that.
Well, he checked her for doing it in public. Because she rubbed it in his face. He checked her twice.
Yeah, with Mayweather, right?
And then when he checked her, then she said, "Well, you know what? I'm gonna file for the divorce." He said, "Okay, you file for a divorce. Fuck it. Basically, I'm granting your wish. We're getting ready to get a divorce. So basically, you're no longer the starting pitcher anymore. I'm calling somebody else from the bullpen, and basically you're on the trading block."
See, that's what Scottie Pippen should have did. That's what Scottie should have did.
One at a time. Jamie first.
Yeah, that's what Scottie Pippen should have did. His John was all up on TV with Future, all up like everywhere with that nigga. Like Scottie should have pulled up another John at the bullpen and said, "Bitch, you canceled."
Well, there's two reasons Scottie Pippen couldn't do it. One,
money,
because he's working in the public eye is one, and two, it's going to cost him money.
Can I give a third on that?
Go ahead.
I remember being a kid watching Scottie Pippen, and his wife is uncontrollable. You could just tell by looking at her back in the 90s, like you can't tie her down like that. Just look at her. She looks like a hooker stripper. So I never felt like.
Yeah, but he used to be able to keep a stronger hand under her, so he could control her. You know, it's not about her doing stuff; it's about her still doing stuff in public. But I don't know why even people are co-signing with Future, because that is just foul.
Of course, it's the new generation. It's like, oh, I fucked your bitch, Gucci flip flops, all that bullshit.
What about T.I. and Tiny? Are they? I thought they were an open relationship.
Regardless of what it is, she filed for divorce.
Yeah, and you don't mess with the enemy. Like she know T.I. and Floyd Mayweather was beefing like before the Tiny situation. Like if she gonna cheat, you cheat with somebody else, but don't cheat with the enemy.
She's got a box period.
I didn't know that. I didn't even know that.
She tried to hurt him with that, didn't she?
Yeah.
You don't do that. You don't do that.
That's why she did it. But the thing is, she forgot. Because that's black women. Because black women always think they have the upper hand.
She forgot he was T.I.
Yeah, well, she did.
And
black women don't care, man. Like I said, Michelle Obama thought she's better than Barack Obama.
I know this.
Why you say that?
Come on now, brother.
You can look at you can look. How many black women have you dealt with? You can tell when a black woman thinks a black wife thinks she's better than her husband by the slick stuff that she said.
You can listen to.
And also, you don't remember that. You don't remember that one pic where Obama was sitting next to that white woman. Then all of a sudden, like the second picture, Michelle Obama sitting between the white woman and made Obama sit next to her on the left. Like that lets you know right there.
Okay, I didn't see her switch seats or whatever, but I saw her looking sideways. But I thought maybe, like you took a picture at the Mandela funeral and she was looking sideways, but you can't go by a picture because that's like, 1/100th of a second.
She don't hide her. Michelle Obama has never hid her emotions like that. Like the time he was dancing with this chick, they were having this thing for him, and he got up and salsa danced with this chick, and he sat back down, and she turned her head. I said, "Okay, you are from Chicago. You're from Chicago. You're a typical black woman." Because a white woman would have smiled and kept smiling until he got home.
Yeah. White woman would have checked him at home.
Yeah.
Think about this, brothers. Whenever you see Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, and their family, who you think is really running the family? Do you think it's Barack or do you think it's Michelle?
Oh, it's Michelle.
There you go.
I thought it was Barack.
Michelle runs the family.
Okay, but you know what though? When I did hear recently that Michelle Obama's mom was living with them, like,
yeah,
what?
When they were small. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because she was taking care of the kids.
I don't think that's a problem though.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not a problem.
I want live in house care. I want a grandparent or something to take care of the kids because we can't always be available. And you got to
And
make sure
plus,
they
I'm pretty
taken
sure like
care of.
when it comes to like your mom and you got kids like that, they love to do that. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I watch the kids. Like, it gives them something to do, and plus they get to be able to teach them growing up, teach them some things. Like, hey, I'm gonna teach you this recipe. I'm gonna
And
do
then
this
you
for
around to
you.
take care of your parents.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or parents.
You don't gotta pay them.
Yeah, I'm not mad at Michelle Obama. I'm not saying that she's bad. She's not a good woman or anything like that. I'm saying that she is a black woman, and this is just I just use her as an example. And I'm saying this is the leader of the free world. He is the highest status that a black man on this planet right now could actually attain to, or a black man that projects as black. Okay, even though he's mulatto, but I'm saying it as a black man who projects as black. That is the highest seat that you can actually attain on this planet right now. And he's sitting there, and you still have a wife that still acts like a typical black woman. That tells you that money does not matter, status doesn't matter. They are who they are.
That's bull, though. I would have said, I'm the president, bitch. You roll with it or you bounce.
You ain't never been in how many relationships with black women have you been in?
Shit.
Oh.
Well, I'd say one, but that ended horribly.
I
got cursed out. Almost got my ass whipped.
Me and CG3 have a lot of war stories. Let's put it that way.
Who's CG3?
Man, that's crazy.
Charles.
Oh, Charles Gilmore 3.
Yeah.
You know, the black women that I've dated, man, I got war stories too. Black women are crazy. I don't even like to say it. I don't like to say it. Like, I feel like a sellout saying that, but it's true though. Like,
They're not crazy. They are who they are.
A lot of them are insecure. A lot of them are insecure. That's why too.
Dangerous. They just don't be insecure. Them women is dangerous. Dog, call the police on you.
Nah, they send their brothers at you too. That's what happened to me at the end of my relationship with this girl before she moved out to Virginia. It was crazy.
Say what?
Yep. I was ducking and dodging.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm fast on my feet though, so you know.
I mean, they are.
You remind me of BGS's video. That video gave me a lot of pain, man, because that was so true. They don't really respect us like that, man. So that's the problem.
No, they don't respect us like that. They don't. You know, for me, I got two little sisters, and you know, I had a dad in my life. Like, I had a part-time dad in my life, and I was like a pretty good influence on my sisters. And so they listen. They listen, and they're good with men. So, you know, my oldest sister is married to a professional basketball player, and my younger sister, she was dating a doctor, and they're good girls, but it's kind of like a special circumstance. And I was like, damn, maybe when I was younger, I should have tried to hook up with other little friends or something, because I could have molded them. I didn't, but I was like too old. But like I say, that's very rare though. Like, you know, I don't know, like, what percentage of black women are actually married?
24%.
That's horrible.
That's horrible.
Damn, in America?
Yeah.
He said, Miss Thang. He said, Miss Thang, they don't need a man. That's what the Sibian would say. Miss Thang don't need a man.
I remember in 8th grade, right? I was with this Puerto Rican girl. Like, she was way nicer than any of the black girls I talked to.
Different culture.
Yeah.
I mean, she's Puerto Rican though, so it's like a similar culture, but she was nicer.
Most of them grew up with their father. They grew up with their father, so they seen their mom.
I know, she had a single mother.
No, their mother has a different outlook on women.
Oh, okay.
Just like Eliab's parents are from the continent, right? Eliab?
Yep.
And they have your mother has a different outlook on men than most black women, right? Yeah, it's a different culture.
Yeah, like my friends' moms, like Elijah and like all my friends and stuff. Their moms actually told them to go back outside and go, fight, go beat that person's ass, so you're not coming home. My mom would be like, all right, you lost, but, wipe up your cuts, you'll be all right next day. Go back outside and go, fight, go beat that person's ass, so you're not coming home.
Somebody's got the feed going.
Yeah. But it's just, my mom really looked out for me. That's what I respect, Because
It seemed like everybody was against me when I was coming up, but you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, they have a different outlook, you know. That's why I call it. Women got pissed off when I call it a gynocracy. You know.
Yeah,
They really
yeah,
got they
I think it's
really
the
they
best
really
video
got pissed
there,
off.
Gynocracy. That was
And
great.
as soon as I put it up and put it out, everybody, all the black men said, "Oh, now I get it."
Yeah.
You should do a video where you ask black women questions, like a 15-minute video, and just like ask questions and like explore those questions. Because I'm looking at some of these black women on YouTube, and they're starting to figure it out. I'm like, damn, like, girl,
They
you
don't
starting to figure it out now.
they don't answer them. You know how just getting black women to answer one question takes about 15 to 20 minutes. Because you have to corner them into answering the question.
That's a fact. You gotta
But they're
like
listening
strangle
to
them
your
out.
I agree
videos.
with that.
They're listening to your videos is what I'm saying. Like, just like paint a picture in their head so they can see it, like kind of like use like metacognition, where you're thinking about your own thinking. Because black women don't do that. You know, they run off at the fucking trap.
They understand what I'm talking about. That's how come they get mad. They
Yeah.
understand it
Well, keep
because
doing it.
they understand that it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Like gynocracy, I got a couple of comments, but most of the women shut up. But they didn't say anything
It's sinking in.
because they know it's true.
Because they look at black men like they're like we're their property. That's why they act the way they do. Like if you don't do exactly what they say, it's a problem.
Dad, you know what I tell women? I tell a lot of women this too. I say, you act like an asshole. Like, you straight up act like an asshole, and I don't like you. And they start laughing, and they know what they laugh because they know they're acting like assholes. They're doing it on purpose. But I don't think women hear that enough. Like, that's what BGS does. It's like he's like, you're calling them out on their bullshit, and you're like, I ain't putting up with this, man. Come on, man. I'm too old for this. Like, too smart. No. And so I think to some degree, somebody said there's a lot of simps. There are a lot of simps in the fact that they might not accept it all, but what they won't do is call it out, and they don't get called out enough.
Yeah. We let them parade around with it.
That's a part of
what simps try to do, they try to use you as a means to get the pussy. So they'll say, "Oh, don't worry, I won't do that to you, baby. I'm better than that." Like, they try to come on that Matt perspective, like, I'm gonna be the opposite. Since he's checking her, I'm gonna co-sign all their bullshit behavior because I just want to smash and dash.
They just end up in the front.
Like I was in a hangout with Angel Ramirez, man, and he kept running by that bullshit. He started telling me about cultural appropriation. I said, dude, that's Dale Jones, 1991. I said, dude, I've been in the struggle and learning this stuff longer than you've been alive. He said, well, I'm 31. I said, yeah, my son is 31. That tells you I've been doing this stuff longer than you've been alive. Okay, so you're trying to tell me something that I already know that doesn't work. Why are you telling me stuff that doesn't work? I already tried that. You said, well, this is blah, blah, blah. That doesn't work, dude, because I've already tried that.
I don't get Angel Ramirez because I've listened to some of his videos.
He's a simp.
He's simping. What?
He's simping.
Where's he from, man?
Intent to manipulate pussy.
Yeah, but don't
Yeah, because I guarantee he ain't like that. I guarantee that's not his real game. He just does that to try to get pussy.
I believe it. I believe he's like that in real life. I really do.
I think he is.
Yeah,
you can't fake that.
You can't fake that. No,
you can't fake that.
Derek Jackson, you know he's fake. He's just talking to get money. You know he's simping for money.
Yeah, he be saying he says he co-signs everything women do. Like, oh, that just means you're too much woman for him. He can't handle you. Da 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 da.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what is this nigga talking about?
But he making money off that.
Oh, it's a hustle, of course. Black women are the largest consumers. They spend money. So if you want to get to anybody, you want to get to the black woman's pocket. They'll spend money on you as long as you make them feel good. They're emotional.
They want to be lied to.
Why do you think Kara's in? Do you think Kristen Kara's in? First time she ever came on my chat, on my comment section, and actually said something to her. She says, "You sound like my dad." I said, "Yeah, I know."
Okay.
I said, "I know you. I know you. I was engaged to a woman just like you. I know who you are." And she left me alone. You ain't seen her since. Kara's in one person that don't want to fuck with me. Okay, it's not just we live in LA. I know who you are. Okay, so you won't want to get in the hangout with me because I know who you are. I know you faking the funk, and I know why.
Well, who is she? Yeah, the only woman that I heard try to even debate you was that you heard me the first time. That's the only one that I seen that had enough cojones to come on here and try to debate. What's the even debate though? All you're doing is spitting facts, like talking about ideas, bringing up ideas and concept and discussing them. It's like we're not necessarily throwing anybody under the bus, or like I'm not hearing anything that's ugly. It's nothing that's over the top. This is just like regular conversation that any woman should be able to participate in.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you,
Shout out to
ETS is
Simone.
awesome. John Wills is awesome because they can actually be nice to ladies. The reason I never really go in hard on women because if they say something wrong to me, I go off and I won't be working nowhere anymore. It'd be bad. So I'm gonna just. So I just keep it as calm as I can because I'm at in the situation to say my real thoughts. Trust me, I'm not the coolest brother when a woman say some crazy stuff to me.
Yeah.
I just can't tell.
Oh yeah, I've been doing this a long time, man. I done had more verbal discussions, shall we speak, with black women than I can count, and that's including my daughters. Because
I don't have that experience. I got a problem saying, "Are you really that fucking stupid?" And once I say that, I know it's no going back. Then I'm gonna start.
Yeah, always come on, mean guy. No reason.
No, you know what, Charles? Do you change the way you say that? Okay, instead of saying, "Are you really that fucking stupid?" And what you say is, what you do is you give them a backhanded compliment. I know somebody is smart and intelligent and is learned as you would not say something as dumb as that. Do you want to retract that?
More facts.
Because
that's how you handle it diplomatically.
I told you he's way better than me. See, I'm concise. I'd be like, "Are you really that stupid?"
No. The thing is, you want to do two things at one time. You want to repress the idiotic bullshit that he's trying to spit up, and he's trying to invoke the intelligence and logic to come out of him. I know you're better than that. Okay.
That's why you're the master teacher.
I said, don't. In other words, don't. Why are you acting like you're stupid? You're not stupid. Why would you come with a stupid comment like that? And you're a lot smarter than that. Try it again, and we can have a discussion. I tell my grandson's 4 years old. You're smarter than that. Let's do this again. And if not, then we have some retraining to do because I need to bring you up to a certain level. Yeah.
Yeah. I love it.
So you rephrase it, okay? Because if you just call her plain old stupid, you're gonna put her into a shell. Now, if you want to put her in a shell, you go ahead and do that. But if you try to have a discussion, you call them out. You're smarter than that. And if you're not smarter than that, then we don't need to have this discussion because you're not qualified. Then you need to go have this discussion with somebody else. Come back when you're ready.
I tell you what my problem is. I got too much military programming, and they don't talk to you soft when you make mistakes. And that's
because they're talking to men. That's how come women don't like the military, and they have to soften the military for women. Because that's the way you talk to them. Because in my videos. In my videos, I talk to men. Okay, so my language is geared toward men. So when women listening, oh, you're bashing us out. I'm not fucking talking to you. I'm talking to men. Men get it. Okay, when I say it, they get it because I'm talking to them. If I'm talking to you, I will phrase it differently. Now, if you want to ear hustle, that's fine. That's what I tell women. I don't know why. I have no idea why you ear hustling on my channel, knowing that's a male channel, and you're more than likely not to hear something that you don't approve of. So why are you even tuning in? And they continually come back and look at my videos. Why are you listening to my video?
Because they're on that sipping their tea, flagging shit. They're talking about, we're sitting here flagging black men who bash black women. They said it's time to take this to a movement.
Now I think they said recently they just raised like $10,000 to fight the campaign.
Make it 100. Make it a million. You know, make it even 100 million. And broadcast it so we can get this out in the open, because you're not going to stop it, because
Yeah, get Oprah in it.
black men are fed up.
We're doing them a
not going to stop
favor.
it.
We're doing them a favor. Like what I don't understand is, look, I live in Portland, Oregon.
Mhm.
It's like the whitest city. It's the whitest. It is the whitest big city in the nation. Okay, there's about a 7% black population in Portland, and I could tell you that I could name about 50 brothers that's in their mid 30s to early 40s that's never been married and has no kids, and go, this city is fucking dry. Like, and it's like a microcosm of everything that I see on YouTube. When I look at every black woman's YouTube channel that talks about anything that's interesting like this, or anything, even on like Boyce Watkins, some little chicks he brings on, it's like these women are, it's almost like they're delusional. They don't, there's no complexities in what they're saying. It's like tropes and like stereotypes from the 80s. It's crazy.
Because that's not who they are. Okay, in real life, and I don't channel it. You know, in real life, I actually do. You know, I have done weekly programs that are geared toward women, and the subjects that women always call in and engage with have to do with relationships, men in relationships. You know, and sometimes children, but everything else, they listen. But they don't get engaged. But you say something about relationships, all of a sudden they picking up the phones and calling, because that's what they're interested in, because they're women. And it doesn't matter how smart they are, how many degrees that they have. That's what they're interested in, unless it happens to be their business. If you want to talk to a chick about finance, that has to be like her job. If she is not her job, she's not interested in it. So basically, you almost have to say, okay, I'm interested in this. You have to pick a chick whose job is to do that. And basically, when they get home, they don't want to talk about it. They can tell you about the business, but they don't want to talk about it, because it's a job to them. That's not what they're interested in. They're interested in being a vessel, which is relationships and children. That's what they're interested in. So you won't hear complexity. You won't hear this. You know, very few women are actually interested in even talking about this kind of stuff. They like to hear men talk about it.
Like when I listen to Faith Jones, I'm like, you're like one of the better YouTubers, and you sound like some fucking bullshit. She said, "Oh, I'm engaged," and I said, "To who? Like, who's this motherfucker that's engaged to you? You sound crazy."
She got big titties, so that might be it.
God.
I can see you got a simp. She got big titties and she's a simp. You know,
She's kind of cute. She's got her attractive.
About being cute, but she got titties, and she puts them out there. So I said, okay, that's the only reason. Every now and then she'll wear something. I said, let me look at this video.
Let me look at this video.
Let me look at this video. I said, what she's saying is bullshit, but those titties are bouncing. You know.
Yeah. Wildness.
She knows what she's doing. She's trying to get clicks.
When they when you get emails from women, what do they say to you?
Very seldom get emails from women. They ask me about basically, what do you think they ask me about? How do I get a man? What do I need to change to get a man?
Oh, really? They do? Oh,
yeah. Basically, yeah. That's what they're interested in. Look at pick up any woman's magazine. What do you see? Do you see anything about politics?
No.
Or finance? Basically, how to budget so you don't spend too much money. But basically, it's how to have sex with a man, how to drive a man wild in bed, how to get a man, how to make yourself attractive to a man. They're vessels. That's what vessels do.
Oh.
They want to belong, and they're looking for the best owner they can find. That's what they're looking for.
I agree with that statement. Totally.
Yeah, that's true.
That's all they talk about. I mean, this is real life. They other than talking about, don't in real life talk about each other. Other than that,
I was thinking maybe they might want to challenge you on things that you're saying, or maybe say like, here's my opinion, what do you think about this? Or I would like to get a group of women with you so we can discuss this or something, you know what I mean? But it's just like
you have okay, if you want to talk and this is just game, and we're gonna have to wrap this up in a minute. I'm going to top of the hour, and then I'm headed to bed. But you have to if you want to talk politics or anything like that to a woman, you have to basically, like I said, you have to reverse polls. Okay, in other words, you have to ask them how they feel about something. If you're gonna talk about politics or you talk about a particular subject, say whether it's finance or the economy or anything like that, you can't go through it through nuts and bolts logic. You have to ask them how they feel about a particular subject, and they will tell you how they feel about it. And you have to wade through that, and then you can get to, okay, what are you going to do about it? What do you feel we should do about it? And then that's where you get to the nuts and bolts. You make it. That's the only way you make it interesting to them. You have to. The only way you make something interesting to a woman is make it personal. Men don't necessarily need it for it to be personal. They want it to be general because they want to see how they fit in everything else. So they go to personal last. Women go to personal first. So you have to find out what is personally interacting with their own sphere, their nest, because that's what they have to defend. If it's money, you can talk about money, but you have to start with how it impacts their nest and build your way up, so they can actually start from the ground, from where they are, and build it up.
Okay.
So that's the only way to do it. You have to approach it differently, because I've done it all the time. That's how come, especially when I was at work, women would always run to me when they wanted to talk about a subject, because I knew how to frame it to their worldview, so where they could actually understand it, because they didn't understand it. But after I framed it and made it personal to them, then they could understand it. Because men are about broad subjects and stuff like that, and thinking about new ideas. That's what men do. And in other words, I'm not worried about how to fix my engine. I'm trying to, okay, what's your experience about all these engines making a particular noise? And they get interested in that stuff. But women, okay, my car is making a noise and I need to get to work. What do I need to do to get to work? Okay, that's what they wonder. That's how, as far as the engine is concerned, that's how they wonder. Okay, baby, this is what's happening inside the engine, and this is the reason that it's doing this, thus, and so. Now, how you fix it is you have to get this, thus, and so fixed, because this is the way it runs, and you start from their personal problem, work your way out. Because you got to remember, they're concentrated on their nest, which is their offspring. There's three things women want to talk about: their man, or the man they want to get, their nest, which could be their house, their car, whatever it is, and their children. Outside of that, then everything outside of that is how it impacts my nest.
Mm-hmm.
You get too far away from the nest, you're going to lose them.
I remember you. One of the first times I ever heard you on YouTube. I think it was you. Maybe,
how long ago was that?
Maybe about like 6 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm real new.
I know
like 6 weeks
some guys have known me, as Black Gnostic Speaks, man, since 2013. So I have to ask you when.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. This guy, yeah. But I started my channel for MGTOW channel in 2013. So.
Is that the BGS? That's the Black Gnostic Speaks channel.
Black Gnostic Speaks channel, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I'm subscribed to that. And you were interviewing. You heard me first, and I remember I was just listening, and I picked up on it because you said, okay, but tell me how you feel about it. And you were like, no. Tell me how you feel about it. She's like, oh, how I feel about it. And when you did that, boom, it like redirected her, and it helped the conversation flow, and it led her the right way. And I was like, damn, that was it right there. Like I picked up on it like that was wisdom. And I actually took that and I used that on other women myself, and it works every time, like spectacularly well. Just say, how do you feel about this? It's like magic. It's a magical phrase.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know, because because you can look at my esoteric series and I go break down like the science of it. But I know unless I demonstrated And that's why that's one reason why I talk to women, or I had women on, or I even go to their hangouts, is not necessarily for them, but to demonstrate this is how you do it. Because a lot of guys say, well, that shit doesn't work because blah, 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 blah. Will actually see me do it and see that it works. Said, oh, okay, I can see how he did it, and it did work. Let me try it. And most of the guys that do try it say what? It works. And it works because that's the way they're built.
Right. And then you had a bunch of books too. You were like mentioning books like, gosh, one was like the devil or I can't remember the name of it. I have it in a watch
Oh, the
list.
Lucifer Principle.
Yeah, I have that one. I got that bookmarked. There's like probably 4 or 5 books that had to do with maybe the esoteric nature, I guess, or maybe like biology, evolutionary biology type of subject with the female nature that I bookmark on my computer. So I got some PDFs and some books that I'm going to order on that too.
The principle is very simple, and anybody can jump in. I know we got a lot of people on the line. Anybody can welcome to jump. The principle is very simple, but for me, it's simple. Okay, but to get guys to understand it, it means I have to give lots of examples. If you look at all the examples I ever have given about women, you can see that they're all basically coming from the same place in the same thread. I'm just saying it a different way.
Okay.
That's all I'm doing. I'm saying it a different way. Women reject it until I do it.
So what was that book's name? The Lucifer Principle?
The Lucifer Principle.
So is it basically saying women are devilish in nature?
Oh, no. It doesn't say that. The Lucifer Principle is how nature works. It said nature doesn't. Lucifer Principle is that nature doesn't give a damn about individuals, and they will kill off individual species, hundreds of millions of whatever it is, because biology doesn't give a damn. All it gives a damn is about the next generation of offspring. That's all it cares about moving forward. So if nature needs to improve or the conditions change, biology or nature will basically kill off whatever species there is, and then the species that can adapt to the environment will live on. That's the Lucifer Principle. In other words, he's saying that biology and nature to the individual is like the devil. It's not benevolent. It's benevolent as we think it is. But overall, it's about propagating life. So if you look at the overall scheme, yes, it is benevolent because it's given life or the species the environment to live in. So overall, it does care, but individually, it doesn't care. That's the Lucifer Principle, as he speaks on it. And he talks a lot about the feminine. He doesn't expressly say it, but he gives lots and lots and lots of examples about Mother Nature. And Mother Nature is basically the feminine. And he'll go through it over and over. He'll give you an animal example, and then he'll give you a human example.
So do you think that's a book that women should read?
Anybody should read it. Women should read it, but I think men will understand it better. Oh, the book women should read is The Alchemy of Love and Lust. Every woman should read that.
Yeah, a lot of women don't know the difference between love and lust. They think that they're in love, but it's just lust.
Basically, it's a handbook for how women operate, but from a biological standpoint. Then any woman, because a lot of women, mute your mic. A lot of women believe that they do what they do because of feeling and because of thought, and a lot of the feeling is derived from biology because they don't know exactly how they work. So they get a feeling that I can sleep with 100 guys and it's not going to affect me because I see men do it, and it's not true because men are built differently. Men are built to sleep with 100 women and not affect them because that's how they're built. Women are not built the same way, so they can't do the same thing.
Yeah, I heard a funny joke about that. It said, a key that opens up any lock is a master key, but a lock opened up by any key is just a shitty lock.
Yep.
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that most women are self-centered?
They're supposed to be, yeah. They're supposed to be self-centered because who else is going to watch? If they're not self-centered, then they're not going to be self-centered about their offspring, are they? And what's their biological imperative?
Yeah, that's true.
So they're going to be self-centered. Their job is to collect the best material and the best advantage for their offspring. So she got to start with her first. So so they're going to be self-centered. It is what it is. So now if you know that, then you know what you have to work with. You don't idolize her. You can't look at her like she's supposed to. Like I said, she doesn't love you the same way. And not that she doesn't love you. And I never said the women don't love men. I said she doesn't love you the same way you love her. It's not possible for her to do it.
Hey, BGS, I got a question for you. It's a little bit off topic, but this is one thing that I remember that you said. I was like, damn, that's the fucking truth right there. And people kind of skirted past it, but I thought it was very profound what you said. And people were talking about business, and they were talking about black business and how come black men are doing this and this and that. And they were like, well, it's because of this, it's because of that. And they were like, no, it's because, brothers is scared. And I was like, yeah, it's because black men were scared to like build infrastructure and to take that risk to get off, like Watkins says, off the white man's plantation and build from themselves. And I was like, I know for a fact that's true. And I was wondering if you could expound upon that.
Because of the nature of how black men have been treated in the United States. They have been oppressed, they have been kept down, and they have been taught that they need to be scared. When black men are scared to drive because of the environment they're in, they have every right to be afraid.
Were you about to say driving in your car to be scared? Because that's true. Like, hell yeah.
Yeah, you have every right to be. You have every right to be afraid. Walking in the woods. I know I have that experience. When you live in Portland, you may not have the same experience. But walking in the woods, a strange wood, I always have in the back of my mind that some white dude in an orange vest is gonna pop up and pop me like I'm a deer. Okay, I always had it in the back of my mind. Huh?
I thought you were from LA.
Huh? Excuse me?
I thought you were from LA. They got the woods.
I am in LA, but I'm saying I've been in the woods before.
My experience in Portland when I grew up, fighting on the streets, like fighting skinheads and white boys on the streets. Like I was fighting grown men when I was a little kid. When I was in elementary school, I had the police pull guns on me like I was Tamir Rice. Pulled out the shotgun, cocked the shotgun and the revolver. It was so long ago. They had the revolver. You know what I'm saying? I was like fighting like white men in their 20s and 30s, and I was like 9 years old. It was so racist, So yeah, like definitely the streets were super racist. Yeah.
Portland back in the 19th century didn't allow black people. It went to the 20th century, the mid 20th century, where Portland actually allowed black people to come there.
Right. Yeah, it's illegal. You couldn't own property.
Yeah.
They'd whip you if you didn't leave. Like, you had to be Suntown, or they'd whip you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the way you've been raised. And your mother teaches you to be cautious and afraid. So you have that feminine fear that you raised with, and black because of white society says black people and black men in particular are not to be trusted. So you're afraid to do business with a black man because everything in your society tells you that black man that you're getting ready to shake hands with is not to be trusted, especially with your money.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a lot of black men do some low down shit and reinforce that. Because I was listening to Mark Cuban. He was talking about when he got in business, and he said Mark Cuban told two stories where white people had actually ripped him off. One guy, when he was a student, we were renting a house together, and they gave one guy, since he had the bank account, the checking account, they would give him the money, and he would write the check for the rent. And he said 1 month, the guy, he gave the money, and the guy took off with the money. He didn't write the check. Okay, he just kept going. And he said, and the second time, he said he had his company, right? started this company, and he had to make payroll, and so he didn't have time to go to the bank. So he had all the check receipts, payments had come in, right, and he needed to make payroll. So he sent his secretary down with $85,000 worth of checks to actually deposit them, right? And the secretary with whiteout actually came in and changed the payer to the to her name, right? And she basically absconded with like $80,000. Now, if it were black people would never do business with black people again. But Mark Cuban kept going, right?
Yeah.
Because in his culture it reinforces that white people are to be trusted.
See.
But the thing is, the culture of blackness in America is that black people, black men especially, are not to be trusted. Africans don't have that problem. Mexicans or Hispanic people coming out from outside this country don't have that problem. They might steal from each other, but basically they still do business with each other. They still do business with a handshake. They still build together. They buy houses. They do all that stuff together, because in their culture, they're taught to be trusted, and black men aren't. Black men have that to overcome, and it's fear. It's fear. Black men have the black men have a problem with fear that we don't want to admit that we have, and that's the biggest problem. Even when I talk to black men, man, I ain't afraid of nothing. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. If you're a black man and a black and white, you drive and a black and white pulls up behind you and follows you for a mile, if you don't get nervous, then you ain't black.
Right.
Either you ain't black or you're a fool. One of the two. That fear is there. There is no such thing as a black man that don't have fear. That's bullshit.
We're human. You gotta have fear.
If I see
not according to Des Bryant.
One time. Go Jamie first and then Charles.
Now, I was going to say, not according to Des Bryant. I don't know if you heard what he just said the other day. Talking
shit.
Yeah, I know. We're talking reckless.
He's full of shit.
A police car don't even have to get behind me. You can just be on the same side of the street. And I'm like, man, I hope they don't get behind me.
Every black man tenses up with a cop car because it's in your psyche. And they keep it in your head. Des Bryant is one of the ones that, he talking reckless. Des Bryant broke down and cried when that general manager asked him about his mother.
Oh yeah, he beat up his mom, right?
No. His mother was a prostitute.
That was before. That was when he was getting drafted, right? He was being drafted. And they asked him about his mama. I think
the guy in was it Tampa Bay or was it Miami? The general manager asked him about his mother. He wanted to see how tough he was, so asked him about his mother. And the dude damn near broke down and cried. That basically Dallas. Yeah. He basically. I don't think he kept his job for much longer after that got out, because it was wrong. What I'm saying is that Des Bryant is full of shit. Okay,
he's fake macho.
He's fake. I mean, he's human. He's not a Superman. He's not a Superman. He might think so now because he's been in Dallas for like 10 years or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not no Superman. I remember that, man. I felt bad for him, because if Des Bryant was a bad motherfucker, he'd have jumped over that table and beat that general manager's ass for bringing that shit up.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he'd have whooped his ass.
Because I'd have turned that table over. Damn the money. Damn the money. They would have just had to I'd have just had to go as a free agent and sign on with the minimum wage, but you ain't gonna say that shit in front of me and disrespect me as a man and think that I'm gonna take that shit.
Hell yeah.
That motherfucker tucked his tail, dropped a few tears, and went on to Dallas. Now I'm not saying, but he was a kid then, so I can understand it. But don't come back with all that macho bullshit.
And BGS, like a lot of the younger generation, they don't feel what you're saying, because like guys your age, y'all put it down on white boys, like putting hands on them, dropping N-words and putting hands on them, putting them to sleep. Like you see it every once in a while now or something on one of them viral videos on World Star Hip Hop or something, but like like my older uncles, and like I was saying, when I was a kid, like I had to fight grown men as a kid. Like that's just how it was. And like, but so when I see a guy like that, like when I see this happening, and like a guy does, like he's caping for white folks, he's like simping for white folks. I'm like, when do we start doing this?
Yeah.
Wow, back.
Yeah. That's true. Hey, well, you know, because I went to a white school, and what you're saying is absolutely correct. You know, if you like, don't remember middle school, I was like 12 years old. I remember these 20-year-old guys, man. 4 of them, man, jumped out and were chasing down me and my buddy, and we little skinny 12-year-olds, man. And these dudes in our face, you know, like they're not teenagers, grown ass men. Okay, so I know what you're talking about. The white boys our age wouldn't fight you, but the thing is, the grown ass men would come looking for you, and they wouldn't come looking for men; they come looking for you.
They want to fight,
so
fight boys,
yeah, they want to fight little boys, yeah.
They want an easy win. That's what.
Yeah.
My wrongness is this: I try my best to never let what somebody says to me bother me. So if somebody disrespect me, want to call me a nigger or something, I'm like, okay, honky, or whatever term they want to use. As long as they don't physically touch me, you can say whatever you want. But remember, if you physically touch me, then you're risking your life, because I'm gonna take that as a threat. And my solution is to end all threats. So say what you want, just don't touch me.
Yeah, but it's certain things where, you know, and you know, I understand what you're saying, but there's certain things you can say that you can't disrespect me as a man. You know, my mother may have been this, that, or the other. That's true, but I'm here interviewing for a football job.
Yeah.
And that's what you're going to say. Because you're flashing money in my face, and I'm supposed to take that shit. That's what you're trying to figure out.
Man, most dudes my age.
What if that GM hit it? That's why he was asking that shit.
I would have checked it. Yeah, I believe in totally checking somebody. I would have said, like, listen.
No. Those interviews are recorded. Okay.
I would have checked it. I don't tolerate it. I have a zero tolerance for disrespect. I don't appreciate that. I don't tolerate it. So
I might not have hit it, but I'd turn that table.
I understand. I don't like to make a dramatic effect. I'm gonna tell you, listen, you say this again, and either I'm gonna walk out this door or I'm gonna knock your head off. Which one would you like for me to do?
Yeah, well, me, my smart ass back in the day, man, I probably would say it. What about, was your mother a prostitute? Say, yeah, her and your mother actually worked together. Okay. She told me about you.
You're always opposition.
That's slick shit.
You're on a rise, and you're always gonna have people trying to bring you down, bring you to the level and everything. So most of the time, it's better just to turn the other cheek. Like right now, I'm a senior, about to graduate from high school and everything. So a lot of people dropping out, a lot of people having babies and everything. I'm trying to make it to the Marines and stuff. Trying to walk across stage. And so many people just trying to make conversation out of nothing, like bump into you. Oh, what's up? Hey, come on now, you a little kid. I hurt you. Like I've been working out all day, I really hurt you. And then boxing, jiu-jitsu, I do all this. Like once you get that power and you know your own strength, you start to back up with problems like that.
Yeah. Hey, well, I understand that. What I'm saying is, I'm just saying Des Bryant's posturing like he's all that. So, dude, come on now.
I understand what you meant.
The dude had you in tears.
I understand exactly what you meant.
Yeah.
I just say people should never, ever. You don't tolerate disrespect. But what I say, you don't start altercations, but you make sure you finish them. So I'm not going to bring you the violence. I'm not. Most likely I'm going to walk away. But if you touch me, you started this. I'm going to make sure.
Well, yeah, that's a different story. It's a different story.
They just got black men outnumbered, and people don't point out that. You know, even for the longest, if you really look at white boys are really punks. If we didn't have all that abortion, going on, there was just as many as us as it was them. Man, we won't never have to worry about these dudes. These dudes are really we really in like a bully situation.
Yeah, of course.
Because we're greatly outnumbered.
Weapons are
especially when you go to a good school.
Why do you think when they stop a black man they roll up with 7 cars?
Everybody, like y'all some punks, man. Yeah, and then you have a one-on-one, they'll run away from you. Like you know how you running away from a big group and then that one person separate from the group and you stop and turn around and face that one person. and all of a sudden they cower up.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much what they are, man. Like every time, like when they say black men can't protect, which I like how you stood up for those black men, BGS, because even in Black Wall Street, dude, they was outnumbered.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see how many of them died?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't run away, they fought. And
Yeah.
it's like the most dishonorable thing in the world to just spit on their grave. Like, is you looking at this realistically? These dudes have always been outnumbered, man.
Yeah, like I said, how if black men they ain't building, white men don't protect, how many of your asses have died? Okay, in other words,
Yeah.
if you think you're better, if you think you're better, then prove it. Show me the scoreboard.
And while you talking, it's black people. They actually killing black children. And you act like this ain't going on while you on there. You just talking like a King Kong.
Yeah. In other words, if we would be better. I don't want to hear we would be better. Either you do it or you don't. And like that's what I'm talking about. What a black man does doesn't absolve you from responsibility.
Thank you.
Doesn't absolve you from responsibility at all. Because you didn't. There's nothing that you did that earned anything that you got. Because you're a woman. Black. There's a whole lot of. And that's why I explained it to him. The reason that you got integration, the reason you got civil rights, it was signed by presidents because those black dudes fought and died over in World War II right next to them white boys.
You a coward. You a coward. It's just like spit on their grave. Like
What's this bullshit? Well, I said prove it. And I said they have documents. You go on PBS and see it.
What are you guys talking about, coward?
That when I hear black women say that
Jones and those women.
And the white
when I hear black women say that shit, that pisses me off.
And the white woman was beating the shit out your child. And what the fuck you was doing?
Okay, what I don't understand, we're here. Like, look, Native Americans are 1%, or they're like 1% of the United States population. Latinos are, barely at 12, 13% of the United States population, and their home country is a couple miles south, right? We got shipped over from Africa, right? Enslaved for 300 years, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, and we're still here putting it down. Right? Like our whole culture has impacted the entire world. We made the best music 7 times over. If you've got an academic discipline, mathematics, engineering, like just everything, poetry, writing, every type of discipline, we've made it to the highest levels. So like we're an amazing people, and we've done that despite the white supremacy.
Okay, everything is black. You got to mute your mic, Jamie. Okay, everything that white supremacy or European wealth is basically built on, actually, the technology actually came from Africa. Metalworking, steel making that they used to forge their guns and their weapons actually came from East Africa. 2,000 years ago. In fact, they showed records of Vikings sailing all the way from Northern Europe, all the way down through the rivers of Central Europe, down into the Mediterranean, near the Black Sea, and basically so they can find African merchants so they can buy steel ingots from, so they can take them back and forge their swords and stuff like that. So even their sword work and all that stuff, all that metal work came from Africa. Okay, basically England and Europe was industries were built on textiles, and those looms actually came out of West Africa. Those looms are still there. Okay, those looms they brought the slaves over, but they also the slaves that they brought over recreated the looms that once the Industrial Revolution came. The British figured out how to mechanize those looms, but the technology came from them. And then secondly, the rum and the sugar, or the rum and the sugar and whatnot, the rum, sugar, and cotton.
Yeah,
all that stuff came from Africa. And basically, before that, The Brit, yeah, rice, all that stuff. The British didn't have anything to trade. The Europeans didn't have shit to trade.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, what Africa came in, brought over the technology and the way to grow shit and all that kind of stuff, and the labor. Now they had something to trade. Now they had something to build their empires on. Before they didn't. So the thing is, I'm not saying that they didn't improve upon it, and I'm not saying that what they did probably wasn't necessary, because it was, but it's no greater than any other civilization or people could have done. It was just their turn. And now the Chinese have taken European technology and they're going gangbuster with it. In other words, the United States doesn't lead the world in anything anymore.
Right? They're like taking. I heard they're bringing. They have different like 2 Silicon Valleys in India that are exploding, and they said there's more people with PhDs in India than there are citizens of the United States.
Probably so.
It's
more China. I remember 10 years ago. I think I was in a pro-black meeting, a local pro-black meeting. And I forget what we were talking about. And I said, well, this is like in 2004. I said, China is on target, is on target. They said they want to train 1.5 million engineers.
Oh.
And it said within 4 or 5 years. That was 10 years ago. I don't know I know they've surpassed whatever target they have. Hell, China has 1 million hackers. Just the Chinese army has 1 million hackers. Just sit there and do nothing but hack. 1 million of them. That's just the Chinese army. We're not talking about the business. Just 1 million of them. You got 1.5 billion people. And once they get focused on doing stuff, the only thing that was holding them back was technology. And I said, once Edward Snowden got the backdoor keys and brought them home, they got all the technologies. And now Chinese in artificial intelligence, in robotics, in they're getting ready to take over in biotech, and basically all the technology the United States was leading in. The only thing they don't lead in is weapons manufacturing. Everything else, China's basically taken over.
They starting to expose these people over in America, man, because these boys are going to be exposed in the future as a bunch of cowards. Because when you see Russia rise, you can see them now. They be like, yeah, Trump gonna be friends with Putin. Yeah. Every time they get to run up against somebody who is their size and they might not win, you see them cower down like a bunch of bitches. Like, I just looking at these dudes, I'm like, man, these dudes ain't got no heart, man.
That's like I'm gonna keep running at Putin because he made him back down twice, and and basically even when they fired those cruise missiles, you find out, okay, well, you fired them. What did they hit?
Nothing.
I mean, basically nothing. Well, we fired it. We want to take this base and this stuff out of commission and blah blah blah. And basically, they show pictures of the air base. They took out a few airplanes. They said those planes that he took out were like $9 million a copy. So they can go down to India and have them replaced tomorrow if they really want to. At $9 million a copy. It's not like $100 million worth of damage. And basically, the air base was up and running the next day. You didn't do anything.
Yeah, Trump even tweeted, "Oh, we didn't blow up the air runways on purpose because they can easily be paved over."
Yeah.
Like what? You're giving military strategy on Twitter?
It's not. But basically, it doesn't matter because RT showed the damage and showed the repairs the next day. So you can't hide it. It's already out there because the Russians are right there and they're broadcasting it live over YouTube. And they showed the planes taking off the next day. What is he going to do? There's no sense in lying about it.
The planes took off the next day?
Yeah, the next day. They showed the jets taking off the runway the next day.
Well, what are your thoughts on him getting arrested for treason?
Who?
Trump or anybody in his administration.
City presidents do not get arrested for treason.
Hung. No, I'm kidding. But do you think anything's going to come out of these accusations or these
he's going to get a warning to shut up, or you're going to get impeached, basically, or you're going to start uncovering stuff that don't need to be uncovered.
So they don't want to find out what's going on. They don't want, because that could
What they're
destroy
gonna
it.
what they're gonna find, what he keeps doing this stuff, what they're gonna find out, because really what the Republicans already knew. Okay, they already knew. They're pretending like they didn't. They already knew. They already know, because before Obama left out, he left them the dossier. Says, okay, this is what we found, and this is the records of it. But the thing is, it's up to you to do something about it, because we're out of here, and he's your problem. Okay, and Trump, and they were basically burying this, and they didn't want to bring it up because there's a reason why they were that they were recording, but not recording because they record everybody, but why they focused on Trump and his team, because they were talking to people. Okay, and they knew that they were talking, that the Russians were doing some stuff, but the thing is, as long as it wasn't harmful, they didn't do anything about it. And Obama was no friend of Hillary Clinton, so he really didn't care. But the thing is, so they wanted on record that this is what we found, this is what happened, and they left Congress up to Congress to do something about it. And Congress would have sat on it. But Trump wants to basically wash it in the press's face because he found out something, and basically the Republicans said, "Shut the fuck up," because if you do this, we're going to have to start uncovering stuff, and the people, your name and the people and some of the people around you names are going to come up in this, and we've been trying to bury this. Most of this stuff, this is buried, but you basically poking the press to actually start looking into this, and they're putting pressure on the on the people in Congress, and people are starting to leak this stuff out. People don't like you are leaking this stuff, so they're going to have to look into it. And the more they look into it, that could actually bring your presidency down, and nobody wants that.
All right, that's bad for the country.
Yeah, you just got this dude, man. You haven't been you haven't even made your 100 days, and let's talk about impeachment. That's bad. That's a bad look, and nobody wants that. If you're like a third year, or you're basically, this is your second term, they can do that, but not your first term, and you just got here. They just got your administration halfway up and running. Nobody wants that. Not even the Democrats. That's like the Democrats aren't pushing this. They're telling you to shut up and do your job.
Yeah, keep us afloat.
Well, the thing is, if you got policies that you need to go get through, let's talk about the policy, because nobody's interested in this back and forth stuff that really doesn't matter. You're elected. You're sitting president. It is what it is. Let's get down and do business and stop all this BS.
Okay, I got some questions about policy
Real quick, man, because we got. I'm going at it. It was we got about 12 minutes, man. I've gone way past. Go real quick. 2 questions.
Right, so I was looking at Steve Bannon a number of months ago, and I read a transcript of one of his speeches, and he was basically saying, "Look, man, we need to go to war with Muslims, because if we don't, there's going to be another World War II type of event. So we need to just go blow them out of the water before they blow us out of the water, plain and simple." And and I was like, "What?" And then recently, if you Google Steve Bannon trilogy, there's a quartz. It's like a Facebook quartz movie, like the website Quartz QZ Bannon trilogy. And they say, and it reiterates what I've read in this speech that I read. I was like, damn, it's the same thing, like this trilogy of movies that he put together. And he wants to like blow Muslims off the map. And he thinks that like out of that is going to be the phoenix rising, where America is going to be great again, because that's just how it's done. And I was just wondering your thoughts on that.
Okay. The only reason you have fights against Muslims and you have Muslims are nothing but pawns in this particular game. Okay, they're pawns. It's a proxy war to basically cut China off from its oil supply source, then its oil supply source. That's what it's there for. So you have Muslims fighting Muslims. So, and the Muslims that you're talking about going to war with, they're cleaning up, are actually allies that you funded. Okay. You funded, you gave them weapons, and you put them out there basically to break up the Middle East, to make it a toilet bowl, so that it's hard to do business there.
Like the Taliban.
The Taliban, ISIS
Yeah.
is, Al Qaeda.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, they're all basically, uh, Al Qaeda is just a name. Okay, it's just a name. People use that as a banner because it's a name, but basically, they're just agents. And you have some people, some Al Qaeda that are just outlaws. Okay, they use the name because they got a few weapons and they said, okay, while we have them, let's go down here and make an action. Let's go do this. Let's go shoot up a school in Kenya because we got weapons. Okay, but the weapons are actually there to disrupt. In other words, you can't control it, so you disrupt it. Basically it's like a scorched earth policy.
Damn.
Okay, you don't want it operational for the next guy. Okay, and that's what they're trying to do. China has already skirted around it because they went elsewhere. So now basically the policy in Syria is basically break up Syria and divide it so you have a clean break between the BRICS, the East and West, which is the BRICS coming up, and the rest of Europe. But every time they start a war, it's like the Europeans don't want any part of it. You get a flood of people from that region that will come up into Europe and actually exacerbate a problem that's already bad, and they don't want that. So the Europeans are tired of war, and Americans aren't buying it anymore because too many people are out of work. They see that the economy is at a standstill or headed downward, and they're afraid of it. And they say we've already spent enough money, in enough time. You have 15 years and trillions of dollars over in a place that we don't have any interest in. And whatever you were planning to do, it should have been done already. So it's time for Trump to get his eyes off the Middle East and bring his generals into heel and get back to business. I know what the troops are doing. I know what they're trying to do. But the thing is, it's probably too late for that. And I don't think Trump has a very small window to actually do this in. And I don't think Congress is actually going to go for it. So it's not Muslim. So Bannon is probably on his way out anyway, because if you looked at Morning Joe, and I might put it up because I have it. I might put it up on my books channel where he talks about Bannon going after Kushner. He said it's a bad look for Bannon to go after the president's son-in-law. Okay, who you think is going to win that fight?
Yeah.
And so Bannon said Bannon is going to be follow the what's that chick's name? Kelly. What was their name? The chick's name that alternative facts. What was her name?
Kelly Conway.
Kelly Conway. He said Kelly. In a minute, Bannon's going to be sitting next to Kelly Conway on the bench.
Let's see.
Okay, he's already kicked off the Security Council, and if he's not careful, he's going to be on the bench sitting next to Kelly Conway, where you're seen and not heard. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right,
last question.
Let me hit you with another question then.
Okay, last question.
Now, because you were talking about I never heard. I guess I heard of universal basic income, but I had ignored it in the news. And so when you brought that up, I started investigating, and you were talking about the fourth industrial revolution, and I was like, damn, this is like pretty crazy. Like I'm glad you brought that up because there's some amazing stuff. So then I started looking at quantum computers, quantum satellites, and then I was looking at quantum robots, and then I'm like, oh my God, do you know what's getting ready to come? Like,
I know
it's a whole new world.
They've
you
been real
can't tell it to people that they're like, you sound crazy. I've done it, and they say you sound like a conspiracy, and I'm like, no, this is real.
The elite are talking, okay? The elite are talking because they don't have all the details worked out. The elite are talking, and only the people that actually know where to look will actually know about it. Because the World Economic Forum about 5 or 6 years ago, they took their local feeds off because they used to put it up for everybody to see, the plenaries, the discussions, all that stuff. You put it up because most people had no idea what the World Economic Forum was, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a few people like me that are nosy actually investigate it and start spreading the word. Yeah, hey, y'all need to check this out. You need to look at what these people are talking about because they're planning your future, blah, blah, blah. People start looking, so they took it off. Okay. They're trying to hide it, but now they know they need to actually put this stuff back out there again. And I know where the thing is. I know where to look. It's the only difference between me and you is I know where to look.
So the
So
World
I'm just
Economic Forum that they put up on YouTube is stuff they have filtered through to release to the public, correct?
yeah, it's these are the ideas because a lot of stuff goes on behind closed doors, right? But these are the ideas that have filtered to the top. In other words, these are what they're planning on putting into action. So when it gets to the where you can actually see it and they actually broadcasting it and actually start pushing something, that means it might happen. It's going to happen.
I understand. I understand. That was my question because I wonder what information. Because I think I'm a decent researcher. I just always wonder what information am I really behind on? Like, how can you ever get ahead of the game because you don't know what information, like really great information, they're going to keep esoteric. They're going to keep it hidden.
Okay, in other words, you're an Aquarius. You have an active imagination. You have to project ahead, and sometimes you're going to be right. Sometimes you're going to be wrong. But if you project ahead long enough, you start to tune yourself to it and see exactly where it's not where they are, it's where they're pointing towards. Okay. In other words, if they're going into if they announce the fourth industrial revolution, they're pointing towards something, right? So you said, okay, according to the fourth industrial revolution, the robots are going to get better, AIs are going to get better, blah 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 is going to get better. So you start looking at things that should get better, and it points to something, so you can predict what's going to happen. Like
population reduction is what I see.
A population reduction is now they know how to do it. It's really easy. They're just waiting to implement it. Okay, population reduction is so simple. It's not even funny, and they just don't want to do it because they don't want the population reduced right now.
How is it that simple?
Has universal income been tested yet? Because
they're testing it now. They're testing it now. They're testing it in India. They're testing it in I think it's Norway.
Oakland.
And I know they're testing. Excuse me.
Oakland, California.
Are they tested in Oakland?
Y Combinator's got a universal basic income. Yeah, down in Oakland.
Okay, they're doing tests on it to see if it's going to work. One, how will people accept it, and whether it will actually work, because they don't know. You cannot release something this big worldwide and not know that it's close to bulletproof as it can be, because they know it's not whether they want to. They don't really want to do it. That's what people mistake. People think that they want to do this. No, they don't. They would rather that they go back to the old system because it's tried and true. It worked for them. It worked for everybody else, but they know they can't. So the thing is, they need something new. This is the only thing they can come up with.
You got robots.
But I'm trying to say, where was I going with before the universal basic income? I was trying to go someplace else. I was trying to, and I kind of lost my train of thought.
We were talking about the fourth industrial revolution and where the economic world forum was going.
Yeah. Stuff like self-driving cars. I mean, that's a no-brainer, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason. That's the reason I always, especially for my Ibmore channel, before people got kind of stupid. When Trump got elected, people really got stupid, man. I just got tired of the comments. Seeing bullshit every time you put up a post, man. You got 20 people posting bullshit and calling it, and these cats don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So I said I'm not even gonna try to. I'm gonna put it in a place to where only the serious people will actually go there and look for it.
Well, I was looking at these quantum robots, or the quantum computers and quantum robots, and you hear quantum computing, and you kind of think like, oh, that's like my computer, but just better. It's just faster, just better. And it's like, no, quantum computers are like nothing like the computers that we have now. Like
AI is real.
It's like it's something totally different. These things are like learning machines that are going to be smarter than you over time, like a lot smarter.
AI. It's a great book, science fiction people should read. It's called A Fire Upon the Deep by Vernon Vinge, I think. Oh my gosh, you should read it, everyone.
Say it again. A Fire Upon
the Deep.
Okay.
Yeah, they basically they even talked about that before with Johnny Mnemonic, and there's a couple. He wrote about this stuff way back in the
The
He
Android
wrote
Dream of Electric Sleep. What's his name? That made
no. He wrote that stuff in the Blade Runner back in the
yeah. I think of
'60s.
his name right now. It just skips my brain. That come.
Yeah. But he wrote about that in the '60s. But I'm talking about there was another writer that wrote Johnny Mnemonic, and he wrote a couple of others, and he talked about AIs way back then. But rudimentation, but AI, huh? Yeah, Gibson.
William Gibson.
Yeah, William Gibson. If you read his stuff, basically, he basically talks about AIs and that kind of stuff. He does a pretty good job. There's a whole bunch of people that talk about it.
Yeah, because there's right now
a lot of them aren't good writers, but they talk about
concepts. Their concepts are what it is.
Yeah,
well, they got the technology right, but AIs basically AIs are basically try to mimic the brain as closely as possible. So a quantum computer is trying to mimic the way brain cells actually work, and they haven't. They're better with the software. The hardware has to improve. Like that's how come NVIDIA and AMD are going gangbusters because the closest thing they can get to quantum chips is not the chips themselves, but video graphics processing units, right? Because they have all these little bitty simple circuits that operate like little CPUs. They're scaled down to where they're reduced instruction. Yeah. So in other words, yeah. So basically, they're hooking these specialized GPUs up in RAIDs to basically work like a big brain. So in other words, each individual processor, because like a GPU has like millions of processors, right? Little bitty tiny processors, right? They work kind of like brain cells. So they plug them all into big RAIDs, and they plug in specialized software, and that's the most effective AIs that they've come up with to date. So all these advancements they're not using Intel chips. What they're using is basically specialized GPUs, and with enhanced software, so that basically that these AIs can actually work closer to the way the brain works.
Yeah, very fast memory. They can, like, if you went to, like, for example, if you went to Google Maps and you were and you said, like, I wanted to go here, 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 and here, and here, what's going to be the shortest route and the quickest? Like, you could do it now, but it would still give you problems. When you have quantum computing, you can put in like just about any location and get that back in 1 second. It might even be able to like be predictive on that. Like I was doing a lot of research on quantum computing, and like the biggest takeaway that I got from it is that it teaches itself. It teaches itself how to do things better. So it can even
automation
like print its own stuff. Like it can print its own arm if it's a robot with a 3D computer to make that arm better to be able to do surgery. And like humans wouldn't even have to interact with that; it just do it itself.
Because we're teaching the AIs as we speak. Every time we do a search, every time we talk, every time every time you give a vocal command that gets uploaded, right? And a computer has to come back, but one person doesn't matter. You take billions of them, and the AIs are constantly listening, learning, and see what's right and what's wrong, and what people think is what's right and what's wrong. And it's like teaching a child with a billion teachers.
Yeah,
and we do it every day.
Okay, so let me tell you something real quick. What I saw, this was mind blowing.
Okay,
a guy said, he goes,
5 minutes.
He's making the quantum computers for Google. It's like G2 or something 2. And he said, what we want to do is we want to find a crack in the universe, and we want to go into a different universe, like a parallel universe, and go in there and through quantum computing we'll find this crack, and they'll be able to get their resources, and they'll get their gold and their minerals and whatever we need, and we'll bring it back to Earth. And then we'll have their minerals. Like, that's our goal. And he was so serious. Like, you could tell, like, no, it sounds like a sales job, but it's not. Though. He's serious.
Mathematically, the parallel universe exists. Okay.
Of course.
But one thing about mathematics, anything about mathematical theory, any mathematician will tell you it has to be grounded in what reality. Otherwise, it's just a theory.
Until it can
And
be
they don't
proven.
have the reality until it can be proven. It's just a theory. It's got to be grounded in reality. And until then, it's just a mathematical equation. It's just numbers and logic. And logic is not grounded in, even like my religion, Gnosticism, has a lot of people that use it and gives you airy fairy theories and stuff like that. And with me, when I talk to you guys about something, it has to be grounded in something, and it has to be grounded in reality. And I try to ground whatever I say to you guys in reality, even though I got tons of theory. But when I talk to you, it's got to be, for me to accept it, it's got to be grounded in something. And I will keep punching that theory till I find something that says, okay, now what I think is grounded in something.
You don't share any bullshit. That's true.
No, I try not. Well, because I'm a Gnostic, and basically that's not what I would want. I don't want bullshit. If you can't give me a theory that I can use in my life or my experience or expand my thought, then it's a nice idea, but I don't give it much weight. So I respect you guys like I want to be respected. So when I give you something, it's something that that has been proven. It's been proven to me. Because if I'm a teacher and I'm giving you something, it has to be proven to me first before I can pass it down to you, and that's what I do. But anyway, you guys, it's been nice hollering at you guys. I know you guys want this massive hangout, but like I said, it was supposed to be 2 hours, and then we've gone way beyond the 2 hours. But that's okay.
Humbug.
Okay. Blame it on Alex this time because
what?
You took up most of the 2 hours. So I felt obligated. I had to give them their time.
Hey, I asked in the chat room and nobody complained. I was
hey, nobody's mad, Alex. We're joking, brother. We're joking, brother. We appreciated it.
Alex knows it was gonna be a long question. It wasn't gonna be one simple question. But
I knew that, but
everybody's cool. Everybody got it. And I said, nobody's mad that I went over 2 hours. They're probably glad about it more than anything else. Because if I cut off, everybody would have been mad. Oh, 2 hours, that's it. But the shortest hangout I ever had was 3 hours. That was Ron Wills. And I told everybody he's supposed to be on an hour. We were on 3. And at the last minute, this dude came on. He got in the hangout. He asked a couple questions. Said, okay, we got to go. He said, is that it? I said, yes, it is. You sure? I said, we got to go. Can we? No, I said, no more questions. That's it. Okay. He was mad, but that's the way it is with this. But anyway, y'all, it's been good. I'm going to go crash. You guys have a good Easter, whatever. I may be on tomorrow, later on this evening. I doubt it because this one went on longer than I expected.
Go Blazers!
The chances of that happening, slim to none.
Who they playing anyway?
We got the
Golden State.
We got the Warriors.
Come on now.
Unless
Steph Curry.
All right, I'm out of here, y'all. I don't want to keep you up, though. You know.
Hey, well, you know what? I remember when Golden State was playing the Dallas Mavericks, and Dallas was #1 seeded, and Golden State took them out, and it wasn't even funny. It can't happen. I doubt it because this is a super team, but anything can happen. I would laugh my ass off if Golden State pulled this one off.
Portland.
In Portland, if Portland pulled it off, I'd laugh my ass off, man. I'd be DVing that man for the next year or so, laughing my ass off. But I doubt it's gonna happen.
Yeah,
but go Blazers! I heard that.
That's right.
Anyway, y'all, I'm out.
Right.
So you guys have a good morning, good today, I guess. So everybody, it's tomorrow wherever we're at. So.
Hey, thanks for your time, BGS.
Yeah.
All right, I'll check you guys out later.
Sir.
I appreciate
Good night,
it.
guys. Sorry I missed it.
All right. Oh, there's Michael. What happened to you, Michael? Where you been, man? What have you been doing?
Now you're gonna go on for another hour, bro. Don't do that.
No, I'm not. I'm just hollering at you real quick, man. I've been seeing you in the background. Man, what you working on?
Oh no, man. It was
You took off?
It was it was yeah, man. It was 3 strip clubs tonight, so I was
shit.
I was all over the place.
Oh, you hung over, man. Go to sleep.
Nah.
You hung over, man. Man.
I don't drink. I don't drink, but
Oh,
I
you
do
so-
indulge in the pussy.
Oh, there you go. There
Oh,
you go
oh,
again.
that's how come it's dark, man. That's how come it's dark. He's doing it as we speak, man. He done, tell her to roll over. Who you with, man?
Nah,
Who you
man.
bring home? You didn't bring nobody home? All right.
Man, nah. Got a couple
all
numbers
right.
though. We'll see what happens. But all right, guys, thank you so much. I
All right.
gotta catch this on the
On the replay.
upload.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, folks.
All righty,
I'm out.
gentlemen.